Yo, it's your boy Marita boy. I'm back up in this thing, man. Listen. I just felt like getting up early this morning. There was a lot on my mind. I was just scouring these YouTube screens yesterday, and I was just looking and trying to get some follow up information on some of these stories that had happened to us throughout the previous week in the entertainment and rap industry. Um, and it was an eventful week. Good morning, Tanel. Good morning. Good morning, sister. Good morning. Good morning. And I just felt like I switch up the times a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you what I noticed with YouTube, right? So it is people that watch your channel from different areas of the world, different regions in the world. So um when I drop content at odd times, like it gives the people in the other regions of the world opportunities to catch the content. Like, look, so shout out to Kenny Presto, that's home team right there. Look at Tony Bands, shout out to Tony Bands. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Silk Foster Jr. Shout out to all y'all, man. See what I'm saying? So it gives people an opportunity, because people be up at different points of the day. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean. So that's one trick that I did learn. If you want to get back into the algorithm, just drop content constantly or consistently different at different points out the day. If you know what I mean, if you can drop in the middle of the night when you're in your area, um, you know what I'm saying, it'll help other people. That's right, for real. Don't forget to hit the like button. Shout out to my sister Tanel. But it gives other people in different different regions opportunities to catch the content. And shout out to Jason Morrison and Mark Morrison as well from the UK, because they pulled my coach. They reminded me of that the other day when they were in the chat with us, and they was like they have bedtimes and stuff because it's different times over there in the UK than it is here. Shout out to Kentucky Shannon. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, gang. You see what I'm saying? So these are a lot of our subscribers um that we been had, but at the same time they able to catch the content now because I did this early morning live. So it's just a little. I'm just giving y'all tips and little pointers, stuff that I learned along the way. Shout out to y'all, man. But on this live, it's really just like an open discussion. We're just gonna talk about a lot of different stuff. We're gonna dig back into the young Scooter situation because I done had a day or so, 2 days to think about what the evidence is in the case and what could have possibly happened because it's still a mystery, y'all. It's still a mystery. Um, we also gonna talk about Shaq, man. Shaq out here on some demon time, y'all. Shaq out here on some real demon time. Um, also, we got a couple other topics that's personal to me that I'm gonna share with y'all because y'all know I'm kind of real transparent here on this channel. What else we got? We got a couple of them. It's gonna be interesting this morning. It's gonna be interesting this morning. It's gonna be interesting this morning. But like my girl T say, please make sure that you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you donate to the channel if it's in your heart to do so. I would appreciate it. I'm putting the cash app in the chat right now. I forgot to pin it at the top of the chat before I went live. But we're gonna have fun this morning, y'all. Well, and I'm glad, and I'm so glad to see um a bunch of our subscribers. Um, Kenny Press was saying, I just saw Shaq about a week ago. You see him pretty frequent in Orlando still. Yeah, man. Shout out, salute to Shaq. And like I said, man, um, I know this not a popular thing to say, but I remember we used to serve Shaq Daddy, man. Phil Harris, dog. Swear to God, dog. We used to serve Shaq Daddy. Shaq Daddy was a great man. He raised Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Shaq, real father was, a absent father in his life. But Phil Harris raised Shaq. And man, Phil Harris used to smoke his hubcaps off, his kneecaps off. I'm telling you, we used to serve the shit out of Phil Harris, dog. You know what I mean? Phil Harris was a power. Phil Harris gonna come through and spend $800, $900 a stack every time, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you this, man. Phil Harris wasn't no punk neither, dog. Like Phil Harris wasn't nobody that you gonna treat just like a regular clucker or smoker. Phil Harris talking shit because you know he a military dude. Phil Harris talking shit. He got a gun on him. I don't know where he from, but he talk like he from the streets though. You know what I'm talking about? Phil, when you get into the Phil Harris truck, he had a black F-150. When you get into Phil Harris truck, Phil Harris is talking to you like he the motherfucking motherfucker that served. Shout out to Kentucky Shannon for the cash out, man. I appreciate it. Phil Harris talking to Phil Harris talking to you like he the mother like you the motherfucking club. You know what I'm talking about? Hey man, I ain't buying that shit. This and that. You know, we trying to bust Phil Harris head. Like I'm trying to sell Phil Harris a half for like a stack. You know, a half cooked up ain't for like $500. I'm trying to bust Phil Harris head and sell it to him for a stack. Phil Harris like telling you what he gonna give you for your dope. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Like he wasn't no sucker, man. I got to give Phil Harris credit. Like he never came across as like somebody that was a fiend. He came across like, man, you can get the fuck out my car and I beat your ass. Like for real, Phil Harris used to be like threatening you in that bitch, dog. And you know, we kind of gave Phil respect because first of all, he Shaq daddy. Second of all, he demanded respect. He a military guy. And this was when this was after Shaq. This was after Shaq played for Orlando when he had moved to um LA. But you know, at the end of the day, this Shaq Daddy, and Shaq is a beloved figure in Orlando. So yeah, we trying to serve Shaq Daddy, but ain't nobody finna do nothing to Shaq Daddy. But it's Shaq Daddy. You going down? You finna catch from now on. He a military guy, so you just we should be in that bitch negotiating with Phil. You know, so sometimes it wasn't even worth the hassle because he never gonna pay you what you tell him that it's worth. Phil like, man, I ain't paying you shit. Fuck you. You know what I'm talking about? And you'll get that fuck out my truck. Bitch, it's going down. So you be like, man, come on, Phil, man. Goddamn, man. Just give me $800. Just give me $800 for you, Phil. Really, this shit don't cost me like $450, $500. And Phil look at you be like, man, I'm giving you $750 for that shit, man. Hell, that's all I'm getting. He got number hundreds, number blues. He like, man, I'm giving you $750 for that shit. Now get the fuck out my truck, little jitterbug. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And you go on and take the 750 and you get the fuck on out Phil truck. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. So salute to Phil Harris, man. He wasn't no club, man. He just, he lived his life. He served his country. He raised Shaq to be a NBA superstar when his real father didn't. And in his older life, he just wanted to get a little high shit and hang out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, maybe Shaq, maybe Phil. I don't know what Phil died from, but maybe Phil, had appreciate your game for the cash out. Appreciate you. Hey, appreciate you, Tony, for the cash out. Hey, listen, and maybe Phil had some medical issues. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe shit. Maybe he want to hang out a little bit before he went on to glory. You know what I'm saying? So salute to Phil for that, man. I ain't no way. I am in no way disrespecting Phil Harris, dog, because what he did in his life up until that point to where he started, smoking, man, shit, he lived his fucking life, dog, for real. And that's another thing too. Just cause somebody smoked, dog, don't you be disrespecting them people, dog. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. I never did. I never disrespected somebody just because they smoked because my mama smoked drugs. So I always, well, she used to before she passed. So um I always felt a connection to someone who smoked. You know what I'm saying? I always had a certain different kind of respect for someone who smoked. I never looked down, and not only that, a lot of my friends' parents use drugs. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling you this real shit, bro. I understand, people do what they do and you might serve and this and that, there. But don't you ever disrespect somebody just because they use drugs, my nigga. Real shit, dog. They got an addiction, you know what I'm saying? And that's just all that it is, my nigga. You got something that they want, you serve them, but you do it with respect, my nigga. Me personally, I talk to them. You know what I'm saying? I sit and talk to them. I hang with them. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I look at them like they. they regular people, bro. I look at it just like I looked at my mama, just looked at that like I looked at all my kin people who was on that shit. You know what I'm saying? I never looked down on them because I'm not no better than them, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I just always had a connection with them. So I'm here to tell y'all young people. If you out there doing that shit, my nigga, you serving somebody, dog. Don't you ever look down on them people because of what they did, bro. Because what them people had a life. Them people raised children. Them people they just got caught up, my nigga. That's all it is. It's no different than people nowadays getting caught up on Molly and all the other stuff that they getting caught on. We watching Kodak Black right now. We watching Kodak Black right now battle his addiction. You see what I'm saying? We watching him right now battle his addiction. We don't watch superstars, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, all of these people battle their addictions, bro. Don't look down on them people. They still people, bro. They just got an issue, bro, and they need help. That's all that is, dog. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Silk say them people really have wisdom. For real, salute. They really do. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to say that though. Shout out to Phil Harris though. We're gonna get to the Shaq situation in a minute. But I want to share something with y'all this morning that's real personal to me, dog. I want to share something with y'all that's real personal to me, dog. Can y'all bear with me for a second here? This is very personal to me. And this is, let me see here what I got here. Yeah. So what it is here is my son, right? So the other day I was on live. I was on live, right? And my baby mama, let me see, I'm gonna take this one down for a second here. What's going on here? And my baby mama hit me up, right? And she and I hadn't talked to my son in 4 months, right? I had already talked to y'all about that. I already said that here on this channel, right? I had already said that I hadn't talked to my son in 4 months. Now I'm gonna show y'all this real shit. Now I'm gonna show y'all some real shit. This real shit. One thing about Marita, I'm very transparent in my in my in my blog, and y'all know that, man. And I don't hide shit, dog. I keep it real. Some shit I keep private, but eventually, y'all, one thing about me, I will tell y'all because I know that one thing about it, everybody go through shit, and one thing about that, y'all can y'all can y'all can y'all might go through stuff that y'all might not want to share. That's fine. That's fine. You know what I do? I will share my struggles with you guys so that you guys can understand that y'all ain't the only ones that go through shit. You know what I'm saying? That you ain't going through it by yourself. A lot of these bloggers, the first thing I realized when I used to watch these bloggers, I realized that I didn't know nothing about them. You know what I mean? I saw bloggers that I liked, that I liked they stuff that the content, but I wanted to know about them. So what I did when I decided to blog, I decided to share my personal life with the people because I understand there's people that going through shit. You know what I'm saying? It's people that go through shit. So I wanted to make sure that I connected with the people that way. And if you pay attention to this channel, we have something here on this channel that I don't see nowhere else. We really connect with each other on here. You see what I'm saying? We really kick it. We really hit each other up in the DM shit like that. There. We do that. I do that. I politic. I talk to all of y'all. Some of y'all I share very, very personal shit with. I'm not ashamed about life. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of people be ashamed about life. I'm not ashamed about life. Life happens to each and every one of us. And I appreciate y'all for vibing with me with that. So, case in point, let's talk about this situation that happened here with my son, right? So, again, I sent my baby mama $600 for Christmas for him. He's 2 years old, right? He's 2 years old. This is him right here. His name's Honor. Honor. His name's Honor, right? I found out that she was buying alcohol with the money. This is 100% fact. This is 100% true. It's not no rumor. I know for a fact that she did it, right? So I go off on her about it, right? And I told her, I say, listen, I can even let you hear the voice message that I sent her. I went off. I say, listen. Now she had just moved to her in a new apartment, right? She moved in December. So me already understanding, I knew that she wasn't gonna have enough money to take care of. She pay all the bills. You know, I don't know what a situation is with her, whether she got a boyfriend or nothing like that. But I know she her mama lived with her, and she pretty much take care of the whole household. Now she didn't have to do that when she was with me. I took care of everything. She didn't have to work. She didn't do anything. I paid take care of everything. But that's okay. That's what she chose, so that's fine. She can live her life how she chooses, right? But that was her situation. So I said to myself, I said, okay, well, I'm gonna make sure that he have a good Christmas. He's only 2 years old. So I sent her $600, right? Found out she was buying alcohol with the $600, like with the money. So I went off on about it. Boom, boom, boom. She blocked me. She blocked me on all social media sites. She blocked me on all social media sites. And she blocked me on her for her telephone. So I'm like, fuck it. What can I do? You know what I mean? I could have reached out to some of her family members, but I felt like that's kind of what she wanted me to do. She was trying to use the kid as leverage against me. You know what I'm saying? And I told her, I said, listen, if you want some money for yourself, you need some money, you want some money for some alcohol. If it came down to you spending the baby money, I would have sent you 20, 30, $40 for you to get you some alcohol, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Because my object was to make sure that he have a good Christmas, knowing that you wasn't gonna be able to provide him one because you just moved. I know how that shit go when you move in December and Kego Christmas. You only got one kid. I'm the baby daddy. I can do that. I can do that myself. I can make sure that he have a Christmas. Ain't no knock against you. Ain't no slight against you. You just moved. You moved him into a nice, better place to live. That's man. I got you. Baby daddy got you. Just chill, baby mama. I got you. But don't take the money and go spend the money on some alcohol, my nigga. If you need that, if you need it that bad, just call me and say, hey, baby daddy, man, all right, man, I had a hard day at work. I need a little drink. All right, baby, mama finna send you 20, man. Go on down there to Total Wine and get your son, man. You want a little bag? She smoke weed too. Baby, mama, matter of fact, I'm finna send you something, get you a little 3.5, man. I do that. I promise to God I will before you spend the baby money. And one thing I'm not finna do, I don't want you to start no habit of that. I don't want you to feel like that. It's cool that I'm finna let that shit ride. Cause we not finna let that ride. Kids above all around here. Where how I was raised, grown people, kids eat before grown people. If I'm down hard hungry and we ain't got nothing but one piece of chicken, that's going to them fucking kids. I would drink water out the faucet like we used to do in the county and go to sleep. You know what I'm talking about? With a full stomach of water. That's how I was raised. That's how my mama raised me. It was times my mama, even though she was on drugs, she would go out and get me something to eat, and she wouldn't eat her motherfucking self. And I seen that. So that's how I do with kids. I'm like that with any kid. Your kid, my kid, a stranger kid. I don't play about children. 1,000%. Maybe because I was a kid and I had trauma and I went through this certain shit too. But I don't play by kids. I was spaz. I don't, nigga. I broke up with a girl about her own fucking children, my nigga. She used to call a girl used to call her children bitches. She had two girls. She used to call them bitches. Hold the fuck up. We not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not calling no little girls no bitches. I don't give a fuck. We're not doing that. You feel me? So I'm just telling you this screen that I go through about children. I really, really do love children. So check this out, right? So she take the baby away from me as far as like I can't see him and this and that. So I just play the waiting game. Because this ain't the first time she did this. If you've been following this channel, when I first moved back to Florida, she pulled this same move. I ain't seen him for like 6 months, right? Now check this out. She hit me up while I was on live with y'all the other day. Remember, if y'all remember correctly, I've been watching. Now check this out. Now look what my son is doing, y'all. This real shit. Check this out. That is a picture of me, guys. That is a video of me, guys. All he doing is sitting down watching me. Y'all see this shit, gang? Y'all see this? Y'all see how y'all do you check this out? That's a video of me. You see that? I don't even know how he got that on his iPad. Look, he just looking at it. She tried to switch it. He switch it back. Y'all see this shit? I want y'all to look at this shit, dog. I want women, everybody to see this shit. Look, this me. He just looking. He switch it back. Mama don't switch shit. Listen, this is what I want y'all to. This is what I want y'all. Since I broke up with a girl for cursing at her kids too much, I feel like you're normalizing the conflict. Trump. Exactly, Silk. But the point I want to make is this, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry if that's. I'm sorry if that's. It's just a trigger warning, but I just want y'all to see this, bro. ladies, I understand, we might got deadbeat daddies. We got might be dudes that, do whatever I'm not saying everybody perfect. I'm not saying you perfect. I'm not saying the man perfect. But let me tell you something. Do not be taking the children away from their other parent. Men too. If you got custody of your children and you ain't vibing with your baby mama, listen, regardless of what, man, the children need both parents. Listen, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck what your situation is with your significant other, your ex or whatever, whatever. That's still that child parent. That's still that child parent. And they don't and you might not like they parent, but that's still their parent. That's still where they get their shit from. They still want to connect with them. They still want to be around them, see them, know them, love them. Their relationship with their parent might be totally different than your relationship with them. Don't come in between that. We can, if we beefing and we got something going on, we can do that shit behind closed doors. We don't have to let the children know. We don't have to use the children as leverage. Oh, since me and you got an issue, oh, you can't see your daughter or you can't see your son. Cause look what happens here. Look, look at him. Look at him. I feel so bad for him, but I had to use this as a teaching moment. You know what I'm saying? I had to show people what really be happening here. Look, he just looking at my picture. He just looking. He just studying that motherfucker. Look, 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 bro. Look at him. This my boy. Look at him. He just sitting there. He don't want to watch cartoons. Nothing. Nigga, I want to see my dad. I want to look at his face. I want to study his nose. See? You see? You see? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Listen, bro. And I hurt for my boy because and I didn't bring it up to her the other day when she finally did send me these videos or whatever. And I FaceTimed yesterday. She hit me up. She said let me show you what she said. She said she FaceTimed me. I mean, she texted me yesterday, and she said, "Hey, I need you to call Arnold phone or FaceTime him. He keeps playing your video over and over." She told me that. She told me that at 5:02 p.m. yesterday. I FaceTimed him at 5:27 p.m. yesterday. Right? So the point I'm trying to make, and I didn't bring up the situation that got us to this point because I was just happy with the fact that she had got to this point where she hopefully understood that no matter what we had going on, she shouldn't have took the kid away from me. She shouldn't have did that. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Now this is her first child. This is not my first child. This is my fourth child. You see what I'm saying? So I done been through similar situations like this already. With my my first kid's mom who passed away tragically. But so I done been through this. So I know how this go. I know it's the best. I know what we're supposed to be doing for these children. You know what I'm saying? No matter if we don't like each other or whatever, whatever, we're supposed to be still making a co-parenting as best we can to make a stable environment for these kids. If we got disagreements, we're not supposed to let the kids know. We talk about it behind closed doors. And the reason why we're supposed to let the kids know because it creates conflict and it shows the kid how that they gonna interact with whoever they interact with when they get older, they significant other. But also, kids manipulative too. If they see this dissension between the two parents, they'll manipulate one of the other parents. You know what I'm saying? Because kids like to go where they got less rules and shit at. So it's a bunch of reasons why you don't let a kid see the disagreement between the parents. Y'all talk about that shit behind closed doors. Y'all come up with an agreement, agree to disagree, and move on. You know what I'm saying? But you let the kids be in the parents' lives. I don't give a fuck if my baby mama smoke crack. I'm never gonna take my kids away from their mother. Never, never. I'm never gonna do that unless it's like some real serious, um, hurtful shit that's going on here, some abuse or some shit like that. But other than that, now I'm gonna let the kids decide for themselves. I'm not gonna talk bad about the mama. I'm not doing that because children are smart. Children are smart. They'll figure it out. You feel what I'm saying? All you do is you just parent. You know what I'm saying? Be honest with you. You might even talk. I talk well about my children's mama. Even if I don't like them, even if they cheated on me and did some fuck shit, I don't let the children know. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't their business no way. You feel what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about that shit. And that's another reason why I don't hit on women. Because when I was younger, me and my first kid's mama, we used to fight, right? And I'm gonna tell you what happened. My stepdaughter told me, whoo, it was a long time after me and my baby mama broke up. My baby mama had done went on and had another with another guy and all type of shit. My stepdaughter was probably like in her late teens, maybe 18. And she said, you know what? She said, I didn't like you when you was with my mama. And I said, why? She said, because you used to fight my mama. Now that shit shocked me because it showed me that no matter what me and the mama going through, the kids don't care about that. All they see is the mama and the daddy fighting. You know what I did? I apologized to her right then. I called my baby mama right there in front of her, and I told her what right there with her daughter, and I told her what she had told me, and I told her I apologize to you. This is before my baby mama died, so I'm glad I got a chance to do that, and I apologized to her. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Part of the reason why me and her were fighting because she was cheating too. But I realized that shit don't matter. It doesn't fucking matter because only thing that mattered was what the kids perceived. The kids perceived that we was in there fighting. I'm a man. I'm fighting a mama. Fuck if her mama cheated on me. Fuck if my mama got caught in the bed with a man. Any of that shit. Fuck if I felt justified. What really was important was that the children, how they perceived that. And I was wrong for that. You see what I'm saying? And from that day forward, I never put my hands on another woman. I don't get it twisted. My baby, I never bust a bitch eyes or no shit like that. My baby mama was way smaller than me. But I'll shake a bitch to death. I'll wrestle your ass to the ground. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like that in my early 20s. You feel what I'm saying? But I promise to God, I'm fucking 44 years old. I have never hit another woman since then. And all them bitches cheated on me at some point. You know what I'm saying? But I just realized it's not important. It's not important. You got to be player. You got to just shrug that shit off and mob on. It's easy to react out of emotion. That's the natural way. You know, a bitch do something to you, want to fight a bitch. No, what take more restraint, what take more poise, what take more maturity is to fix your motherfucking emotions and you just take that shit on the chin and you mob on. That's the sign of a mature person. That's the sign of somebody who, you know what I'm saying? That's how you handle that. And that's how I handle all my situations. Because let me tell you something. Don't look at somebody cheating on you as a knock. That shit happen to anybody, dog. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it is some shit that you did. Sometimes it is some shit that you ain't did. But sometimes it's just a choice. It's still all a choice, really. You know what I'm saying? I just want people to understand this because a lot of people feel like cheating is embarrassment. It's a whatever. No, my nigga, it's niggas with got millions of dollars and get cheating on red nine. We see it all the time in the entertainment industry. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to show you what I have learned, dog. I have not always been this person. I have not always been this mature and knowledgeable on this subject. I learned by trial and error. And I'm just trying to tell you where I'm at now with the experiences that I have had. And I hope that you're there and I hope that you get there because it's really what's important. I'm really telling you the right thing to do because these children be collateral damage in this situation. Now, hopefully, you know, I didn't bring it up because I don't want to, when I talked to her, I didn't bring it up. I didn't say, oh, you did this and you did that because sometimes when we do that, dog, we just bring up old shit and it just women sometimes don't want to actually vocalize and say they was wrong. Sometimes how they say they wrong is by their actions, and sometimes you just got to take a win. Shout out to my boy 1400 OG, and shout out to Tanel Barnes for telling me that the other night in the chat when she did send me the pictures in these videos and all that. Sometimes you just got to take a win. So I didn't even bring it up, and maybe her because I want to tell you one thing she did say when I did FaceTime him yesterday. She said, you know, he been watching your videos over and over, and I just felt like man, I need to let this man see his daddy because it's getting out of hand. Like this is all he does. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all he does. You see what I'm saying? You see this? It's all he does. You see? You see? I just want everybody to see this. I just want everybody to see this. This is what the kids go through. Yeah, you know. So yeah, Yeah, so Tony Banks said that's real love, man. I appreciate you, gang. Silk say once your kids build that connection and love, there's nothing will turn them away from you. Keep doing the right thing. Really salute for real, bro. You know what I'm saying? This just breaks my heart. I know it's hard for me too, but I just want to listen. That's why I say I just want to share this with somebody. I just want to share this with y'all so that if any of y'all out there that's going through something similar, something like this, maybe my situation can help you guys to navigate your situation. You feel what I'm saying? Maybe you might be mad at your ex or whatever, whatever, but maybe this can help you get back focused and centered on what's important and realize, what's important is the children and how the situation between you and their mother or their father affects them. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to use my situation as a tool so that some of you guys, if you're going through it, you know what I'm saying, that you can use this as a learning tool. And I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I didn't bring up you know, to her, oh, this is how we got here, this and that, because it ain't really about that. I don't want to beat a dead horse with a stick. You know what I'm saying? I never did. You know what I'm saying? I don't wanna beat her down with it to where, oh, you was wrong for taking him away from me. I don't want to do all of that. What I'm looking at now is whatever in her mind got her to the point where she realized, hey man, what's important is that this man have a relationship with his father. I'm fine with that. I ain't got to be, I ain't got to say I told you so. I ain't got to be, oh, I was right. I ain't doing all of that because that may possibly push her back to the way she was. No, I'm just happy she where she at right now because where she at right now is where I need her to be and where my son needs her to be so that he and me and her can all live in an environment that's cohesive and that's good for him. That's all. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Still say my daughter said she was afraid to go back. I don't want to keep her away, but it's for her own safety, man. Oh yeah, we gonna get to that, Angie. Shout out to my girl Angie, baby. I seen that too. To say, oh, Silk, you have to keep her safe first and foremost. Don't want to, but you have to. Now listen, now that's a different story right there. Now, if my child tells me that they're afraid or fear for their safety, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my due diligence to keep them safe because that's your first and foremost um responsibility as a parent. And then I will get with the other parent and I'll let the parent know what the child said, even if I got to record the child saying it, because sometimes children don't want to say it in front of the other parent because they're afraid of repercussions. But if I got to record the child saying that they don't feel safe going back over there with the other parent, then I'm gonna let it be known. And even if I got to get the courts and the authorities into that, then that's what's gonna happen. Because let me tell you something, I done seen a couple of these cases um, where children are not listened to, and these children end up going back to abusive situations, and these children end up, losing their lives due to abusive situations. I forgot it was a little Latino boy's story on Netflix. I forgot what his name was, but it was a very heart wrenching story and I really don't like to look at shit like that because that shit just it just fucks me up. You know what I'm saying? So Silk, if that's the case, then I understand, my nigga. Um, for real, for real. But yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to share a little bit of, I just want to do just a little bit of learnings. You know what I'm saying on that or whatever, whatever. You learning. I want people to learn. You know what I mean? And it's just let people know. You know what I'm saying? What you know I just wanted to share that with somebody. Hopefully that'll help somebody, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Um, it ain't easy. It ain't easy for me to show y'all this. I want to say that either. It's not easy for me to show y'all this, but I just felt like it needed to be seen. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully somebody can use that as a learning experience. And one thing about it, it'll be forever here on this video. So when people catch it on the replay gang or whatever, whatever, they'll be able to see this. You know what I'm saying? So you know, that's what I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Damn, it's a tough one, but at the same time though, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kenny Presto for the cash out, man. I appreciate you, gang. For real. Shout out to all y'all for the cash out. Kentucky Shannon, man. For real. Appreciate all y'all, man. Chanel said, I hope when I talk about my feelings, issues, problems, you do the same. It's not hard to throw in a few lines during your prayer for people you care about Energy and care. That's real, dog. That's real, dog. And that's another thing too, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. That's why I like this channel. That's why I love this channel, bro. Because it be times when I be going through shit and y'all will help me through it. Whether you know it or not. Just sometimes just us talking and laughing and kicking it. You feel me? Sometimes it's when y'all send a cash out. But a lot of times it ain't even about the cash out. A lot of times it's just about what we doing right here, right now. We talking about, we sharing some private things or some things that we've been thinking about in our head. And sometimes you need other people to help you navigate through your situations. I know I can help. I'm gonna tell you one thing I noticed. I'm very good at helping other people navigate through their issues, but also I'm poor at navigating through my own issues. So a lot of times I need other people to help me navigate through my issues. So that's a lot of times I reach out to some of you. Some of you right here on this channel 100% know that I have shared very personal and private things, and you guys have helped me navigate through those issues. And y'all are probably a main reason why I'm still even here doing what I'm doing today. So I hope that you guys um feel good about that, because I'm telling you, I don't be telling too many lies, dog. When I be going through shit, I be for real and it be serious. And at least at that moment, and a lot of times you guys help me through that. So, that would keep me going with this channel. That would keep me coming back. That would keep me being who I am. You know what I'm saying? And try my best to reciprocate that same love that I have received from you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you, I don't get this from people that I knew all my life. It's some people that I knew all my life that I don't even get this shit from, and that's crazy than a motherfucker. So I love this channel. I love this channel for real, for real. Okay, today I say drop the link. Okay, let me copy the link. All right. Yeah. Finna paste that thing. All right, there you go, T. There you go, T. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna wait on my girl to come up here before I transition into some of these topics that we finna get into this morning. There goes Silk. What's up, Silk? What's up, T? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, gang?
Damn, I don't know why my phone did that. Hold on, I'm gonna come right back up.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I could barely hear you. I don't know why this shit is like in my earphone. Say something.
Yo.
Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Man, what the business is?
Shit cooling. Y'all had wanted to come up. I guess the topic must have made y'all like, man, let me get up there and speak my piece.
Shit, I'm in here. I'm in here parenting. I don't be wanting to speak too much because I'm an emotional nigga, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too, shit. Me too, Silk.
Bro, I mean, yeah, if y'all heard the recordings I recorded, bro, to make you break down and cry.
Man, see, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm glad that I shared my situation, because it let you know you ain't the only one. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? You ain't the only one
Yeah.
going through shit. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, you don't even have to share your shit if you don't want to. I do it. I share mine for you. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me?
Well, see, the crazy thing with my Marita is because I went at first, we young, we bitter, just like you said, man. Like, and she keeping her away, my daughter away from me. So then I had to go pay thousands for the even. Like, it took them a year to serve her, and they knew what she stayed in, what she worked. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? So when we finally did get there, we got past that point. Everything cool, everything cool, everything cool. But then, I started living life differently. And I'm the type of parent, if you complain to me about the kid, I'm like, well, just send the kid here for a while.
Right,
I keep him
right.
for a minute.
Let me give you a
I ain't
break. Let me give
tripping.
you a break.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not gonna stop my life. You
Right.
know what I mean? And then I think that just that over time just was bitter, but then it got to the point where we cordial. One day I
Hmm.
just called, I say, hey, I just want to hear you out. I want to hear, I want to listen, and I just let her talk and I let her get everything out.
I
Everything was
like
cool.
that. I like that.
When it was my turn to talk, I ain't want to say nothing. I was like, it's water under the bridge.
Right.
When it got to the point, fast forward. Now this drinking is a problem. Now certain things are coming to light. Now my daughter reaching out to me,
Right.
telling me things, having to delete the message after she sent them and stuff like that. So when
Right.
she came down for my birthday celebration a year ago, everybody seen it was visibly a problem. So I still wasn't no dick about it. Now keep in mind, she did all kind of bitch ass shit to me to keep the baby away from me. I don't take no pleasure in having to keep my daughter away.
Yeah.
I actually feel bad. You know,
Right.
my daughter to the point where she don't really even give a fuck really. Like I be having to, hey, call your mama on this day. Hey, call your mama for her
That's
birthday.
how I am.
Hey,
Call your
hey,
mama. Call your mama. Right.
yeah, yeah. You know, I try to help establish their relation, keep their relationship strong. But man, I'm scared, bro. I go to Mississippi. She call them police. Then what? What you think the police gonna do? They go lock me up. They go impound my car. My daughter gonna be right back where she started with no
Mm-hmm.
communication and nobody to help. And I'm way here up here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, fuck, whatever consequences come with it is cool. But because we never established custody, I got the same rights that she got. So shit, I ain't doing nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
But it ain't easy and it don't make me feel good. The old me would have been like, yeah, bitch, all the shit you put me through. But I wouldn't have
Mm-hmm.
said bitch because I never curse girls out and say the B word to them unless,
Yeah.
not nobody I'm with or this in my
Right.
family. But
Right.
it don't make me feel good to be like, I told you so, or it don't feel good. Like it don't feel good for me to do that because I
Right.
know that the child need both parents. And I know that that's instrumental in a child's development emotionally.
Right.
You know, so yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like you fighting a fight. Just keep doing it. Because I used to be worried that my daughter wouldn't remember me because
Mm-hmm.
she keep away for so long.
Right.
It only take a couple minutes and boom, she right back. She like, I know that's my daddy. So it don't matter how long or what you go through, man. He go remember you and he go remember that love. And as long as you doing the right thing, shit, you ain't got shit to be worried about. Upset. Well, we go be upset, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, that was my fear. Okay, so when I left Indianapolis, my son was 5 months old. You know, when he came, when I was there in the hospital room, I can show y'all the video. I got the video when he came out of stomach, everything. I was there. She lived with me when she had the baby. They came home to my house. All of that right there. You know what I'm saying? But it just wasn't working. So I asked her, did she want me to leave? She said, hey, she said she think that'd be best. I said, cool. So at that time, my other kid's mom had passed, right? So I got two children. I got two children here that mom had passed. So they needed me as well. You see what I'm saying? But I'm in Indianapolis with this family now. Again, I told you I'm paying all the bills. So I realized that if I leave this situation, then like how where are they gonna live? Like she got to go back with her mama, this and that there. So when it wasn't working right, and I told her like, listen, man, this don't look like it's what I mean. Like you want to argue all the time, you want to do this, you want to do that. You know what I mean? Like you don't work, you don't pay no bills, you don't have to do nothing. I worked two jobs and I had a business. You don't have to do nothing here. All you got to do is just be nice. That's it. All you got to do is be nice. You know what I'm saying?
Cooperation.
Yeah, just
Cooperation is what I call it. You ain't got
yeah,
to put no other word, but just
yeah.
cooperation.
Yeah, I'm talking about I'm cleaning up. When I get off at 12 o'clock, I'm still cooking dinner. I'm talking about 12 at night. I'm still cooking dinner, everything. She just laying up in the house. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about she got it made. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, cool, but all of that was fine. I just couldn't deal with you being mean to me while I'm doing all of this shit. Like, hold on now. So anyway, make a long story short, I end up leaving. Fuck it. I got to go. I'm already leaving my other two children out here hanging out here to dry because they done lost their mama. You feel what I'm saying? My daughter was in college at FAMU. My son had just graduated high school. You know what I'm saying? His mama died 1 month after he graduated high school, out of the blue from COVID. So boom. So now I got these other children up here that I gotta, what I'm saying, I'm thinking about that I'm leaving, hanging out to dry. So when I asked her if she would have told me she wanted me to stay, I would have stayed. She told me she felt like it's better that I go, cool, whatever, okay, boom. So I left. She from that point on, I didn't talk to this. I didn't see my son for 6 months. If y'all remember or not, when the Melly trial and all of that shit first started, y'all remember I used to talk. Me and Tanel used to talk for long periods of time on live, talk about this. I hadn't seen my son or nothing, right? So, so she after about 6 months, she did audio crates talked to me about it too. After about 6 months, she started, what I mean, let me see him. I started FaceTiming this and that, whatever, whatever. I still didn't physically see him until last year. I flew up to Indianapolis. Me, my stepdaughter, my grandbaby, my real daughter, and my stepdaughter's girlfriend, right? So we all fly up there. We fly up there. We get a room at the JW Marriott that's about 2 blocks away from Lucas Oil Stadium. You can walk to Lucas Oil Stadium. We downtown. You know what I'm saying? $500 a night hotel room, all this type of shit. I call her. I say, look, we here. I say, you gonna bring them? She say, yeah. Boom. She bring them. When she get out the Uber and she get there, I look at her. I'm scared. I'm like, oh my God, this baby ain't seen me. Now he is about. This is gonna be his second birthday. Yeah, he's gonna be.
I felt the same way one
I'm like,
time. I was,
oh man, this baby ain't gonna know me, dog. Bro, I reached my hands out to him. He looked at me. He seen me. He put his hands out like, nigga, where you been?
where you been there?
Like, nigga, where you been? Nigga,
You-
he linched on to me and grabbed me, and I was amazed. I'm like, I ain't seen this baby since 5 fucking months. I ain't seen the baby since 5 fucking months. How do he still remember me? But he did. He did. And we had a great weekend. We got her own hotel room, and they stayed with us the whole weekend. You know what I'm saying? And I spent his whole birthday with him, paid for his whole birthday. They didn't his mama and them, none of them ain't have to pay for nothing. We bought ribs, food, chicken, liquor,
Mhm.
everything. And I left her with money. Took him to the mall. We bought him outfits. I got pictures of all that. I bought her clothes as well. You know
But
what I'm
see, but
saying?
see, but see, when you do shit like that, Marita, they feel like that's the norm. They feel like they should get that treatment all the time, and it really just like, nah, this some special occasion type shit.
Right.
You know, she may have felt like, oh, you doing this for whoever down there. So that's when they get more demanding. Like, nigga, I know you could do it because you done did it. Like,
Man, look, man. I'm just that type of nigga. When I got it, it's whatever. You feel what I'm saying? Like, bro, I tell you no lie, Silk. That time right there when I was able to take my children, only one that go was my son and his girl and my grandbaby. But when I was able to take my children to meet their brother, and we had a time like that, I promise to God, when I die, that's gonna be one of the days that flash before my eyes. That it's like one of the happiest
yeah.
weekends in my life. I'm telling you, you know
It
what
it
I'm saying?
just it never made any sense to me because man, a woman get up, put their kids on the bus with strangers, sit on the school with strangers, sit on the daycare with strangers, let them stay at their friend house with a stranger, and they daddy gotta jump every hurdle just to it don't even take that much time a day. If you talk to your kid 15 minutes a day and they out of town, that's something. But you gotta think all these strangers and everybody that the lady have around the kids, people she date, random stuff like that, just be around and you the daddy that care, you literally put your life on the line and you don't get no respect in their regard. That's just be crazy to me.
Man, listen. Like again, I don't want to turn this into like a woman bashing thing because there's some great women out there that co-parent well with
For sure.
their exes and all of that shit there. But I'm gonna just say for these particular situations and these particular women, I think what happens is they know that they can use the child as a weapon. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's what happens. If you it's crazy. But if you care or if you show that you care, they use that. Now case in perk, it's almost like they make you a deadbeat. They want you to be a deadbeat.
Yeah.
If you show like you care and want to make sure all of this happen and make sure the kid have this and have that and this and that there, they'll get jealous of that. You see what I'm saying? And they'll use that against you. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I got homies that told me this shit. They was like, listen, bro, let me tell you what you gotta do. You gotta fake like you don't care. I say, what? They say,
Yeah,
bro,
it's crazy, but
yeah,
I mean, that's the same thing with getting a girl attention that you.
yeah.
If man, I don't know, it's weird like this. It's like the reverse psychology shit.
Yeah, and that's what happened with me. Okay, case in point. This is just what happened. When she blocked me on all social sites. I didn't reach out. I could have reached out to an uncle who's a pastor who baptized me. I could have reached out to him. He got a lot of respect in that family. He could have got the message to her. But I realized that's what she want me to do because she knows me. She knows that taking me away from my child is going to upset me, and eventually she feel like that I'm gonna conform, and and I'm gonna reach out to her parent or some of her family, and they're gonna be able to tell her, and that's gonna bring her some sort of gratification. So what I did was I did the opposite. I said, you know what? I ain't finna do that. I'm just finna sit back and I'm finna chill no matter how much it hurts me. I'm just finna sit back and chill. And I ain't finna reach out and I'm finna be quiet. Now, look what happened. Reverse psychology. She came on in. Okay, I need you to see this baby. I need you to cool, cool. I ain't gonna beat your head in with it. It didn't work this time, baby girl. You feel what I'm saying? It's wrong
Yeah,
that you had to take him away from me for those amount of months because I could have died. Something could have happened to him. Well, we never
exactly.
seen each other again. Y'all play with time, but we don't know how much time we got. But at the same time, all right, cool. But it was the reverse psychology that got me to this point because if I would have
Yeah.
kept reaching out, it would have kept pushing her away. You see what I'm
That-
saying?
because and we ain't bashing women, but I want women to understand that men and women are emotional creatures. You cannot take that away from a man or a woman. We both can be very emotional, but when it comes to most times in typical situations, men use logic. Women move off of emotion. I got a lot of homegirls. I grew up around women. They will sit there and talk to you about the problem for 2 hours and won't spend 15 minutes on the solution to the problem. And a lot of times the solution be this. So when we dealing with women that we have been intimate with, women that feel a certain way, they driven by the emotion. And they hadn't got to that state of maturity where they could put the emotion to the side and be like, well, logically, the thing is for the kid to be in the best position anyway.
Hmm.
So nah, you had mentioned earlier, but nah, I would never bash women. I love women. I love black women. I don't know why they think I love white women, but both of my baby mamas is black.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it like this too, Sil. Maybe she grew. Maybe she grew in them little 4 months. Maybe this her first kid. Maybe she
Yeah.
realized. Maybe she said, you know what, man, I'm not gonna do that shit no more. Cause I'm looking at my baby right here, looking at a video of a photo of his daddy, just watching, just looking at a photo of his daddy. He only
Nah,
2 years old.
that almost made me cry because I'm like,
Yeah.
they just don't be understanding. Like, man,
So,
but God bless you, man. It'll all
yeah.
work out like
It work.
like.
That's what I'm saying. It look like it's working out. You see that? You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? It looked like it's working out. I FaceTime yesterday. I talked to him. When I first talked to him, he was, he a kid, so he kind of like embarrassed, so he really don't know how to act. He just running around playing with his toys, and then after about 5 or 10 minutes, he settled in and got the phone and started talking to me on the phone, little baby talking shit like that there. So hey, it all worked out, man. It all worked out. Sometimes it don't work out, but sometimes we have to go through these situations in order to get to the what I'm saying. He's only what 2 years old, so hopefully he won't even remember this troubled times.
I mean, I think it's gonna be hurt us along the way because I mean that's kind of
Probably.
how it was for me. It was like very crazy. Then it was like it calmed down, and then I think it came down to when I was with my BM. You gotta think, bro. I'm working 2 jobs, right? I'm working 2 jobs and hustling, and I'm a cook, so I'm cooking 5 days a week, and I don't mind being with the baby. It wasn't nowhere I couldn't go that my baby couldn't go. But then when I get injured and I got to go back to my hometown, you lose all of that within
Mhm.
it. And you know whatever differences we had. It's like when we understand that God made Adam and Eve because we supposed to do this shit together,
Mhm.
that's when we'll be better off.
Right.
But it's too much. I don't need you. I don't. Yes, we need each other.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? And that's the disconnect with all of the relationships that we need each other. And yes, we do got roles to play. Yes, both a woman voice matter in a relationship, a man voice matter. But you got to
Facts.
let the man
Facts.
be a leader, and the man got to be fit to be a motherfucking leader.
Facts. 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 You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying too. Like, and listen, man, let me tell you something. I understand that, it's a such thing as deadbeat daddies, but let me tell you something. I paid attention. I'm not saying this just because I'm a man, because this shit used to be bad. Like when I was a kid, like it was bad with deadbeat daddies. But as I look around now in the environment, it is less deadbeat daddies than it used to be. If you pay attention to these daddies now, these daddies is trying, my nigga. Real shit. Even though Get Run Money Lil Running lost his life with his daughter, but did you see the job that he was doing outside of that situation that happened to happen? She happened to lose her life. You see what I'm saying? He even had the little her little friend girl, with them on Daddy Daughter Day. You see what I'm saying? Like I have a lot of friends, and most of my friends, pretty much all of them, because I don't really fuck with you if you don't fuck with your children. But pretty much all of my great fathers. You see what I'm saying? Like I be watching them. Now I'm gonna tell you one thing that I do notice. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to OK Sante. You see what I'm saying? Hey, you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Daddy duties. And we enjoy that. We love
Yeah.
that. We love that because a lot of times we didn't have fathers that was doing their
My
job
dad,
the way we
my
want to do
dad,
it.
was, my dad was murdered when I was 5. So,
Right. So we
and
so
my mama didn't get married until the day after I graduated high school.
so you didn't even have a father figure right there in the house with you. You see, I get it.
I had my goddaddy, but he died my ninth grade year, and he was my goddaddy. So
Right. So I just want women to understand this, right? So I understand y'all got y'all independence. I get it. I get it. I understand where it came from. I'm old enough to remember when men used to beat on women like Ike Turner used to beat on women. My mama used to get beat on by my daddy and my stepdaddy. I don't remember my daddy beating on my mama because they broke up when I was
my
young.
stepdaddy for sure
But I
beat his
remember my
ass, yeah.
stepdaddy laying down law. You feel me? Like this was, and not only this went down in my friends' households, my cousin's household. This was a normal thing. So I get it. So when these dudes end up going to jail for the crack laws and all of that shit, whatever, and the woman was left out here to, you know, fend fend for themselves and become independent. A lot of women went back to school. A lot of women went to college. A lot of women learned how to take care of the children and all of this stuff on themselves, and that in effect made them become independent. That's cool. I get it. I get it. I understand how you got there. But at the same time, you can't throw away the whole man out the relationship, because what happens is now when you are forced to raise the child on the children are faced with a deficiency. It is fact, scientific proven fact, that children that are raised with their mama more likely to go to jail, more likely not to finish school, more likely to get into crime, shit like that there. Now if you also look at now if you
because because we not supposed to do it by ourselves.
also
That's the that's
exactly
the, that's the whole thing. Because when you say you don't need somebody, what do you mean by you don't need them financial? Because yeah, you can make all of the money yourself, but you got all the responsibility, all of the work. You got to be the fall person every time. You making yourself everything and stretching yourself thin just for the sake of saying I could do it by myself.
right. It's
Nigga,
more about you than the child.
help me.
Right. Look at Julio Fulio mama. Look at Julio Fulio mama. She a nurse. She owned 2 or 3 group homes. Julio Fulio never had a felony in his life. His sister got a master's degree, but she still wasn't able to keep him out of the streets because his father lost his life in the streets. Listen, listen. You could be the perfectest mama that you can be, but you ain't gonna be able to be there all the time, especially for these young boys. You see what I'm saying? And what's happening is you raising these young boys to die in the streets. That's what's happening. And you doing the best you can. I'm just saying, you doing the best in the best worst case in the best case.
Because at the end of the day, kids need the attention. Your daughter can't outsmart a clever young man unless a clever older man talking to her about these things. If I work majority of the time, that's why I couldn't be no CDL driver. I need to be around my kids, bro. Like I need to be. People be like, oh, well, you got to make the money, nigga. When I'm dead, you think my kids gonna give a fuck about some money? And
Right,
if I raise them right, they gonna make their own money.
right.
So why are we killing ourselves just to leave? You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying it's a bad idea, but just think about it. If you raise your kid to be successful, it shouldn't matter what you do.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. When my mama raised me pretty much from she raised me a large portion of the time by herself too. But I'm gonna tell you something. When I got around like 12, 11, 12, 13, that's when I started hanging with Spoon though. That's when we started breaking in people's houses and breaking in shit and stealing cars and all of this, getting in a little violence at school, beating up other kids and shit like that. My mama couldn't stop me from doing that. Now my daddy, My daddy can have that stern voice, and nigga, I'm finna listen. It's a difference. It's a difference. And if you pay attention to a
But
lot of, if you
I
pay attention
will
to a lot of these rappers and a
I
lot
will
of these guys,
argue.
they always say that if they had their father, their life would have turned out different. They say this. I listen to them in interviews. They say this.
I think it's halfway true, Marita. I think if your mama had more time, you see what I'm saying? She
No,
could
cause my
have.
mama.
She could
No,
not listen. Listen. She could have instilled certain values within you that would have made you be like, I ain't fucking with that. Because it's so many people that grew up in the hood that don't do hood shit.
yeah, but I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say not for my case, still, cause my mama did drugs, so she had time. She was there. I was just dipping off doing bullshit. You get what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying?
see, the drugs took away. I'm not saying that
Right,
you're wrong,
right,
but I'm
right,
saying,
right.
but I'm shooting your mama some bail and saying if she wasn't distracted, if single mothers didn't have to do everything, they'd have more time to instill and talk to their kids. And not to say that that's gonna prevent a lot, but it could prevent a lot.
It
Like,
could. Okay. I'm
because
gonna show you.
mama
Go ahead. I'm gonna show you.
values my grandmama taught me made me the person I am. And the way I treat people to, you know what I'm saying, like just that my grandmother had the time. And I just think about like, what if I didn't have my grandma?
Right,
What if I just would have been just aggressive? Nigga, my daddy dead. These motherfuckers ain't getting
right.
no get back. Nigga, my mama getting beat on. I'm gonna be a bad person.
But I'm gonna show you something too, though, Silk. I had to learn this too. If you ever pay attention to me, you can tell I was raised by my mama more so than my daddy. Even though it don't bother me because I'm cool with who I am as a man. But I be listening to dudes on YouTube and people they be like, man, I ain't it's dude. Look at Zay. I listened the other day. He was like, man, I ain't crying on social media. Nigga, I was crying like a motherfucker on on YouTube. It didn't bother me. It's cool. But I'm saying maybe if I was raised with my daddy more than I was raised with my mama, maybe I would have, not did that. You see what I'm saying? I am sort of emotional. I do
But I
talk.
don't.
I do.
But in that instance, Marita, when it's something that serious, how do you get on it? And how do you record anything talking about something that serious and don't get emotional?
Fact. Fact.
So, what way could you record it when you wouldn't go be emotional about
Fact.
something that was clearly emotional?
It felt natural to me. It felt cool to me. But I'm just saying.
It ain't like you hit pause and be like, "Damn, I fucked up. Let me restart."
Right. Right. I wouldn't. It wasn't rehearsed. It felt cool to me. But I also look on the other side of it and I say, yeah, you did that probably because your mama. You raised like if you pay attention to Tupac, he had this like more emotional feminine side because he was raised with his
Yeah.
mama. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just saying like my son. Case in point, my son, he was raised with me and his mama. My son is more masculine than me. You know what I'm saying? Like he do not talk about his feelings and shit like that. I do. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nigga, to be honest with you, my son and my daughter is more masculine than me. My son and my daughter told me, "Hey, Dad, we ain't with all that hugging shit, man." I said, "What you mean you ain't with the hugging, Dad? My mama didn't hug us like that, so you ain't got to be hugging us like that." I'm like, "Man, fuck all that shit y'all talking about. I'm with the hug, nigga, because that's what I want to do." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you love your nigga, hug your nigga, man. Straight up.
You know, for real, like fuck all that shit, nigga. Cause I know life end one day. I'm gonna hug my babies. Shit, kiss on them too. They be wiping it off. Dad, get your soft ass on, nigga. Fuck that. I'm finna, nigga. You belong to me, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
For
talking about my baby boy. Look. I this the most. This the only time really, other than maybe when my daddy kissed me. I
yeah,
I love kissing that little nigga. Like I love you so much. I tell him
for
so
real.
much. I don't even know if he understand it yet, but he go when he do, he'll be like, man, that nigga always tell me he
For
love
real.
me.
And I'm gonna tell you the flip side of that. I tell my children I love them all the time. You know, my daddy never told me he loved me in his life. I got a military daddy. You know what I mean? My daddy, that's not how he tells you he loves you. He tells you he loves you in different ways. You just got to know him to catch on to it. You see what I'm saying? That don't mean he ain't love. He love me any less. It's just that his love language is different. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
had to
yeah.
learn that.
Yeah, some people they different, and I mean, even with growth, like I used to have a bad mouth. I used to be a hot head. So I had to learn patience and all that shit along the way too, like how to talk to people and You know, to me, it was like, nah, I'm keeping it real, but it was like keeping it real for the sake of what? Like, you know what I'm saying? You just pissing people off. Like, you get your point across in another type of way, you know.
Mhm.
So shit, yeah, but all of that's important. We
Yeah,
need it. Bottom line, men need women, women need
women
men.
need men for sure.
We need to stop fronting.
But I'm gonna say the flip side of that. I feel like nowadays, I feel like the men realize that more so than the women. I think the women just don't want to go back to the 80s or the mid 90s when men was abusing them and all of that
Mhm.
type of shit. So they not gonna let that go because who the fuck wants to go back to that? They saw their mamas abuse. It ain't even because
But see, it's the feminist movement that like just like gaslit a lot of this shit. It's like,
but I'm gonna say this though, it needed to happen though. It needed to happen. I just feel like they just overcorrected because there was a lot of fuck shit going on. You know what I mean?
no, I'm not talking. I'm talking
You got
about
the
the
Harvey Weinsteins and the Epstein's and
oh yeah, you
the,
needed that.
we
I'm
needed this
saying
shit to happen.
I'm talking about, but the feminist movement, like what they did with the movement, not the women who just want to like stick up for women and women should be created fair. They should, like, I'm all for that. Everybody should be equal in that regard. But like, people had certain agendas when it came to that movement. You know what I'm saying? They kind of like weaponized it.
Hmm.
Now it's like when you look at people like Clifton Powell, he'd have been in every type of movie, but it slowed down because a
Hmm.
woman lied on him. I seen him doing like an interview, and he was about to cry in the interview.
Yeah.
He's like, "Man, I lost all this." You know, man, it's crazy. It's because the fake people out here, you don't even know who to believe. It's like, is Diddy guilty? Isn't he? We don't like. We know R. Kelly has it
Hmm.
because
Yeah,
we seen the tapes,
but I be
but
yeah, I be wanting women to know that, you know what I'm saying, I do see their side too though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
no, of
I see
course.
your side, you know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I'm saying? I like even my baby mama, the last one, that's part of her problem, what she may not understand. She never had a father. She never had a father. Because her mama was a free spirit. Her mama just didn't really want to settle down with one man. She'll have a kid from a man and then she move on. All she got five children and all five of her children have different daddies. All five of them. All five of them have different daddies. And when I was up there, I never saw one of them with their daddy. And they grown. So that means they can have a relationship with their dad if they choose to. But
Mhm.
they that's what they saw. That's what they saw. So they don't value men like a real like they should because they mama didn't value men like that because they mama had that issue with men. I just want people to understand how you interact with the opposite sex is how you and the example that you show your children is the way that your children are going to interact with the opposite sex. I've learned
Amen. Amen. That's why I won't do no
I've learned
arguing.
Right. So that's why when my stepdaughter told me what she told me about me fighting her mom and all that, I made sure from that point on, any woman that I was with, that I did it the right way. I communicated. You know what I mean. I didn't hit on like Chip say. I don't call them bitches or nothing like that because it's important because the children are watching this. No matter what we go through or whatever, I always have to use restraint and have to handle it in a mature way because I'm leading by an example. You see what I'm saying? And I don't want these children to go on and interact with their significant others the way that they see me interacting with their mama or their mama interacting with me. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what
Mhm.
perpetuates this
That-
shit.
That's why I try to lead by example. I like when I'm in public, bro. I show my daughter, look, I speak that Ebonic shit at the crib, but
Yeah,
we use the correct English when we out here. We want people to take us serious. You know what I'm saying? Like
right.
how I treat women, how I treat other races. Like I know kids pay attention to it. You don't have to teach racism. You just they pay attention to certain shit. But I show her, look, man, we all guys people. You treat people good, but don't be no fool out here. You know, it's always important, man. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
covered some good stuff this morning, man.
We did, man. We did, man. We did. And I hope that people can take what we talked about and the examples that we showed and some of the stuff that we
I'm
talked about
glad
and
you shared. I'm glad you
apply it.
shared, man, because you
I
know.
I see it. I see it struck a nerve the way you felt like you had to come up on this panel. And see, that's what I try to do. And that's what I try to do. I try to have conversations that, we can all, it's interesting enough that we can all learn from, we can grow from, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
And that's what it's about, man. You know.
I wasn't always this nigga, Silk. I wasn't always this nigga. I made mistakes just like everybody else. I push a bitch down and push that bitch. You tried me, and
But
because
see, it's just what
that's
the
how I saw my mama and my stepdad interact. But then once I told you once my stepdaughter, I wish I could bring on the panel. She told me this, and once I realized, I said she fucking right. I was wrong. No matter if her mama cheated on me or whatever, I was not supposed to behave that way.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But see, you either got a pessimistic mind state or an optimistic mind state. See, some people look at certain situations and be like, "Damn, man, Marita always trying to insert herself." But I look at it and be like, "Nah, Marita be trying to." When you know, you tell people. When you tell people that
Yeah,
show you care, you want people to learn. But
yeah.
if you a negative person, you go look at it like, "Man, this nigga always trying to insert himself." Like, nah,
I try
nigga,
to
I just relatable, nigga.
I just try. I even do it to my detriment, or my maybe my embarrassment, or maybe my even putting my business out there. I do it to that effect. Like
You can't be embarrassed in your actual truth though, nigga.
exactly,
Like
bro.
when it's the truth, when you doing the truth, you can't be embarrassed about that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, shit. And that's why share it with people, bro. I'm gonna die one day, still. I'm gonna die one day.
And
And
I'll be able and in stores you done told me that I could tell other people and you will live
yeah,
forever.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, my nigga. You know what I mean? I ain't embarrassed. Like you say, you said it right. I'm not embarrassed about certain shit like that. Let me tell you some. Shout out to King AK-47. I was watching his channel a couple months back, and I never felt more connected to his channel until the time when he was telling me about his struggles, telling me about the time when he was living in a hotel, when he was still doing his podcast, but he was living in hotels, and he was, you know, and he just his baby mama kicking him out and all that type of shit. When I seen him have enough humility to say that, I thought I said, shit, I've been through that. Damn. You know, so
Because
I look
normally he like block his ass,
block his ass, yeah, and
motherfucker.
all that shit. But when I seen him do that, I say, okay, now I can get behind him because I can see his struggle and I can see he powered through them situations that we all go through in order to be where he at. It made you get what I'm saying? He went through.
Yeah, because I mean, you could tell when people get to the point where, okay, nigga, I'm tired of being humble.
Right,
Okay,
right,
let me show a little bit. Like I'm tired of being humble, nigga. Like I
right.
just,
Let me pop it a little bit.
hey, if nigga making a living off of it, I can't be mad, nigga. I'm trying
Right.
to figure out how to make a living
You
off of
hear
it.
me, Sil? You hear me for sure.
I
You
don't
know,
hate on the man. I ask him, how you do that, and
right,
what can I do to do it? If you had
right,
2,000, how would you invest it? I'm one of them
right.
type people. I
Facts,
ain't one
man.
of them. Even if I feel like you a bitch ass nigga, if you got some good advice, give me some good advice. And
Facts.
straight up.
I listen to everybody, bro. I'm telling you, and I told my son the same thing. I say, son, don't you never look at somebody what they got going on and think you can't learn from them. Man, I listen to crackhead. Listen, I'm telling you, the crackheads was my biggest teachers in the
Bro,
street.
I know a mentally impaired person that told me some real shit one time, so I know exactly what you mean. And I'm talking about I don't never look for this motherfucker to say nothing smart at all. Like I be wondering how this nigga made it in life. He be trapping and everything.
Niggas making it though, ain't it? That should be motivation though. You be seeing that nigga make it. I be like, how the fuck? Nigga, I used to go to a girl. I ain't gonna say her name. I used to go to a girl, and she had a brother, and he was special needs, right? You know, special needs. He was like 20 some years old, right? He was the one out of the whole family who I vibe with the most. Him, the special needs
Yeah,
brother. I
yeah.
talked to him. You know, he could function. He'd work a little bit, but he couldn't live on his own and shit like that. There. But I used to talk to him the most. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that was regular, I ain't really like them. But the special needs brother, me and him vibe. Nigga, swear, nigga, straight up. Straight up.
Those are
Swear.
the ones that typically have a spirit that is more welcoming than anybody because
Exactly.
they see beyond the bullshit. I don't
Exactly.
know how to describe it, but it's something about people with special needs that it's like they see deeper within a person than we
They
do.
they
We
tap
look
into
at,
other parts of their brain.
we look at shit on the surface level and that's all we take from it, but they seem to be able to connect deeper with a person.
And
So
that's
I
kind of
understand why
that's
you would vibe with him more than anybody else in the
and
family. I get it.
that's kind of what happened. T one time, me and we kind of was got into it. Me and the girl and her mama a little bit. We had like a discussion a little bit, and the boy stuck up for me. He's special needs. He just sitting there. He say, "Mom, you wrong, Mom." She say, "Shut your ass up." And he was quiet, but he stuck up. He said, "Mom, you wrong, Mom." And it shocked me. And from that day on, that was my dog. I used to take him with me. We'll go ride. You know what I mean? He'll look at girls. I say, "You see that?" He like, "Yeah." He like girls and shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. But yeah, man, for real. What it
Yeah,
say?
I get
What
it.
it
I
say?
have a
What it
special
say?
need
Blessed
cousins
are the
that
what it say? Blessed are the meek. So because they shall inherit the earth. The meek. That's what they is, like the meek, right? In the Bible, that's what it say. Blessed are the meek because they will inherit the earth. For real.
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what it
but I
is.
get it. I get
They
it
wasn't
because I
talking
have a
about Meek
special.
Mill either, nigga.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For sure.
Straight up. But what the other topic today, man?
Man, we gonna
I'm
yeah,
tired of
yeah, man.
cleaning.
We gonna move on, man. We talk about Shaq's boat ass, man. I was looking at academic video, dog. Bro, Shaq is fucking digging up, trying to find dirt on Shannon Sharp to find out is Shannon Sharp down low, bro, and he offering fucking money.
I watched the Kanye interview. I don't remember that part.
Shout out Rich Supreme TV. Appreciate you, gang. Listen, we gonna play DJ Academic shit. And Academic, you better not strike me because you used my content one time. You used my spoon interview on your channel one time. So I'm telling you right now, you better not strike me because I can go back and strike you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna tell you another thing too. While I'm thinking about, Cuban Link used my video that I was talking about Fat Joe. Cuban Link used to be with Terror Squad, right?
Oh, I thought you were talking about 50X, because
No,
man,
no, Cuban
that's a
Link,
beautiful lady.
the Latino dude. He used
I
my
know you're
video.
talking about.
He remixed my video where I said that Fat Joe been exposed for stealing big pun money. He used the voice and everything. He ain't say nothing. He just used my voice in the bitch. I say, look at this shit. I had got a notification said yesterday that I said shout out, and he is tagged in his video and everything. So if anybody look at his clip, they gonna go to my channel and everything. So I was like, damn, that's a good look there. He did that, and that video only got like 200 and some views. So that lets you know when you do this YouTube shit, you never know who be watching your videos, man. You never know. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Hell yeah.
But I'm gonna play academic talk about Shaq, bro. Shaq is a demon, my nigga. For real, for real.
Do a sidebar real quick. Apparently, uh, wait, what the fuck? Apparently, Shaq just got at who he just get at? Is it Shannon Sharp? Is it Shannon Sharp, y'all? Shannon Sharp, Shaq.
And rightfully so. But we're never going to see another guy Shaq's size with his athleticism that was as dominant as him.
Yeah.
And he robbed himself because he didn't take it serious enough. Did he take it serious? Not nearly as serious as he should have. Shaq should have 5 MVPs. Shaq should have 7 titles. And I think he sees a guy like Nikola Jokic that's not as dominant as him and gets 3 and 4 years.
Yeah.
And people are talking about him. And they talk about him dominant big man. But see, when you historically great, they talk about you as great basketball player, the GOAT. And Shaq is never brought up. When they say Tom Brady, even though he plays quarterback, they say Tom Brady is the greatest football player. Mm-hmm. Ocho, you and I debate. We say Jerry. We say Lawrence Taylor or whomever. But right. Tom Brady, although he played quarterback, Shaq is never brought up in those discussions when it comes to GOAT. He's never in front of Magic. He's never in front of LeBron. He's never in front of Jordan. He's never in front of Kareem. He's never really in front of Russell. When we talk about GOAT, those route Mount Rushmore. And I think a part of him is envious of that. Oh, but he doesn't have anybody to blame but himself.
But you think?
Okay, it's so fast because I sped it up. So this is what Shaq said. He put up Shannon Sharp at 51, and he said, "Yo, you took me sticking up Shy, I guess Shy Gilchrist or whatever his name is, Shy Gilliges. How do you say this nigga's name? So you took me sticking up for Shy as jealousy for Joker." Shows how smart you are and how you say anything for clicks. So here's some clickbait for you. If you ain't ranking the top 10 in your profession, you can't speak on me. Don't forget, I know what you did to get where you at. Me jealous sounds like you jealous. I know you're trying to stay relevant by gossiping on your podcast. We don't believe you. You need more people. And in case you forgot, 4 rings, 3 Finals MVP. Jesus Christ. Top 50 and top 75. Google me. And to be quite frank, all this new success you got, you still under me. You don't know my work ethic, but according, I work less than you, but I'm worth more than you. Jesus Christ. Make it make sense. Love you too. If you need help making money, it's always better ways than gossiping. I'm too old for this shit. Love always the most dominant big man ever who never took it serious. Remember, I don't know you. And in the words of Skip Bayless, I'm better than you. G14 classification, I have it. You don't. Not in my profession. And your GOAT debate never wanted to be the GOAT. I wanted to be who you should greet me as, the most dominant ever. The what? The apex predator. What the fuck? Yeah, Shaq clears on a lot of shit. Shaq clears on a lot of
Let
shit.
me speed this up for a second. I want to get to the point where they show y'all how diabolical fucking Shaq is, bro.
Maybe if you say something every now and then while you playing it, maybe it's least likely that it'll get flagged.
Yeah.
You know what I've realized about Shaq?
Let me see.
Shaq is a person who has an image that is it's like even like super Disney kid like friendly.
Yeah.
The Shaq I've heard about behind the
I thought that
scenes
bit would
is
be
not Shaq.
faster than that.
Which I gotta give him credit because he is one of the greatest. But Shaq, the perception of Shaq and Shaq is like two different things. I'll definitely say that. I'll definitely say that. Somebody said Shaq DM 2C's girl.
Shaq be trying to smash everybody. We be trying to smash.
Bro,
No. One time this nigga DM Samaria and said, "Let me have that baby." Talking about my son, weird ass old head, and then he shows Shaq DMing his girl, talking about, "Can I have that baby?" Also, I guess people started making like they were saying it was kind of odd because that it came out that Shaq was like over 50, I believe.
yeah, yeah,
Shaq
yo,
was
50.
dating this 21-year-old girl. Like apparently he's 52, but he's on like vacation with her or whatever. Um, some people say that the photos are old. He was 47 at the time, and yeah, she was 21.
It
Uh,
no man.
he's taking off the heels of his ex-wife's money, basically saying that she
I'm so sick of them with this shit.
ever, like she said, I don't know if I was ever in love with him. Yeah,
Do they need to change the legal age to the 30 or something? Like it,
to
because
be honest,
that's what it seemed like they trying to do.
I mean, like, I'm gonna say this, my nigga. My daughter 22, dog. My daughter 22, and when I be around her, of course she got little friend girls and shit like that. There, I be feeling like the creepy old man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so
But this the question, Marita. If they throw it, is you catching it?
probably,
Okay, okay.
probably.
so do they need to? Because the way they be bent out of shape, like, oh my God, he's 50, she's 22, like nigga. So
I'm gonna try not to though. If okay, put it this way, if it's my daughter, is this some of my daughter friends? Like, I'm gonna think about my daughter, and I'm gonna be like, no,
man.
go ahead on. But if she
No, but
corner,
I'm saying
if they
take your
corner,
daughter
if
friend,
they
take your daughter
aggressive,
friend
if
off of it.
yeah, I'm gonna say if they're
Just
aggressive and corner me in the corner somewhere and go to rubbing up on me, let's see.
but just say, just take your daughter friend out of it for a
Right,
second. Let's
right.
just say you at the bar, you meet a young lady. You don't know how young she is. She nice, y'all vibing. You drinking. One thing lead to another. You know how I go out here. I think it's different than saying, okay, I'm gonna date this young lady because I want her to be a great young lady and I want to be in her corner. I can see her potential. That's still kind of creepy, but then to effect, it's like, okay, you got good intentions. Then it's, I just want to date her just for the fuck of it for right now. I think that's toxic. And then you got the people that just like, yo, I smashed her a few times. Like, I ain't trying to ruin her life or nothing
Okay,
like that.
okay,
It's
okay,
just casual.
okay. So I never been the casual hookup type of guy. If I talk to you, I just never been a player like that. Some niggas players, I admire them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. I just talking about how my makeup was. I never I never really I don't get it twisted. I smash chicks on one night stands, but I ain't never really looked for the one night stand. Like if I see you and I talk to you, and maybe that's probably how I got in these bunch of these fucked up situations I got into,
Oh,
man.
no, I can't say because I still got in some fucked up
You know what I'm
situations.
saying?
But
But I'm just saying like so. I
Mhm.
never been a casual hookup type of guy. If I talk to you, I already done seen the whole future with your ass in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? You know
see
what I
me,
mean?
I was like both. Like if you was cool, I could love hard. But for the most part, man, I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to see, like I lost my virginity when I was 12. So like I
Like
always been with the shit. Like
like I got
I'm trying to smash on the first date. I'm
like my
trying to get you to the crib, all type of shit.
like my homeboy that's in my screensaver behind me, the dark skin. Well, he a player. That nigga player to through and through. That's my dog. That nigga player. That nigga. And I done seen that nigga have women that would have made nice ladies, but he don't take them serious like that, and he just smash them and forget about them. And I mean, they got nice shit going on, businesses, real estate, agents, nice cars, money, because he got money too, so he not impressed by that. So, and I be like, bro, like you really just like finna just like throw her away like that? He like, man, I don't want to be like that, bro. And I just don't see nothing wrong with the women, and and they be down for him and be trying to submit to him and buy him shit and take care of it, and he just still just like
Because
yeah,
it's too easy at that point.
right,
It
right,
ain't no challenge.
right, right,
And when you got more than one, it's like okay, you a player, right? This girl want to make you wait however long. You
mm-hmm,
know what I'm saying? It
mm-hmm,
don't matter. I got 3, 4 other girls to talk to. I can
mm-hmm,
wait on her. It don't even. She feel like he done waited for 6 months. He's solid. Like nah, nigga, I'm just been waiting.
mm-hmm.
Like, and ain't that I ain't solid, just that I may not see no future with you now. My thing is, I ain't about to lie to you though. I ain't about to be like, I love you to get what I
Yeah,
want.
I don't do that.
I'm not about to be like, I could see myself being with you to get what I want. Like, no, I'm gonna keep it straight up real with you, man. I'm be like, you thinking too much. We just chilling, we vibing right now. Like, I'm gonna be straightforward in that regard. So I ain't never been no lying type of player. Like, oh, I'm just gonna
Me
say
neither.
whatever. I never brought up no other dude name. I
Yeah,
never hated it through no salt in the game, none of that. It's just like if I couldn't get it when I was younger, it's because I was funny, you know? It wasn't because I was like built or nothing like that. Like I was just cool, the rap nigga that was funny. Like when I got older, women started telling me I was attractive. And then it was like I was in denial because I was like, bitches don't tell me that. You know what I mean? So shit,
mm-hmm.
like I just always had to work for it regardless. Whether it was the first
Me
night or
too.
whatever, I put in some type of work.
Me
So
too. Me too.
so
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have game. I don't use game to get girls. I'm just honest. You feel
yeah,
what I'm
because
saying?
it's saying predatory. Like if
Yeah,
I got a
yeah,
game playing, it's like, okay, I'm
yeah.
plotting on this
I don't
bitch.
got no catchphrases. I don't got no lines. I don't got none of that shit.
Like
I'm
Marita,
just honest.
I'm trying to smash the first night, but I don't know what I'm gonna say. I don't know what I'm gonna do to be able to do that. I kind of just quarterback. I call it quarterbacking. I
Yeah.
just, you got to think in the moment who I throw it to. What do I do? Do I run? Do I die? You know what? So I just quarterback it. It's
I'm
like
just
I can have intentions on doing something, but that don't mean I'm gonna do it, and that don't mean I know how I'm gonna do
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, being honest, it's done worked out well. You know what I'm saying? Because like, like I would hate to be lied to a girl and then get found out later on down the line. Like, you get what I'm saying? So I don't do that
it.
shit. I just be real with them, be honest with them, and then a lot of times, sometimes they don't be believing me, and then when they get to know me, they be like, "Oh, this nigga really ain't lying. This really who he is." You see what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
I noticed that, especially as an adult stage, a lot of women be receptive to the honesty more so than the trying to play games and run game on them and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you
Yeah,
run a game on a bitch, you gotta have a lot of other shit going on. You gotta have some money, you gotta have all of this type of shit that's going on. You know what I mean? Some motion, this and that. But if I'm just honest with a bitch, you know what I mean? They take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And most of them respect me no matter what. Anyway, even if we don't like have no long relationship, we just kick it once or twice. They still fuck with me. To be honest with you, all my exes, all of them, they still talk to me in some capacity. You know what I'm saying? Not saying they try to get with me or whatever.
Double back. No,
Right.
they just respect the friendship. And see, that's
Yeah.
one thing about me.
Yeah.
Like, I may be on some player stuff, but I'm giving you some game. I hope I'm getting some game from you. I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
the right thing to do. I'm gonna have your best interest at heart. I just don't want to be with you forever though. Like
Right.
that's the thing, you know.
Right. It's hard once I one thing I noticed as far as like me once I done been with a girl like I've been in a relationship with you, it's hard for them to cut me totally off because most of the times you're gonna be done did some fuck shit that done fuck the relationship up anyway, and you're gonna realize when you move on to the next dude that yeah, Marita wasn't so bad. Just like my last baby mama. I remember I told her
Mhm.
she have to work and none of this shit like that. You can't tell me that when she with whoever she with, she got to get up and go to work in the morning. She realizing like, damn, I ain't
And
do
that causes I went through the same thing, it causes
yeah,
them to be bitter, and then they start resenting, and then they
yeah.
start be like, why you get to live life but I don't? Like I'll be like, oh Lord.
Hey baby, you decided on this course of path that life trajectory took us. I didn't. I
And
didn't.
how old your baby mama is?
33.
Your baby mama 33 and act like this. So why shouldn't Shaq smash a 22-year-old? It's probably acting like she got some sense. It all go back to this, nigga. Why shouldn't he?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because, and this is
Go
coming
ahead,
from a
Tanel.
woman.
Straighten us out, Tanel. Straighten us out.
And this is coming from a woman's perspective of it, okay? A woman who's older looking at you going after these younger women.
Yeah.
First of all, they don't have life experience like you do.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a imbalance of
All they
power
need is
in that relate.
We
Listen to me now.
manipulating.
I let y'all talk for I don't know how long, and I ain't said a damn word. Let me
Go
get this
ahead.
off.
Go ahead, girl.
okay. Hold on, let me
There's
get my notepad so I can keep my notes.
Go ahead, girl.
there's an imbalance of power there from the
Mm-hmm.
word go because
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't know everything that you know. Just like
Mm-hmm.
you talking about playing games and running game and this and the other, she
Mm-hmm.
hasn't had those experiences yet.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if she's been one of those sheltered little girls that don't know shit because her mama and daddy wouldn't let her do shit. So she just getting in college. You're 22. You're typically graduating college, getting ready to graduate college. You're just getting your feet wet in the world. You
Mm-hmm.
don't really know shit. Your brain ain't even fully developed yet. So you're talking about a 50-something-year-old man who's gone through how many marriages, how many women,
Mm-hmm.
going after a younger girl. That shit is predatory, in my opinion. And then looking at it as his family member, because I'm gonna tell y'all something personal since we getting personal today. My father married somebody that if we went to school together, she would have been the senior when I was a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
She's younger than my oldest sister.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is creepy, it's nasty, it's disgusting. What
Mm-hmm.
makes you look at somebody who's young enough to be your daughter and find that shit attractive?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all not on the same page. Y'all not in the same stage of life. There's really nothing that you have in common to be able to build a solid foundation on.
Mm-hmm.
But
This shit
but
is weird.
but you
This shit
say
is
okay,
weird.
you say she don't have no life experience. Nobody, I don't need her to have life experience if all I want to do is date and sleep with her.
That's
I
why she
don't need.
says. That's why she says predatory though.
That's why it's predatory.
It's predatory if you don't let her know that. If you telling her, no, I really like you and
It's
I'm
still
gonna be
predatory no
with
matter
you.
what though, Sil. It's still
It's
predatory
predatory
because
no
the
matter which
predatory,
way you try to slice the
right?
So
cake,
how,
baby. I'm
so
sorry.
Because the
so how's it
predatory is the
not?
intent. It's the
So
intent. It's the
okay,
intent.
so put it like this: what if it's a rich dude that's her age? How is that not predatory?
Huh?
It's still an imbalance of power, but at least they have typically the same experiences in
And
life.
Experience. Yeah. Yeah.
Shaq go bless you. You know what I'm saying?
But it's still
So
predatory. Even if he
if
using
that's
his
the
money,
case, if he's going,
even if he using his money, it's still predatory because you still using the
yeah,
money. Yeah, for
No,
sure.
I'm not
even
saying he. I ain't saying he got to use his money, but I'm just saying like even niggas who not rich, if you deal with a girl and you like her, it's gonna be benefits to dealing for her dealing with you. Like you ain't gotta like be rich to do
Look,
that.
I'm
Regular
gonna
guys
say it,
do
dog.
that.
We gotta keep it real, dog. We gotta keep it a buck. She 100% right. Cause if I listen, cause if I talk to a younger girl and I got more experience than her, I have talked to younger girls and I run circles around them most of the time. You know what I'm saying? And it's because I have more life experience and they kind of naive or don't have life experience or whatever. So she right, dog. It's predatory.
I'm saying I'm saying if you just okay, let's argue.
It's an
But I
easy
just
kill. It's an easy kill.
And put it this way: if you're just trying to fun,
But
go get you a prostitute and do that, and leave these regular people alone. There's plenty of women out here giving out pussy fruit, both of their pants leg. Okay, that's
but
what
what
they
if
do
it,
for a living. Go get you one of them if that's all you want to do is smash.
but okay, but would it be the same if she pursued him?
Even pursuing him, there's still a predatory
Cause
level to where they're looking to.
I dated a good amount of cougars in my life, and I'm gonna tell you, it was comfortable. You know, it wasn't like I
Hey,
didn't
I ain't
feel
gonna
like
lie
I
to
would
you.
be a
I ain't gonna lie to you. So
pedophile.
I thought that's what your argument was going to be more so than the stance you took. I thought you was going to reverse it. You know what I'm
Oh, I'm
saying?
just
And
playing devil. I'm just playing
you know
devil's
what I'm saying?
advocate.
I thought
I'm
you were
just
gonna say
playing
like,
devil's advocate.
look at Madonna. She dating that really younger guy. But
And she wrong for that shit too.
I was definitely say I'm with Tanel on this one here. Like,
But I think he trying to hit a lick off for her. So who really
He is.
wrong?
I mean, we don't know what the intent is, but for
And,
sure,
what you said, Marita,
well,
intent, and that's what I'm. That's all I'm saying. Like, what's your thought process when you see a young girl be like, you know what, I like that. Like,
you
what's
know,
your thought process behind
Hell,
it? What's
I can tell
what?
you what my daddy's thought process was. He was looking for somebody to take care of his old ass. That's all.
I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna tell you what I think.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you what I think with somebody like Shaq is. Not, I'm just say Shaq per se, because it's some rich motherfuckers that ain't getting a big shit, and they just want to smash it going on. But I think with Shaq, I think how he justified the shit in his mind. He look at it like, okay, I'm gonna look out for you. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you that, and that's gonna be the justification. That's gonna be like the balance me credit preying on your little young body. That's really what I think what goes
I'm
on.
saying, but you don't
I
hear
think
no
that's what.
stories about Shaq being like
Ooh,
other than
Man,
when
you.
man,
other than
Yes,
shit,
you do. Yes, you do.
man.
I've heard a
I'm
couple of
saying
them.
I'm saying you hear it from the horse's mouth most of the time, or you see it because it's documented. I'm saying the media never make a big deal. Like it ain't never been nobody like I'm about to press charges on Shaq because he made me uncomfortable and no shit like that.
No, cause he's
As well as
Greg.
these celebrities be having these people sign NDA so they
Yeah,
can't say shit, so they
Man,
don't get caught up. So
you
it
could
keeps their
if
public
you
image
sign
clean.
if you sign any contract under duress, it could be thrown out. So it
Shaq,
Who
don't even
says it
matter.
was under duress though?
Shaq
That's
trying to
what I'm
smash
saying.
every
Who said
Shaq.
it was under duress? She's going into this looking like, oh, I'm about to hit a lick. Don't know that the lick is getting
Or
ready to get hit on her.
you still could say that. How they go prove if you under duress, nigga? How
That's
they
my
go prove?
whole.
Okay,
That's
so
my whole point. We don't know if it was under duress. It's really hard to prove if it was under duress,
that,
as well as
right,
she's going into this thinking about the money, but not
right,
thinking about how this shit is going to affect her for the rest of her life.
right. And I ain't gonna even go that far. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Just because I do agree with Tanel. I got to agree with her because when you are as an older man and you try to talk to a younger woman and you converse with them, you can already tell that it's a disconnect in life experiences. Like it's really not, like she said, it's really not. Every now and then, you gonna run across a younger person who is more mature than they age. But for the most part, it's gonna be a disconnect because life experience. That's what happened to me with my baby mama. I'm
But see
10
what
years.
you saying. You saying talking to them. I'm talking about.
Gotta talk to them
I'm
to
saying
know.
under the circumstances, on some casual, in the moment. Bam, some shit popped off. I ain't talking about. Hey, I'm getting to know a 18-year-old. Like I'm not
Even in
saying that.
that, okay, even in that, say you meet a 18 or 21-year-old, whatever, at a club, and you is 35, 40, 35, 40.
I'm
When
about
you
to be
run it,
34.
when you run into her and you say, "Hey, how you doing?" Right then, when she reply to you, you're gonna realize that it's a disconnect with the conversation that y'all can have.
You
Thank you,
maybe,
because all they gonna be talking about is such and such. Oh my soul, oh my soul. You ain't gonna
Right.
be able to
nah.
relate to that
Club said
shit.
On the dead
in a
homie.
club
On the dead
in a
homies, on this one, on that one, and
on
merching
six
it
up.
on niggas
Look,
and shit. You know, you ain't gonna be able to relate to that shit because that's not the era you grew up in.
Right, right.
look.
Even with casual conversations, look, that's all
You
I'm
Yeah.
know what I'm
saying.
saying?
Even with
Like
casual conversation, y'all
you in
not
the
on the
club,
same level.
you in the club music playing. I'm probably asking
You
you what you
gotta talk to
drinking.
the You gotta
What you
talk to the bitch
drinking?
on the way
I'm,
to the hotel, don't you?
Right,
Or y'all just sitting in the
right,
car ain't saying shit.
no,
right.
no, nigga, I'm turning up the music. Nigga, I'm over there fiddling the fucking guitar. Look, bro,
Oh,
I'm
you ain't having
turned
no.
up.
So
Oh,
you. I
you
went to
straight
there.
up
Like, I
dumb.
went to there, and then you might well.
Goddamn, you
You
can't
might well
offer
go.
nobody a liquor conversation before you
Right.
trying to get me draws.
I went to you might
That's
you might well go
predatory
get
than a motherfucker.
right. You
Damn.
might
How you know they ain't trying to get in mine though? Like, god damn. How you know they don't be
Either way,
predatory
you
against me?
gotta. I mean, to me, either way, give me
But
a piece of
like
conversation. Don't
like I
just
like I
make
say,
everything about the act that we're about to commit.
like I
Everything ain't
say,
got to be about the
look,
sex. Damn.
I'm
well
playing.
hell now.
I'm
Do you
playing.
even know
You
her
gonna even
Look,
last
try to
name?
talk to the girl like you might well just go get a prostitute, my nigga. You ain't gonna even try to talk to the
That's what I said earlier. If that's the case, just go and get you a prostitute so you ain't even got to worry
but
about
see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all saying it like I'm going out with the intentions. I'm about to kiss me a girl. I'm about to do that, bro. I'm just out getting faded. First of all,
it. No,
I'm
but
first up.
we presented
First and
the
foremost.
scenario.
First and foremost, I'm playing devil's advocate because I
right.
don't even be with the youngsters. None
I
of
know. We
that
already
shit.
know
No,
your
I
Yeah,
know, but I'm just saying,
yeah.
since you playing devil's advocate,
Secondly,
let's play this shit.
but I am being somewhere. If I'm out and about and I'm thugging, I'm fired, I'm turned up, I'm this, I'm that. You at a place you supposed to be on to be like. Bro, I done had some crazy nights, bro, but it ain't never been predatory. It's be like, hey, they with the vibes. I'm the type of person, bro. If a girl drunk, I'm not gonna even sleep with you, even if I'm drunk, because I know
right.
what's going on still.
Right. We
Now, if
talked
we
about
wake
that.
up in the
Yeah.
morning,
Right.
and you want to do something, we can do something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm that person. I want you to remember me, type shit. Like,
Yeah. I'm the same. But we talked about that
yeah,
earlier.
I can't lie and say it ain't been some crazy nights, man. Like where, like, bro, I don't even know this girl name type shit.
I ain't never had that.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe I can't relate because
Yeah,
I'm
I
not that
ain't never
type
had
of
that.
girl, and I ain't never had no nights like
I
that.
ain't never had
So
one.
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
his name now. Still.
But damn,
Yeah.
that to me that just
Yeah,
seems like a bit harsh. Like goddamn, a
I mean,
liquor
not even that.
conversation.
You just be
My boy
out.
been living like a celebrity around this bitch.
Nah,
You
because see,
know,
like back in high school and stuff, like my cousin mama was on drug bad, so he had a house to himself, but he was hustling. He used to make money, bro. Like used to have groups of girls just skip school and just come over. Like we really be on some Jake Steed type shit.
But
Like
y'all were the same age as the girls though, right? Around the same age.
yeah, we was the same age. Yeah, it's the same age group and all of that. Yeah.
but there's a difference when you're older when there's an age gap.
And that's why
Same
I say
age,
it's all about
I can
your
get it.
intention. It's all about your intention. What's your motivation to do that? If I'm like, nah, she visual love for cause first I like if at my age, if I'm single and I'm out and about, bro, I'm want somebody who know how to
So
throw that
Phil,
thing back.
you don't agree that it's a you have an advantage if you older than a woman.
Yeah, you got an advantage, of course. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you got an advantage.
Because you could look at even without saying that you could look at a scenario in the situation totally different. Of course you can, but I'm just saying like when I listen to these topics, I be hearing people make these arguments. So I'm gonna bring these arguments to the forefront just to see. Like I be wanting to, we can't just always agree. I gotta play devil's
Oh
advocate.
yeah. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I will say this though. It is looked at differently from older women
But
who talk to younger men. You know what I mean? I don't. I
man,
kind
cause
of I
Angela
kind of
Bassett could take advantage of me. And how old is she? About
nigga
60, 70,
look at
70.
Madonna. She got the young boy right now. She got the
But
young
she
bull
ugly though. She
right
ugly
now.
though. She
I'm saying
ugly though.
but
But
she
I'm saying
hello.
Angela Bassett fine
but
though.
who
See, this
looks
what
at
you
it differently?
do what
Because
you gotta
I look
understand.
at it the same.
You do? If
Yes,
Angela
I do.
Bassett wanted me, you would think she was predatory?
Absolutely,
Man, come on,
absolutely.
man. Don't do her like that, T. Come on, man.
I'm sorry, but I have to.
Nah,
Angela
Angela.
Bassett, Halle Berry, any of them old motherfuckers. No.
But I will
That's,
but I
even my
will
dog said, hell no. Y'all know you heard him.
right. But I will say this. It does seem like it's a double standard. It's not everybody that feel like Tanel feels when it comes to the women who talk to younger men.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people feel like a man is more able to be able to handle that situation, or maybe it's an even playing field. You know what I'm saying? But it's really the same thing. To be real with you,
it is.
it's really the same thing. It's akin to um the same situation when young boys. are allowed to talk to girls, but girls aren't allowed to talk to boys when they're young.
Yeah.
It's the same
I
shit, like
just
that
don't
double
feel
standard.
like I don't feel like a victim. Like like I
Just
remember
like,
people
just
like
like, just
Okay,
your
like.
mama,
let me
your
ask you a
mama
question.
killed me if she knew what we was doing. I be like, why would she kill you? Like I'm grown.
Let me ask you a
Uh,
question. You said you lost your virginity when you were 12, right?
Yeah, yeah.
How old was the girl?
She was 11.
God damn.
Damn, y'all was
Y'all
wrong.
was really doing stuff. Okay, well,
All kind of
that
wrong,
kills
boy.
my
Y'all,
argument.
yeah,
Let
y'all
me
was
shut the
all,
fuck up. That
yeah,
kills
y'all
my
was
argument.
all kind of wrong. Silk, god
Yeah.
damn.
Okay.
The first time I dry humped the girl, she was probably like 4 or 5 years older than me. And that was probably like when I was like
Bro, I don't think I lost my
that,
virginity. I was like
like 7
16,
or something.
17, somewhere up in there, like 16,
Yeah,
17.
no, I
I
got a
was
head start.
18. So, yeah.
Yeah, like
I
16,
just ain't got
17.
a I just ain't got a lot of kids, you know what I mean? But I got a head start. I'm
I
clean
see.
with it.
I
Huh?
I'm
see.
trying to think. I'm trying to think, but I think it was around there, like 16, maybe. Yeah, about 16.
Like I said, I was 18. Damn near
Yeah,
19. Honestly, it was a month away from my
yeah,
19th birthday.
right.
See, I
Um,
very, very, very young. I found one of them tapes that don't be labeled for the VHS, and
uh-huh.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I ain't
Um,
never looked back. I ain't never looked back, man.
no, I mean, I was young. I found one of those as well. Found several shit. Found my Uncle
Right.
Mo's stash,
You
actually.
hear me? We used
But
to watch them
they,
bitches.
but I
Yeah.
watched a couple of them, but that didn't mean it didn't awaken anything in me that it shouldn't have been at that age.
I
Put it
be
that way.
goddamn. They awaken
Um,
me.
So
I
Marita,
guess
just
that.
say, you go to the club and you talking to a chick more within the age frame that you talking to her, right? But it
Uh-huh.
ain't that much verbal, it's just small talk, very
Mhm.
simple conversation. You get to the club, she wanna cut on the music out on the way to the crib, you smash, you like, dang, you know what I'm saying? It was a good night. You wake up and you find out that she's special ed. Do you feel bad?
Goddamn.
Do you feel predatory?
Yeah.
I would hope
I I,
so.
I had that happen.
Oh, y'all out here hunting the spare kids. Y'all need y'all asses kicked.
I had that happen. I had that happen. Shit. Yeah, for sure. And I ain't know till people came over there and was like trying to keep her from coming over there to see me and shit. And then and kind of like slipped and said it, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Was like, you know what I mean? Because I'm just thinking she a little dingy like loose cannon. You know, how loose cannon a little dingy.
Yeah.
I'm thinking she a little dingy like that. No, them people said, no, she was in them slow classes in school and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I was way older than her. You know what I'm saying? So I was already being predatory at the time anyway. But I'm gonna tell you the real shit though. Shout out to her though. She grew up. She grew up on me, and she doing well now. You know what I'm saying? The same girl. She grew up. She started looking. She looked beautiful, and she doing well. You know what I'm saying? Like so. She found her stride. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah,
Hmm.
at that time, yeah, I prayed on her. You know what I'm saying? But I was younger then too. I was in my early late 20s. You know what I'm saying? She was like 20. She was
When
like
I was younger,
she was like 21.
when I was younger, I never prayed. I prayed on the older women. Like I'm trying to make
No,
them
that's
take
that's
it
what
there.
that was
I
some
done heard
female
all of the
shit.
story about the teachers and the this and that. I used to be that kid, like, nah, for real, like, stop playing.
No, that's
Oh,
it.
so you was the one that was banging the teachers in high school and
Not
shit.
me. That's the
No,
Good.
I
female.
only hit. She was a fill-in teacher for the rest of the year, and it was
Teacher
only
is a
afterwards.
teacher. I don't give a damn if she was
It
there
was that
permanently or not.
it was after I graduated. I saw her at Walmart. I said, "Hey, Miss Rice." Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that. But anyway,
Hmm.
you say you ain't
Shout
got to
out to
call
her
me.
then.
I wasn't supposed to say that out loud, but yeah,
But I'm gonna say this now though, the age I am now, I can't vibe with you if you ain't 35 and up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got time for the game.
yeah, we talking vibes and talking and
To be honest,
building.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
at the age I'm at, what else am I trying to do?
Right.
I ain't trying to die alone. Shit, I ain't trying to have a bunch of little young girls, and then when it come time and shit get hectic, and I need a bitch to help me put this depends on. They like, man, fuck that old nigga. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm trying to find somebody to latch on with me.
yeah, because you want somebody who understands life and how it
Yeah,
goes.
no. saying? Like,
like even when we raising our kids, it's like we see what our parents are saying because we be like, man, like I looked at my daughter one day and I told her, I say, look, it ain't nothing you can do to outsmart me. You can't outthink me. The games you trying to play, what you trying to do as a kid and outsmart me. I was like, I done already did it, and I did it a million times better than you. And I be having to remind her that somewhere. I be like, I told you, you can't outthink me. But it's just how a kid thinks because you got to get to that point where you actually understand, oh, this how life is supposed to go. And my dad was trying to tell me the whole time. And that's why we look back at our parents and the people and the figures around and we can appreciate when they used to be on our ass because we were like, damn, I was hard headed. I should have fucking listened.
like to be honest with you, that's why the relationship with me and my last baby mama didn't work. I don't know if she realized it, but I do now. When my son is 2 years old, finna be three, right? She's 33, which means when we met, she was 29, 30, somewhere up in there, which means that I was 40, 40, 41, which I was 10 years older than her. The reason why she couldn't function and appreciate what I was putting down is because she young. She wanted to still, move around, do her thing.
She gotta live. And then you gotta think,
Yeah, she ain't
you
finna
gotta
get.
think
Yeah,
this
she
the,
ain't finna get
this
tied
the,
down
this
with
the
this.
city girl era too. So,
Right.
you know.
And she got a nice body. She look good. So, she looking like shit. I ain't gonna be getting tied down with this old nigga. And the old nigga fucked around and put a baby up in her. But that's really what it was. What it was. It wasn't that I wasn't doing what was the right thing. It was that she wasn't ready for that to settle down. She wasn't ready. We didn't. We had very when I used to try to talk to her about life and shit like that and that like that. It was things that she understood that was important, but she felt like she had time in order to get there. She didn't want to get there right now. She still wants to
And that's how we
jump
used
on
to
a
think.
couple jump on a couple different dicks and you know what I'm
No,
saying?
I ain't used to think like that, but yeah.
Shit like that. Don't get it twisted. Listen, it's cool. Listen. I feel like anybody is supposed to be able to live the life that they want to live. You feel what I'm saying? We just
Yeah.
got to discuss it. You feel what I'm saying? Like I'm not her father. I didn't create her. I don't control her.
And see, that's why
She
nowadays,
chose to be with me for a
if people
period
ask
of
for
time.
advice, I give them advice. If people ask for advice, but I don't be trying to put too much input on nobody, like, because you got to live with that decision.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You know, they say Martin Luther King was a great man. He got arrested and killed too. So I'm just saying at the same time, I
Damn
ain't about to
dog.
tell you, like, if you come to
Goddamn
me and be
self.
like, Silk, I need your opinion, I will give you my opinion. I'm not telling you what to do because at the end of the
Mhm.
day, you got to live with what you do. I can't tell you, man, break up with old girl. I could tell you shit. I would have been broke up with old girl, but I'm not telling you to.
Yeah.
So I just, I try to like, you if you're a good person, you want to save all the people you can save. If anybody come to you with a problem, if you could give them advice, anything you could say, you want to do it. But in a lot of cases, bro, you gotta let people live their life and make their own decision.
For
If they
sure.
ask you for the advice, yeah, give them. Or if they ask you what you would do, do it. But I'm not telling you to do a damn thing. For real.
And I had to learn that because I'm a very opinionated person. And to me, and this is just me, if you bring a topic to me and talk to me about it, you want my opinion on it. And if you don't, tell me I just need to vent. I don't need you to say shit.
Yeah, I'm
Those
the
cases,
same.
I'm not gonna say a word. But to me, if you bring in a subject to me, you want my opinion on it.
Yeah, I'm with you too, Tanel. I'm the same way.
So I'm gonna give you my opinion because, like I said, I'm a very opinionated person, and I see shit in black and white most of the time. It either is or it ain't. Um, there's very few gray areas that you ever gonna catch me in. I'm one way or another, up or down, left or right. So I had to learn that everybody doesn't want your opinion. Sometimes they just need to vent on the shit. And I don't
Yeah.
know what it is about the advice I give, but typically what I say is gonna happen in the situation is what ends up happening. So,
And we want to
you know,
be proven wrong. And that's why I tell people I don't want to be proven right. I want you to prove me wrong. But
so
the thing is if we got to give our opinion, we just giving it to you straight up, no filter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I've
Like,
always been like that.
You,
I've always been like that.
you know what I
I've
noticed? What?
learned to deliver the opinion in a more palatable way where I'm
Yeah,
not
me
so
too.
direct and I'm not offending nobody, but I'm going
Yeah,
to tell you what I think.
yeah, I'm the same, Chanel. But I'm gonna tell you what I learned in my travels. My mind has never led me wrong. My heart do it every fucking time. Every
yeah.
fucking time. So when I try to navigate a situation with my heart, it always leads me to a situation where I end up in more pain and more strife. But when I navigate it with my mind, I avoid that, and sometimes I be kind of second guessing myself because I be like, did you really have to make that decision like that? But I've learned to just be proactive and try to stay ahead of the heartache and the pain by making a logical decision with your mind, because your heart gonna lead you in the wrong place every
Yeah.
time.
Or just thinking about the logical outcomes of what's likely to happen. You know.
Yeah. And although, yeah, I do, excuse me, have emotions and run off emotions, at times, most of the time, my decisions are logical.
Yeah,
And I don't know what it is about me, but I've always been that way, even as a
yeah,
kid.
That's because you
I go
strive
off of
to.
facts.
That's because you strive to be that way. Like even men, like we are just we are raised to where we have to be that way, to where we can be very very emotional, but you gotta want to change in a positive way to be like, you know what, I need to be more logical. So like we are all wired the way we wire. Sometimes we got to go against the grain for our
yeah.
own
For
good.
sure,
So,
for
Well,
sure,
that's me
for
going
sure.
me going against the grain is actually being more emotional and
benefit.
more in
Yeah.
touch with my emotions and in tune with other people's emotions because I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like I
'cause
said, I'm a
sometimes it
very
is
black and
good.
white A and B type person. So,
Yeah.
you know,
You
it's
think
like
so, Chanel?
emotions. What are that? I know so.
I
I
ain't
know
gonna
so.
lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I see you totally different. Maybe that's just the way with me, but I feel like you loving and caring. I do.
Yeah, I can do that in a text message. Doing that in person is very different.
Yeah,
And that's what I say. I'm learning how to be that way. I've learned how to be that way. Still learning how to be that way.
yeah.
Because I'm not a touchy feely type person. It's like even
Mm.
when I go home to visit, go to Chicago. When I walk in your door, I'll give you a hug, and I'm not gonna touch you again until I get ready to leave.
See, I'm touchy
And
feely.
stay the fuck away from me too.
I'm touchy feely.
I'm not
Goddamn.
that
Yeah,
person.
I'm touchy feely. I like to lay in the bed and just cuddle. Goddamn it. Like I like
Ugh,
like if
I've
say
never.
if I
Ugh, give me my
if
space. I be
if
hot at night.
like it's in the afternoon and you like take a nap. I like you to lay down with me. Goddamn it. Lay down with me. Goddamn it. We
I'll be damned.
shit. Goddamn it.
Get
Put
on
your
your
leg.
side
no,
of the
but
bed. I'm gonna
Put
be
your
on my
leg.
side of the bed, and we good. I ain't with that cuddling
yeah,
Put
shit.
your
and
leg
night
across my leg.
I spoon for a second, but then I'm about to turn around and get comfortable. Now I may
That's
have
what
my
I'm
head.
saying. I'm
That's
not
why. That's
comfortable with that
after.
shit. I
That's
can
after.
never.
That's after I'm sleep. After I done got it comfortable. Before that, but at some point, nigga, I'm throwing my leg across your leg. Y'all want me to throw your
Mm-mm,
leg across mine? God damn it! I got to know you there. I got to touch you. I'm going
mm-mm.
fresh.
Nah,
Yeah.
I ain't
I'm
never
about to
been that
turn
person.
around and my right hand gonna be grabbing that ass. That's it. I'm gonna be sleeping. My right hand
Nigga,
grabbing.
every girl I have ever been with, we have a like it gets like a system. When I roll this way, she gonna roll behind me. She gonna roll behind me and throw her arm over me this way. When she roll that way, I'm rolling that way and I'm behind her. That's gonna happen. We do that
Oh,
all
that would
night.
drive me out of my goddamn
Mm-hmm.
mind.
But
I
Goddamn it.
can't.
I,
I can't get into a deep sleep with somebody too close to me.
Like
I
Trick
really
that,
can't.
like Booster say, you better not get your ass up out this bed. You better lay your ass
Mm-mm.
down here in this bed. I'm not sleeping in no other room with you, other than no, your ass gonna lay right here.
yeah,
I will get up and go to the other room quick on your ass if you were too
Mm,
close too long.
mm,
Leave me the fuck alone. I
mm,
need to get comfortable so I can go to sleep.
mm,
Shit.
mm.
I'm not.
I
Excuse
got
me.
this
I'm not that
California.
touchy
I
feely
got this
person.
California king for a reason. Goddamn it.
you sure got a
Right.
king.
So you can
I
have
promise.
your twin size worth of space over there. And I can have my twin size space over here.
Yeah.
Shit. That ain't for us to meet in the middle of this bitch. No.
Nah,
I
see, I'm gonna start.
cannot stand this shit.
Nah, see, I'm gonna start close. Then when it's time to go to sleep, I'm gonna roll over there to the cool side. You feel me?
Mm-mm.
Cause
Stay
the
on your
other,
side of the fucking bed. Period.
Hey, listen. I want to change it real quick. I was gonna get to the Shaq, but fuck Shaq.
We we agree. We agree. Shaq a creep. Okay, we can
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
Yeah.
we agree. Shit. I want to talk about this scooter shit because I've been thinking about this shit for 2 fucking days, my nigga. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all where I'm at with this shit, right? I'm gonna show you where I'm at with this shit, right? Okay, we never heard of them finding any drugs, any guns, or anything in that house. Period. Right. So my question is, first of all, they never found the woman either. So I'm at the point now when I'm thinking the phone call was just like a somebody trying to tell the police that he was there trying to set them up type shit. Like okay, they
Yeah,
might
it
be
was a ploy.
yeah right a ploy whatever you want whatever the term is what they prank call or whatever y'all want to call it whatever the term is right
Swatting.
swatting
Swatting
that
is what they called it.
okay that shit there. So the girl wasn't never there whatever right. What I'm fucking lost at is when they came to the house and they ran and then they scooter was flipped over, caught over the fences, and he hurt himself, injured himself. The other guy ran back into the house or whatever. We never heard of them finding no drugs. We never heard of them finding no guns, no money, no nothing. What the fuck did they run for? Why did Scooter and them run? And another thing,
I
if
don't think they had a warrant to be there. That's why they say they opened the door, they slammed the door in his face, and they established a perimeter. They never said that they went in the house.
yeah,
They
but they
just
had,
say
but they had to go in the house after the incident. We know they went in after that. After the dude ran out the back, they ran out the back and they ran back in, and the dude ran back in because he ended up going to jail for what I don't know. That's my second question. If we didn't hear about them finding no large quantity of drugs or no guns or no nothing like that, what is that guy in jail for? Fleeing?
obstruction of justice.
Okay,
They
Or
but
could
do
this
put
he
guy,
they
have a
could put
prior warrant
but
or what?
well,
yeah
right.
they could put anything on you to put
So
you
he
in
should
jail.
be out by now. He should be out telling his story right now. I can't from the outside looking in, I can't see him going to jail for nothing but fleeing. That's a misdemeanor. Like so he should be out. We ain't heard about him finding no drugs or no nothing. Why did Scooter and them run? You could have stayed you could have opened the door and let the police come in if ain't nothing in the house.
Yeah, that's the question I've been asking too, and
Like
nobody
like
seems to be able to
what's
answer.
going this is weird to me. Like I don't understand it. Like if it was no drugs in this house, if there was no drugs at this house, or maybe they closed the door and flushed whatever they had. Maybe I done did that before. Maybe they closed the door and flushed what they had. Cool, whatever. But why did you run? You know what I'm saying? Like it's this is a weird situation to me, dog. And I done had a lot of experiences, but I can't figure this one out. So that's why I'm asking y'all, what the fuck y'all think? What happened here? I'm confused.
I'm just as confused as you. I don't know. All the stories and videos and articles I've read about it explain nothing really.
Right,
Besides him answering the door, shutting it, running out the back, and end up breaking his femur, and that's what punctured his femoral artery and caused him to bleed out. But it still doesn't answer the question, like you said, why did he run in the first place?
right,
And they're not saying he had warrants out for his arrest, and that's why he
right,
ran,
right.
or he was holding somebody hostage upstairs and he downstairs and he ran out. So it doesn't explain anything on the fact of
Nothing.
why did you run out that back door in the first place. That's the
Yeah.
whole big ass mystery of it.
Cause I'm looking for them
As
to
well
say
as why were the police called in the first place? Why were the
that too.
police
See,
called initially, and why did you run? Those are the two questions that we just don't have answers to. And I have,
yeah.
like I said, just like you've been, interested and perplexed by this shit, I have too. So I've been watching the videos and reading the articles and shit too, and nothing answers those two questions. Nothing. We are
Right.
left to come up with shit in our own imagination, our own scenarios. My only scenario of thinking why he ran is he had warrants. That's the only reason to me. If there's nothing in the house that's going to get you arrested, no one in the house that's going to get you arrested. So there's no need to be worried about anything in the house. It's something about you. I mean, it's something on you. You've got warrants or something that you don't want to uh, be arrested for. That's
I
the
feel
only
like it's
reason I
something.
can see for him running.
I feel like it's something that the police is not telling us, man.
Yeah, I've seen some bloggers say something about he had like a certain type of hair run that he was known for that. And I don't know how true that is or
Mhm.
whatever.
Mhm.
Hmm.
But he had a reason to run, evidently. But some people just run. I done seen niggas run from the
Yeah,
police and ain't have
yeah.
shit.
My brother,
Like,
I had a
Yeah.
brother, I had a brother like that. That motherfucker just run, but he didn't give a damn. He gonna run.
yeah, he just like I don't want to die today, anything. But that's crazy though. So do you think what happened to him was just a freak accident though? Like
It's
the death
looking
part?
like it.
Yeah.
It's looking like it. The more we dissect this shit, it looking like it's no way that we're gonna end up with not that this just happened to be a fluke. He died on a fluke.
Yeah. Although your femur is the one of the hardest bones to
And
break in
see,
your
and see,
body.
and
Yeah.
see, and see, this is what I don't get. You know, when people try to say that Sauce Walker set up Say So P. First of all, I ain't telling nobody to shoot me in the leg or nothing because it could hit an artery and you out of here.
I appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you said it because I said the same thing when we went over the Sauce Walker Say So P shit. When people saying that Say So Sauce Walker set up Say So P, I said the same thing. I said Sean Taylor died from being shot in the leg. Roy Lee died from a gunshot
Yeah,
in the leg. You can
yeah.
die
Mm-hmm.
from a gunshot in the leg. So I didn't believe that Sauce Walker set that up anyway. Talking about
I ain't
oh
about
shoot
to
me in the
tell
leg,
nobody to
fuck
shoot
out of here.
me.
Yeah,
No,
For
and
you ain't
some
gonna shoot
extent,
me nowhere, let alone in the leg or there are
bullets
certain parts of
bullets
your body where you
travel.
get shot and you damn near guaranteed to bleed out before anybody can ever get to you.
Yeah, bullets
Um,
travel too. You get shot in your arm. Yellow Beast got shot in his arm. The bullet came out his back. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
shit, the bullets travel. You don't know where that motherfucker going, but
yeah.
this
that
shit
boy
was
Yellow Beezy look just like Timon, bro.
right.
He look like a little meerkat, bro.
Come on, yeah.
Well, he peeking his head around his cell bars right now.
God,
But
they say
y'all,
he made bail.
Oh, he made bail?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, they lowered it to like 750,000.
hmm
Okay, so he only had to pay 75,000 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
just like I did say, shout out to Miss Lowdown. She had this one right. She said that he had was in some financial trouble, and it looking like that's was true. He did he got some financial issues as far as like not having the amount of money that he maybe used to have, and that's why he got a little trouble. Ran into a little trouble with getting out of jail.
Well, because liquid and assets is two different things too, and that's what people fail to realize. Well, Beasley probably maybe had 300,000 in the bank at the most type shit, but then he may own
Mm-hmm.
this home, this home, this home. You
Mm-hmm.
know, like you ain't poor, but by any means you ain't rich either because you don't have no liquid assets.
Right.
You
Excuse me.
gotta think shit. He ain't just had no hit. Like I
They
don't,
say that
I,
was
I, I
they
don't
say
think he a good rapper. If I'm just being honest, you know what I'm saying.
no, he can rap,
He all
bro.
I
right.
respect the
He can rap,
hustle,
bro. He can rap,
but
bro.
when I try to listen to them, it just be sounding like, bro. I just be like, man, I just go put on
He,
the Lion King soundtrack or something.
you stupid.
No, he can rap though, bro. Cause I just seen
The thing
I seen
is,
a freestyle
most
he
of his
did on
songs
what's
sound
name.
alike.
He
You
hard,
talking about the freestyle shit? Yeah, when you rapping real stuff, yeah, it's gonna hit different.
No, I'm saying
But most of
freestyles
his
ain't freestyles.
songs sound alike.
It wasn't a real freestyle. It was something that he had like on the what the shit is what's the nigga name? What's the nigga
Uh,
name? We always
uh,
doing the rap
like
I know
Funk
what you're talking
Flex
about.
and Famous Animal, all them type niggas, one of them type of guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when he was up
yeah,
there doing the freestyle with the radio station shit. Like I'm saying,
yeah.
that's not a freestyle, but I'm saying he can rap, bro. Like real shit. Like I heard one yesterday. I was like, oh yeah, he was going in on that bitch.
No, what
Like,
I'm saying is you can rap, but when you listen to his music, son, like if okay, we'll revisit this later. Later on, you get time, just go listen to any of the Yellow Beezy mixtape. If you make it through the whole mixtape, then I
yeah,
don't
but
know. You can
yeah,
go
but
the
the thing
way.
about it is you don't make it through nobody whole tapes no more.
Shit,
You
I
sure
mean,
don't.
We ain't got no
yeah, a
it
lot of
ain't no
these niggas be
it ain't
having.
no all eyes on me no more. It ain't no get rich or die trying no more. It ain't you know what I'm saying? None of these niggas you listen to the whole shit. None of them.
I
No
ain't gonna lie,
Well,
Starly. I ain't
actually,
gonna lie.
you
When I listen to Starlito, like I just let his album play through, and they be hitting.
who? Who?
Starlito.
That's the
who
nigga that
is
used to
that?
with CMG?
No, he used to be signed with CMG way back, but he been on the independent grind for a
Oh,
long time now.
shout out 985J. So he's still rapping?
Oh hell yeah, he
Oh,
still
okay,
got his
all right.
core fan base. Yeah, that
Well, maybe
boy
I
be
got listen.
snapping
Maybe I gotta listen to Starlito then, cause it ain't none of them that I listen to now that I can listen to the whole CD. None of them. No, not.
because it's the content matter, and that's what I'm saying. Like even in that freestyle, he rapping, he putting words together, but what's the
He ain't talking
content
about
matter?
nothing.
Just like the Kanye, that interview was crazy, by the way. But one thing he said that was the truth. He said, "Name an album that came out that had been better than my first three."
What?
I was like, it ain't that many people. Like the people who like criticizing him or saying that he felt like he was just saying like when the like you
All
said ain't
Eyes
no
on Me was better than his first three. Get Rich or Die Trying was better than his first three. The Black Album was better than his first three. Like I can name albums that were better. I can
Well,
name
maybe he's
albums.
talking about after he's
Oh,
wait,
released his first
hold
three
on, hold
albums.
on.
oh,
The Black Album was not
the
better than the
the
first.
Black Album. Yes, the
Fuck
Black Album.
no.
Yes,
Ain't no
yes,
way.
yes. The Black Album. The one.
I
Yes.
give you all eyes on me. But no, he was
No.
just
Black Album, bro. Black Album. Telling you that. Shout out to
I'm
yeah.
in
man.
the middle
Hey,
on that.
God, J.
Y'all found the area that I'm gray on. I'm in the middle on that one with the Black Album. I don't know.
I
What?
don't know about the Black Album being better
Shit.
than late registration, college dropout, and
Yes.
graduation. No
Yes.
way.
Nigga.
No way.
Nah,
Yes, nigga.
No way.
not
Hold on.
all three of them. Not all three of them.
Listen,
No.
listen, man. Listen, man. His first album was straight. His first album was straight.
But
I give him that. Put it this way: how many singles did he even have off his first album? Because one of my Kanye songs was the one with it all falls down. But he only
that's the
had
first album. That's the
he only had about three good singles over that motherfucker.
through the wire. Through the
Through the
wire was the
Wire,
first one.
All Falls Down, and what else?
Hold on. Let me go to the track list. I don't like to misspeak. Hold on.
Yeah,
Song.
because I ain't listened to that whole
Okay,
album
because
in
even the one,
years. I can't.
because
Out
even
I
the
can't
one,
remember every single
Jesus
single
Walk.
off of it.
Jesus Walks.
Jesus Walls. Okay,
Hit.
cool.
Never Let Me Down with Jay-Z. Hit.
What? What is that? Never Let Me Down with Jay-Z. You gotta refresh my memory.
One thing I found is that you never let me down. That's a classic. Get 'em high. Classic. Slow jams.
Yeah, you can't deny that's a
Slow
hit.
Jam, that's the one with Jamie Foxx.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's on the first one.
Yeah.
No,
That's the, no, that's college dropout. That's the
that's on the
first one.
first one. That's on the
that's
first
the
one.
first one. We still on the
Yeah.
first one now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a crazy ass interview, man. That's
So Get Rich or Die Trying went better than that.
No, we talking about the Black Album. Get Rich or
Nigga,
yeah,
Die
he
Trying
said the
absolutely
black
was
album.
better than that.
nigga,
I,
Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style was better than that shit.
oh
Dr.
no, it
Dre,
But
wasn't.
you
Nah,
gon'
come on,
Dr.
man.
Dre, Dr.
No,
Dre, the Chronic was
no
better than that
way.
shit. You
No
I
crazy
way.
give it
as
to the
hell.
Chronic. I give it to the Chronic.
You
I give it to
crazy
the
as
Chronic.
hell.
I'm not giving it to Dog and Style over the first three
Who?
Kanye
Gin and
albums.
Juice?
No,
At
no.
that time, it was nothing better than bigger than that. I
Yeah,
remember.
at the time, yeah, that just you talking from nostalgia. If we talking about replay value, quality wise, no
Right,
way.
right, right. Okay,
No way.
okay. I get you. I go for you. It was a great album. Don't get it twisted. I'm not
No,
saying
it
it
definitely
wasn't.
was a great
It
album.
was
You
a
know what I'm
great album.
saying?
Yeah, I like Kanye uh first album. I got a question. The one with Gold Digger on. What other songs did he have on there other than that? I can't
Heard
remember.
him say, and
Huh?
I heard him say, nothing's ever promised tomorrow and touch the sky. I gotta testify. Pull up in the spot
I
looking
wasn't too
extra
much.
fly.
I ain't too much like that to touch the sky shit. That was a little too. You know what I'm saying?
I
But I
love
do.
to
Yeah.
touch the
And he
sky.
had
That was
Drive
my
It
Slow.
was
song.
straight. It was
He
straight.
had Drive Slow on that
I
album.
slow, homie. No, I went with that either. It was a little too slow for me. But I did like. I thought Gold Digger was fucking phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? But okay,
Yeah.
I'm not saying he had bad albums for sure. I like Kanye first album the best, me personally. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like you
Oh,
talking about like,
it's hard with Kanye albums. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, I think
If you appreciate the art, you know what I'm saying. If you just
I
like
think
in your niche, you know.
yeah. I think what happened. I think around that time right there with Kanye, I think hip hop took a turn, and I think it took a turn for it wasn't a lot of good albums. It was just singles. If you pay attention to what's going on now, people just come out with singles, and if the single catch, then they do shows and shit off the single.
Hmm.
A lot of people ain't doing whole albums. They just putting out singles, and if the single catch,
No,
Hmm.
then
a lot of people albums just ain't doing no numbers. That's what it's coming down to. Like, unless you Playboy Cardi or Travis Scott or Nicki Minaj still do them, or Drake still do them, or Kendrick do them. Like, you gotta be one of them. Like, Moneybag Yo do decent numbers because he got a core fan base.
he done fell off. His numbers done fell off too. They were just talking about him too. But I'm saying it's nobody doing whole albums no more. Like not no numbers for their whole albums. They doing singles and the single catch, then
But they
that's
don't
what it's
even, like
on.
you said, they don't even make whole albums anymore. They're just doing
Right.
singles. I
They're
mean,
just
look at
doing
Cardi B.
singles.
She ain't put out a whole album since her first
The
one. But
first
how
one,
many singles
right?
has she had since then?
Man, a bunch of them, right? You know
She's
what I'm
had
saying?
enough singles to put them together and make a fucking
I
album.
I
think
don't even.
Cardi B. I think Cardi B is the prime example of a regular ass person that just get rich and famous, and you just still do regular person shit. Like she just go turn up still. She
What year
still
did
go.
what year did Kanye come out with? When the last year that what his first three albums? What year was them? What year was them?
Uh,
What?
let's see. That first
I'm just trying to see
album.
what happened to hip hop after that. Cause I'm trying to figure out maybe But I will agree, it ain't been a lot of good solid albums since then though.
I think it was 2004, maybe.
Mm.
I think
2004, 2005,
it's 2004.
2006, somewhere up there.
February 10th, 2004.
Bro, we done had good albums since then though, bro.
No, he was just. Well, I ain't saying we hadn't had good albums. He was just making he was on his jealous shit because they was asking him about Virgil Abloh and this and that. He's
Hmm.
like, look at everything I've done. He say like people these days they can't do nothing better than what I've been did. And we talking about so he say, look at my first design with Louis Vuitton. I'm the Louis Vuitton done. He say any design they done did after that don't top that. Now I don't really agree with that because
Hmm.
I had them Louis Vuitton shoes and I paid regular price back in the day. I wanted the pink and the white and pink ones, but I got the all black ones. I used to stash my little weed under the strap. But Kanye, I respect the fact that he can say, "Yeah, I'm jealous."
Yeah, but hold on. See, that's one thing that Kanye lost me on because the Kanye that I liked it was the humble Kanye. The Kanye that was
Hmm.
the Kanye that was Big's brother was Big's brother. Used to be
He was
Jay
never
and
humble
Big's
though.
brother. Yes, he was. Yes, he was when he was talking
And
about them not when he was talking about
li-
them not letting him in and all of that. Yes, he was. He was just happy to
Listen,
be. He was
he had moments, but if you go look at
no,
that
bro.
genius, if you look at that genius documentary, if you listen to anybody talk about Kanye, they go say even back then this nigga was crazy and he was cocky.
He was
He,
way more
Yeah,
humble. He
but
was
before
way
his
more
mama
humble.
died, he was
That's
a
right.
different
Before
person.
his mama died. That's right. He was way more humble. He was just happy with being. He was just happy with being in the fraternity. He was happy being on a song with Jay. He was happy being a part of Rockefeller. Now he don't. Now he just done forgot about all of that shit. That was the Kanye that I liked. I liked the cut that had the humble Kanye. The Kanye that just wanted to belong. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, oh, I'm this, I'm that, y'all this, y'all that. He always talking about his what he do and what he did. And we know how great you is, Kanye. Well, you don't have to tell us that because when you do that, it cheapens that for us. I always try, if y'all ever pay attention when I talk, I always try to downplay myself because I tell y'all that I'm not better than nobody and you know what I'm saying, and that type of shit. You know why? Because because if you want somebody else to big you, if you want to like accolades, you let other people do that. It feels it cheapens it when you do it for yourself. You know what I mean? It's like what's the word I'm looking for, Tanel? When you do it, you get what I'm saying? It,
Hmm.
it has the opposite effect. You don't have to do that. If you great, you let other people say that, and you be modest with it. Hey man, ain't nothing. Da 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 da. But when you throwing that shit up in our face, we regular common folk, and you throwing this shit up in our face, and you a fucking millionaire, billionaire, man. Fuck you, nigga.
I think he just a point that could just be said another way. Like
He's
He
arrogant.
missed his
He's
mama.
arrogant as
Yeah,
hell.
he's arrogant, right? He missed his mama.
And that
He missed his
arrogance
mama.
and
does not come off
and
well.
I think
Yeah,
because he missed his mama, I think that's why he don't want people to call him Kanye no more because that's his mama gave him that name. I think he wants to just be Ye because he can't be Kanye.
right,
The nigga legally changed his name to Ye, you know. So.
right,
And
right.
that's the
Really? I
name your
didn't know
mama
that.
gave him.
He a
Yeah,
I
great
didn't know that. That's crazy.
he a great artist. He a great artist, great producer. But I feel like, and then he turned into what he said that he didn't like. He turned into that with all the not no disrespect because I like women, no matter, but all the white women and all of this shit, all the gold diggers and all of this type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel
yeah.
me? Like he turned into like just the person that he said he most likely didn't like.
Did you
That's
did you
cool.
did you watch the interview?
Huh? No,
Did you?
I watched some of it up there with the.
I ended up falling asleep on it. I got to go back and
I
watch
watched
it.
some of it. Yeah.
That nigga, that crazy, man. I'm tell you, like he had valid points, but I be like the extent he go just prove the point. You could just say it, like, cause you Kanye. We go listen regardless. You ain't gotta say it like this for us to be like Kanye said something. Like, nigga.
Well, I'm gonna say this: most of our great artists are crazy. I'm gonna just tell you like that. Most
Different.
in order for you to for you to get to that level to where you creative on a level that nobody else thought of. Most of the time, you gonna borderline on lunacy. I'm just telling you. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
you know, he on that damn nitrous real bad right now, too.
Oh, he on that shit, T.
Yeah, he on them whippet shit.
Oh, he in
He
trouble.
got,
That shit eat your
he,
brain up.
yeah, he has a dentist who prescribes it for him.
Oh my.
And
Oh, he in
he just
trouble.
basically got containers of this shit delivered to his house and shit. He's fucked up most of the time.
Bro, it always be the drugs, bro. Like I don't
Oh,
know, man. That
oh, he in
he
trouble.
on some motion. Yeah, he was talking about dissing JC kids and all of that. He was like, man,
Yeah, when
hold.
he came out and called that baby the R word, I can't say it on here, but we know which one I'm talking about. That kind of sealed the deal for
He
me as
called
far
the
as
baby
being,
that word.
He
yeah,
said that he said the twins look retarded.
you can't say that word. That's why I
Oh,
said
you
the R
can't.
You
word.
see what I'm
You
saying?
can't say that
Oh,
on here.
You see what I'm
oh.
Um,
saying? You see what I'm saying? He turned into that
but
guy.
yeah, yeah, when he did that,
And he
you know,
mad. And he mad because Jay Z didn't come to his wedding. He say that hurt him deeply. He mad.
he still got
After,
an issue with
hold on.
his daughter North not being friends with Blue Ivy and that type of shit.
But you just
And
go ahead,
it's
T.
crazy. The amount of jealousy that he has towards Jay Z and Beyonce is fucking ridiculous.
But
You would think that Jay Z is his damn boyfriend or his ex
yeah,
boyfriend by
yeah.
how jealous and
He seek validation
just
from
over
Jay Z or something.
emotional he is
Yeah.
about that man.
Yeah, and you
It's
the
like,
same
damn,
motherfucker that got on there and said, Jay, don't kill me, Jay. Jay, I know you
yeah,
got cagoons, Jay. And you mad at
yeah.
this man to come to your motherfucking wedding. Them people don't want to be around that bipolar ass shit.
And that's exactly it. He's bipolar. He doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't want to accept it. I think he probably off of his medicine again,
Yeah.
which is part of the problem why Kim left his ass in the first place because he just refused to stay on his fucking medicine and act like a normal goddamn person.
Right.
And now being bipolar and doing that whippet shit, his brain is fried.
Damn.
He's fucked up.
Damn.
So, the best I can do is offer my prayers to Kanye
I think
because I've
Kanye just
lost
be want. I
respect
think he
for
just
him.
be wanting attention, bro. Like I think, like, cause when he came out saying all that crazy stuff, it was like right when Kendrick was getting the shine. I think he just be wanting
Hmm.
the attention.
Of
Hmm.
course, all them celebrities want attention. That's why they do weird shit in order to be in the media. Yeah, they want
But
attention.
Kanye wants attention like an only child wants attention from that mama.
Facts,
You know what I
facts,
mean?
facts,
Like he acts like the spoiled only child he is. And
facts.
don't get me wrong, I was the only child until I was 18. I
You
know
ain't
what it
got the
is to be
answer,
an
Sway.
only child. But huh?
I say you ain't got the answer, Sway. Sway
I was the
said.
only child
Sway
until I was
say I
18,
put.
so I get it. You're used to having all the attention on you, and you're not used to sharing and that type of shit. I get it. I understand it. I lived it. But at some point, you have to grow the fuck up, Kanye.
Yeah,
And I think it really stunted his maturing, his growth, his everything when his mama died.
yeah. Because if
Because
you
it's
ever,
not like he had a real close relationship with his dad as he got older. So his mama
Nah, when I
passing away,
watched that,
and
when I
then passing away, she did. It was real sudden. Wasn't like she was sick or no shit. She passed away from having plastic surgery.
yeah, and
yeah,
if you pay attention to the relationship that he had with his mama, she adored him. It was whatever Kanye. It was like,
Absolutely.
you know what I'm
She
saying?
made him think that the sun rose and set on his ass. So
Right,
now that she's gone and he
gone.
doesn't have that
Right,
attention, he don't know
right.
how to handle it. I have dealt with a person like that in real life. Same
then
situation.
he
Their
got
mother
then
passed
he
away and
blamed
they were the
himself.
center of the earth and they just didn't know how to function after that because they're used to being the center of attention.
Right.
I've dealt with somebody like that in real life. That shit is it's tough. Them type of people, they are tough to deal with.
Then he
Yeah.
probably blamed himself because I mean, if he didn't have the money or the means, she probably wouldn't even got the surgery.
Yeah, if I didn't move her out here to California and she's seeing all these women and feeling like she needs to fit the standard, then she never would have had the surgery type shit. Yeah. You know,
She really adored him though, dog. I'm telling you, I used to listen to him and watch him and his mama, and he'll ramble off and say some shit, and she just, Kanye, you can do it. You gonna be okay. You got this,
hmm
baby. Like she really positive reinforced him, and she believed in him. Like like
Yeah,
yeah,
your
the thing
mom.
is, in that same documentary, it's on Netflix called Genius. She in that documentary, and she know his lyrics and
Mhm.
words. And she, like she was really instrumental. And we knew that when 808s and Heartbreak came out, because we thought the whole album was gonna sound like his verse off of Jeezy I Put On. We was
Yeah.
like, man, killed that verse. That 808s and Heartbreak came out. We was like, man, what the fuck is wrong with
That
this?
nigga had a good ass mama dog. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. He had a good mama dog. Real shit. Like,
yeah,
as far as supportive of her son and things of that nature. Yeah.
absolutely. She reminds me of my mom.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I always said that, she was a great woman.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of being just his mother, she
Mm-hmm.
accomplished great things for herself. So
Facts.
she was just a great woman, period. And I think that not having her has really fucked him up mentally.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody else has been able to step in and give him that same type of guidance that she gave him, that
Facts.
same type of love and support. It's different when your mother passes away. Thank God I still have mine. I hope I have mine. I hope I
Man,
go before she do, because I don't ever want to
man.
experience the loss of my mom. And I'm just being real.
Listen,
So I can't imagine the heartbreak it is to not have your mom, especially when they've been a good mama to you.
let me tell you something, T. I'm gonna tell you this, and I know you done heard this, and I'm here to prove. I'm living proof. I lost my mama, and let me tell you something. When they tell you, hear them older folks say it ain't nothing like losing your mama, it ain't nothing like the love of your mama. That's 100%, 1,000% the truth. Because when you lose your mama, you realize that's the only person that loves you unconditionally. You realize
Yeah,
that. It's nothing
yeah,
like it, T. It's nothing like it. I don't give a damn. My daddy, he old 9. I love him to death, and I know it's gonna be tough, when he finally go. But my motherfucking mama, and I'm a realist. I'm somebody that I understand people gotta live and die, and you know what I'm saying. And I be thinking about that type of shit. I'm not somebody that just like that. But it affected me the same. It still it didn't skip me. It was nigga. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, man, for sure,
And
man.
like
So
I said, I still have my mama. I'm blessed to have my mama. She's in good health. Hell, she's in better health than me as far as physically, can do way more than I
mhm,
can do. And but I see how it affected her when she lost her mama. You know what I
mhm,
mean? Because my grandmother was, oh my God, my grandma was amazing. She
right.
was everything you would want in mama. She would get in your ass when necessary, but she was one of the most loving people on the planet too. So I see how it affected my mom when she lost hers.
Mhm,
We were just talking about it the other day, because out of her family of origin, my mom was the only one left.
mhm,
She's lost her mom, her dad, both of her brothers, and her sister. She is the last man standing. And, she was just saying that how lonely it feels to be the last one.
telling
Because when she goes back and thinks about something from her childhood or whatever, if she can't come up with the answer, she doesn't remember it, she can't go and ask nobody because
you. Right.
everybody else is gone. She's like, I have my kids, I have my grandchild, you know, don't think that I'm alone, but I'm alone at the same time. So, damn, I'm getting teary thinking about it.
It just make you
Because,
feel alone. It just make you feel alone when your mama gone. It's like,
yeah, yeah, and I was there. I watched my grandma die. I watched my grandfather die. I watched one of my uncles die. And I heard my auntie die over the phone. So it's different when you're there watching them take their last breath too. Because I was close to my grandparents, baby. When I tell you those were my second parents, for sure, for sure. And my grandfather, like I said, I always called him daddy because he was my dad. He stepped up when my father stepped out. So it hit different losing him for sure. So I kind of know what it feels like to lose a father. I'm not gonna say kind of. I do, because he was my father. Might not been biologically, but damn sure
mhm,
physically, emotionally, mentally, that was my dad. So I know how that feels. But I cannot imagine what it's gonna feel like to lose a mother. I
mhm,
can't. I cannot imagine. I don't want to.
Yeah, yeah.
Because my mom
I
is my
don't.
best friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even want nobody. I don't feel like it's a tough one, dog. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think.
I just want to grow old, bro. However it come. My great granddaddy that I just buried, man, he lived to be 91 years old. He still got around by himself. He lived by himself. He could cook. All of that, he smoked and drank to the day he died. So shit, like if I could live, my kids made him a great grandfather. So that was his great grandbaby. So shit, I just want to be able to live, bro, long because last time I was at a funeral, like lady saw me crying and she said, "Look, I know it's hard, but you just got to think they had to watch everybody they love die too,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
they
Mhm.
still was there for you." They
Yeah.
still were strong. They still smiled. They still laughed. They still enjoy life, and they lost everybody they love too.
I just
So I
hope I
said,
get to
Yeah,
be one of them
and that's
older
why I
people.
don't want to live to be real old because I don't want to be the last man standing. I don't want to watch everybody around me die,
I
and that's the truth.
I just hope I get to be
I
one of them
don't.
older people that they be, they be, they be, they can accept the end. You never see them older people that be real strong and they're not sad, they're not depressed, they just accept like, okay, I'm all right. The ones that your grandparents study be like, man, I'm all right, baby. I got to go in the glory. I'm okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
that
want to
was
get,
my grandfather.
I want to get there one day. You know what I'm saying? Cause
Yeah,
right now, bitch, I'm scared than a song, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not
yeah.
scared to die. I don't want
Mhm.
to die. You put it this way, I don't want to die young, but I don't want to be in my. And the reason I don't want to be. Hello, can y'all hear me?
I can hear
Yeah, I
you
can
now.
hear you.
Okay. All right. My headphones did something. I don't know what the hell. But the
No,
reason I
that
don't want to
no, no.
be that old is because of my physical condition. It deteriorates every day as far as what physically I'm able to do and take care of myself, this and the other. That's why I still live. I had to move back in with my mom because I can't physically take care of myself. So I can imagine being, because hell, I'm 45 now, add another 45 to it. Hell no, I don't want that. I don't. I don't, because I would be shit bedridden and somebody I don't know would have to take care of me. Hell no, I don't want that. So, I'm put it this way. I'm fine with uh the 70 years that God promised me. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
I don't know.
I
I
don't know
just
about that.
say, well,
That shit, Destiny. I
however
don't
it
know
turned
about
out.
that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that shit. Now, I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm looking for a vampire to bite me right motherfucking now. You know what I'm talking about?
Straight up.
Yeah, fuck that, nigga. I want to fly around this bitch and live forever. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? But I know that ain't the reality. You know what I really think about though? I think about my children. I think about that if I when I leave here or whatever that I'm never most likely I might not never ever see my children again. That bothers me. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, for real. Like that, you know what I mean? That's the part that bothers me. Like not seeing my children.
Man,
Well,
that
I know
man.
for me, it's looking at it like this. This body I have is broke down as hell. I know that with my belief in my faith in God, I love God. I know God. I have a relationship with God. I don't question whether I'm going to heaven or not. I know I am
Right,
because that's God's promise to me
right,
for being faithful to Him. And
right,
I know I'm going to get a new body.
right,
So I'm looking forward to a body that works. Nigga,
right,
shit. I'm tired of this one. I promise you.
right.
It's different when you have a disability. I remember life before all of this
Yeah,
shit happened, and being able to do the things that I did and go to places I go, and it wasn't a problem.
yeah,
Now, shit, just waking up in the morning and getting out the bed is a fucking chore.
yeah.
When your
Well,
legs don't
well,
move, if
well,
your back
well,
don't cooperate, it's a fucking chore. So I'm looking forward to my new body.
well, I'm gonna be praying for strength and healing, and you know what I'm saying. Like, you definitely a strong person to have to get up and still fight every day because a lot of people don't do that. So you give yourself a lot more credit, I think. But I'm definitely gonna keep you in my prayers. But I don't know, man. My granddaddy was just a durable. He fought in the war and in the Korean War. He got to see six generations. Now, if I'm
That's a
old and
blessing. That's a
if I'm
blessing.
now if I'm old and messed up, yeah, man, like don't even bring me back. Tell them don't revive me, but
Who? Bitch, revive me every motherfucking time, bitch. Fuck that shit. Hey, like my daddy say, y'all can sit me up in the front room. I can stand the smell long as y'all can, goddamn it. Shit, for real. Hey.
Nah.
Hey, look, man, I told my children already, if it ever come to a situation where they talk about pull the plug, bitch, don't you pull no plug on me. You let them
I,
motherfuckers pump and pump and pump and pump, goddamn it. Shit.
and I've had that discussion too because, like I said, I was at one point where they didn't even think I was going to live to see 33. So being sitting here being 45 is a miracle. All my doctors just don't
Amen.
know how I made it. Okay, I know it wasn't nothing but God. I know how I made it. It wasn't nothing but God. But my doctors are baffled at me being the age I am with the shit that I was going through when I was in my 30s. So I've always said, if it gets to the point where you got to pull the plug, pull that motherfucker. Don't prolong this shit.
Yeah,
I don't want to be here and not being able to, first of all, mentally function and physically function.
yeah,
I'm
so
already down physically where it's hard to function.
I
Don't
get
put
you.
me in a state where I mentally can't function either. And I'm just laying there as a vegetable. Fuck that.
And I
Pull
think
the
that,
plug.
and I agree. I think that goes to people, what your wishes is, and I think that your family should respect your wishes. I'm gonna tell you what happened to my mama though. She was in a coma, and the doctors told us to pull the plug, and it was up to me to pull the plug, and they told us that she wasn't gonna come out of her coma. She was brain dead or whatever, and I didn't pull the plug. And a month later, she came out of her coma, was cracking jokes, talking to me, all type of shit. You know what I mean? She lived for like 4 more years after that. She told us that she heard us in there when they were talking about pull the plug and everything, and it gave us an opportunity to prepare for her leaving us. You know what I'm saying? It gave us a chance to say our goodbyes. She never got out of the nursing home or whatever, but we got a couple more birthdays, and people got a chance to say their goodbyes and things of that nature, or whatever. So. It just depends on what your wishes is. So I can understand it. Some people don't want to be resuscitated. Matter of fact, that's what happened to her. She had been resuscitated so many times to where she had told her sister who had my auntie who had power of attorney over her, and she told her, I don't want to be resuscitated no more. You know what I mean? Like, and who knows?
Hmm.
If you get into that situation, I'm talking that now because I ain't in that situation. But who knows? You get in that situation, you might be in so much pain, so much agony. You might be like, man, fuck this shit. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I say that. Because, like I said, my life revolves around pain. Like, for real.
Right.
Let me have an honest moment here about the shit that I go through every day. My life revolves around pain. What level of pain I'm in,
Right.
because I'm in
Right.
pain all the time.
Damn, sister.
So, excuse me. So
Damn.
it changes you as a person.
Yeah.
It do. Um, I don't like being around a whole bunch of people no more.
Yeah.
I don't like the people that I love to see me like that.
Yeah.
I don't want nobody to see me at my worst. If I can't get up and come to you, I don't really have too many people come over my house.
Damn.
And people know, don't drive by here unexpected looking to see Tennille because she will go in her room and lock her door. You ain't seeing shit.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I have to be prepared for company. Um, which is, get up, get dressed instead of, just having pajamas on. Because
But you
that's
move
basically
around. You
what,
move around. You move around some though, T. You move around a little
I,
some though.
yeah, I do. But it's difficult.
Yeah.
I use a walker to get around.
Yeah.
I can't just get up out the bed and run down the hallway. Dude, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I have to make sure my walker is close by, and I have to pull one leg and drag the other because I have nerve damage in my left leg. So I can't
Yeah.
feel my left leg at all. Every step I take with my left leg is a
Yeah.
guessing game as far
Damn.
as my foot landing the right way. And I
Yeah.
actually rolled my ankle a couple weeks ago because just took a step. I wasn't doing anything outlandish or anything. I'm just walking down the hallway, and my foot landed the wrong way, and I rolled my ankle. And it's an ankle that I had injured, about 8 years ago. So I basically re-injured it the same damn way. Now wait for it to heal up. But my life revolves around being in pain. What time do I take my next pain pill? Going to the pain management doctor, going to my other damn doctors to make sure that the pain medicine I'm taking ain't affecting anything else. It's tough. It's tough. But I put on a brave face. I don't really complain about it because what's complaining gonna do?
Right.
You know.
Damn.
So I don't really share what I really go through with too many
Right.
people.
Right. Damn.
I really don't. But I'm thankful to be alive. Don't get it twisted. I love I love living, but my life is not nowhere near as full as it used to be. Even something as simple as getting up, going to church on Sunday mornings. I can't do that anymore
Yeah.
because sitting in the pews hurt like hell.
Damn.
It's everything I
You
do
hear what
is
you see what
calculated.
you see what Kentucky Shannon say? Say you got us to now.
I appreciate that.
And I ain't gonna lie to you, and that's the significance of this channel for me. Like that's one of the things that I see that separate this channel more so than any other channel that I have seen on YouTube. And because I feel like we all, even me, I feel like we all connect because of these type of situations. You know what I mean? These stuff that we going on, whether we want to talk about them publicly or whether we just want to fellowship because somebody else is sharing their situation. Like right now, it's somebody in this chat that's going through something right now, but they don't feel, comfortable sharing it. But listening to us talk about these situations are making them, you know, feel comfortable, making them feel better about what they're going through. I've been noticed that about this channel when I seen that quite a few of us have things that we be going through in our personal life. I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying, and I understood that. So that keeps me going, me personally
Oh yeah,
speaking.
I love that I'm able to sit here and share and
Yeah.
not feel judged because I'm, saying the negative part of it.
Mhm.
Um, because there's a silver lining to every negative, every dark cloud.
Mhm.
Like I always say, yeah, I might not be able to walk through security, but I bet you I get wheeled through that motherfucker before you do.
Mhm.
So there's a bright cloud or a bright, a silver lining to every dark cloud. But, you know, everybody has something that they're going through.
Right.
Mine just happens to be something physical, and like I said, that there's a life before 30 and there's a life after 30 because this shit started happening to me exactly 1 week after I turned 30.
Right.
You know,
You know
so
me. Me. And you done talked. Then um. I already knew, and I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why when me and you had that, that issue. That's why I felt bad. I really did. That's why, and that's why it was very important for me in order to mend that relationship because shit, I needed you, and you know what I mean, like for real, like you know what I'm saying, and at the end of the day, yeah, it's a blogging channel and all of that shit, but if we could if I could like help people in their life or the channel could help people in their life or help me in my life or you know what I mean, like that's a great thing. So yeah, that's why I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I was dead set on making sure that I meant it. Don't fit.
well, I appreciate that because we kind of just got back, online together. We really never talked about the situation together.
Right,
We didn't.
right,
It was just kind of like I popped back up and everything was fine. But
right.
we did have a conversation offline about it,
Yeah.
and we were able to come to an agreement on it.
Hmm.
And really, to me, it was just a misunderstanding of
Yeah.
intent
Right.
that it really came down to
Yeah.
at the end.
Well,
Because I
I'm glad you came back though. I'm glad you forgave me though, cause I like that's why I say you be talking all that shit, talking about I'm tough, I'm this and that. I don't see that side of you. I see the tough side, but I guess it's maybe I don't know, maybe you like me like that or something like that. But I see the loving side of you. I look past all that tough shit you be trying to put out there. Me personally, I do. You know what I'm saying? For real, I don't pass that shit. I don't be saying that shit. You know what I'm
Well, I
saying?
mean, we're all multifaceted, right?
Yeah.
I don't have to be a tough person unless you put me there. I'm put it this way: I'm a very reactive person,
Right.
so I respond to other people's energy. Whatever energy you putting out and throwing at me, that's what I'm gonna throw back at you, and typically
Right.
10 times worse.
Right.
Especially if it's negative energy, because it's like, what the fuck you coming at me like that for? I ain't saying shit. So,
Right.
excuse me, that's how I've always been. But I don't like being that way. Like,
Right. Right.
I don't intentionally set out to be a negative person. That's never my intent.
Right.
So I think that was part of the problem with us. You thought I was intentionally trying to be negative about the situation when it's just like, look, I'm telling you what's going on,
Right.
that I don't like it, and this is what I'm going to do to take
Right.
myself away from it.
Right.
And it had nothing to do with you. And
Right.
I think you were taking it as something against you when it wasn't. It was nothing to do with you and your behavior. It was the other person.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna keep on being disrespected. I'm not gonna keep on
Right.
being talked to like
Right.
I'm crazy.
Right.
So versus steady doing that, I'm just gonna back up. And it wasn't
Right.
never that I was gonna unsubscribe from the channel and block none of that. It was just I'm gonna be in the chat and I'm not gonna get back up on the panel when that person is there because I don't want to argue no more. Because
Right.
the energy
Right.
just had shifted.
Right.
It went from being like it is now, being, cool, calm, collected. Yeah, we might have a disagreement on opinions or whatever, but we ain't just never going at each other's throat. It went from
Right.
that to it just being like a chore. It went to being a chore. It went to being something that it was just negative. It really was. And I didn't want to be a part of that. And
Mm-hmm.
so instead of that, I'm just going to remove myself from the situation because I don't want to keep disrespecting you on your channel
Yeah.
by going
I,
back and forth with this person. So
yeah.
that's where I was coming from.
Yeah. And I was kind of, new to all that type of situation too, so I had to learn how to like navigate that shit. You know what I'm saying? I done learned a little. I done learned since then how to navigate that type of those type of situations. You know what I'm saying? Because it does become overwhelming. Well, it had become overwhelming for me when Correa used to get on here and it just to be like an argument all the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit was
Hmm.
like, man, god damn. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
like I said, it went from being chill and yeah, we might
Yeah.
disagree on something, but we ain't never just going at each other's throats talking about people's mamas and shit. Like we
Yeah.
ain't never do none of that shit. Never.
Yeah.
It went from this to that, and it was just
Yeah.
like, nah, I can't continue to be a
It got
part of
very
that.
it got very toxic.
Yeah, it did, and I was just like, I don't want to be a part of the damn toxicity.
Right.
So if it takes for me to remove myself from the situation for the shit to get better, I'm willing to do that.
Right.
And like I said, it was nothing against you. It
Yeah.
was just I had to do that for me to protect my own goddamn sanity because that shit was driving me crazy.
Yeah, I will say this though. I do long for the days of the old days though. Like and I think that's why I be still asking you about Dream Doll. And to be honest with you, when audio was on here the other night with us, it felt like a little bit of the old times. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
it
saying?
did. It
You know what I'm
did.
saying? And I enjoyed that. You know what I'm saying?
I did too.
Audio up here cracking jokes and then asking questions and things
Yeah,
of that
playing devil's
nature.
advocate. Yeah.
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong. I miss Dream Doll and her energy that she brought to the situation
Hmm.
too. I do.
Yeah, cause
Because
Dream Dog used to hold me down, boy. Dream Dog, I'm talking about for real. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, I miss her energy on the channel too. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, and then
Um,
and then my thing is they kicked her off the Pokemon channel like twice, and she went back to the Pokemon page. God damn, you know what I'm saying?
I think
Shit.
her issue was you didn't reach out to her soon enough.
Yeah,
Had
probably.
you tried to reach out to her sooner, it probably would have been able to be resolved by now. And that's the
Yeah,
truth.
I'm gonna get her
Um,
back. I'm gonna get her back though.
hey, do what you got to do.
I'm gonna get
I
her
would
back.
love it because I do
I'm
miss
gonna
her
get her back.
on the channel. We still keep in touch offline,
Yeah, I'm gonna get her back.
but I do miss her on the channel. But
Yeah,
I'm glad we were able to get over that as
yeah,
well because you've turned out to be a genuine friend.
yeah, for sure. I appreciate you.
You
Me
know,
too. Yeah,
and I appreciate that.
yeah.
You know, it ain't just on the channel that we talk and we
Right.
communicate. And
Exactly.
we are friends in real life. Might not have
Exactly.
seen you in real life, but we are friends in real life.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
the vibe that we got on the channel, it extends to real life. It ain't
Yeah.
just on here.
Right.
Um,
And I
so
would say,
I,
and I would say this. I can say this 100% that I would never have this channel without you being a part of it ever, ever. Like it's nothing you can do. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna make me like ever want to do this channel without you ever. You know what I'm saying?
oh
Because
well,
because I
thank
realize
you.
because I realize how important you is to me and to this channel. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Oh,
For
thank
sure.
you.
For sure.
That
For
makes
sure.
me feel all mushy inside. I ain't used to that.
Nah,
I
for
don't do
sure.
the mushy
For
feelings.
sure. You, you, you see it look like we a man down right now, and I ain't giving a damn about that shit. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Shit, fuck it. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? We gonna keep
You
on.
know, it's good to just be able to have this community.
Right.
It really is, and I appreciate y'all. Don't think I don't. I appreciate
Hmm.
y'all. I really do. Um, it occupies a part of my day,
Me too, man.
and it takes my mind off the shit that I got going on in real life. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate that you see my contributions to the channel as being a positive thing. I
For
appreciate that.
sure, for sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying? And you know, of course, I made mistakes, but at the same time, I'm just glad to have the opportunity to rectify the mistakes because everybody don't give you opportunities to, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You was wrong, and then you have to go back to these people and apologize and things of that nature. A lot of people don't give you them opportunities. You didn't have to do that. You see what I'm saying? You didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? So,
And
uh,
trust me, it took a lot of prayer,
oh, I
and
know.
you can thank in this invisible woman for me even giving the opportunity for us to have the conversation
For
because she
sure,
really talked me into that.
for sure, and that's why. And see, me and what Invisible Woman go through, you know what I'm saying, and her,
Yeah,
offline as well. So I just thought about all of the people that I really connect with on this channel that we all connect, and I realized, man, we need each other. We
yeah,
need each other. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? We
yeah.
need
Because
each other.
when you get our age, it's hard to make friends. Shit, it
Right,
really is.
right,
Typically, the friends you have in your 20s is the ones that you're gonna run with for the rest of your life. It's hard to make new friends when
right,
you in your damn 40s. I know it is
right.
for me.
Yeah, I don't have no friends either, really though. Other than
Mm-mm.
y'all, the ones I made here on this channel.
Right,
But in real
and
life, I don't really have friends in real life. Not
me
really.
either. Me either.
You know what I'm saying?
My friends are my family, and that's the truth.
Right.
Even shit, you about to make me real vulnerable. But even my best friend that I've had from birth, I don't even speak to her right now.
Mhm.
You know, so I really don't have friends. It's me and my family. Those are the people that I trust. I know I can depend on. Because my situation is different. If I can't depend on you when I call you for something, because I really don't reach out to people outside of my household to do things for me. If I need something or need a ride somewhere because I can't drive that far or whatever, I don't really reach out to too many people outside of my household. So
Mhm.
if I can't depend on you, what are you around for?
Mhm.
You know, because I've always been the person that everybody else depended on.
Mhm.
So it really showed me who was really in my corner when I got sick. And that's the truth.
Mhm.
Um, because a lot of people just fell off, you know, not just friends, but family too.
Mhm.
All them people that I was always there for, I can't pick up the phone and call them now for shit.
Me neither. I done told y'all plenty of times. Y'all treat me better than people I knew all my whole life. Real
And
shit.
that's the truth. I feel that way
I
too.
swear.
I feel that way too.
It is bittersweet. It's bittersweet because I be happy that I found people like this, but also I be kind of sad because I be like, damn, like these are the people that really supposed to, And I be loving my family and shit, but it's just the motherfuckers just different type of people. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it's just be like, man, I can't keep going on with them relationships like that because I keep getting the short end of the stick or keep getting hurt behind this type of shit. So I just find myself
Exactly.
getting alienated more and more as I get older, and I guess that's why I be more appreciative of this channel and the people that I meet on this channel because I feel like I can they care more. They care more.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all, my children told me they don't even like hugs. You know what I'm saying? They told me, Daddy, we ain't with all that huggy shit. Like what? Like what? Like, come on, man. I'm your only parent. Y'all done lost y'all mama. And y'all don't want me to hug y'all? What?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna go one day. Y'all don't want y'all ain't gonna miss hugging on me.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that really made me start being more affectionate. Because I'm, like I said, I was never an affectionate person, even as a kid. Like my mom used to have to beg me for a hug and a kiss because I've just never been that touchy feely person. I've always liked my damn personal bubble. Okay,
Yeah.
but as I've gotten older and realized and seen, all of my family starting to pass away, the elders passing away, realizing that shit, you ain't gonna get a chance to hug and kiss them no more. You better
That's
do
what
it
I'm
now while you
saying.
can.
That's how I look
I've
at it.
become way more affectionate with my mom. Even she said
Mhm.
it. She's like, damn,
Mhm.
you've been hugging on me a lot lately. What's wrong with you?
Mhm.
And I'm
Mhm.
like, nothing. I'm just taking this opportunity while I have the chance because you never know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
You can walk out the door this morning and never come back in. because of a car accident or anything. You never know. The world is crazy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just take advantage of that now. So, yeah, I'm becoming a more mushy person as I get older. But don't get it twisted. I've always been a crybaby. My emotions, I've always, whether I'm happy, sad, mad, getting ready to whoop your ass, I will always cry.
Right.
And we always say that's a Robinson trait. My mama is a Robinson. That is a Robinson trait. All of us are crybabies. Some more than others, but all of us are crybabies. It just depends on the damn situation, what we crying for. But yeah, I definitely get that from my mama's side of the family. I've always been a crybaby.
Mm.
But it depends on what them tears dropping for, whether you need to get out my way or not.
Right. Right. I know how that is.
Because if I get mad enough to cry, you might want to move the fuck away.
Right.
But it's cool to have this as a place to just be able to come and chill and talk and
Right.
chop it up about the recent events, what's going on in the world, and what's going on with each other. I appreciate that.
Facts.
I
Facts.
really do.
Because I and I'm telling you, that's why when I looked around, I just didn't see too many places like this. You know what I mean? On YouTube, of course people do their thing. They come here and that's their business. They come in to do their business and make money and blog and all of that. But that ain't the environment that we cultivated here. And I like the environment that we cultivated here. So, it's just different. It's just different here. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
you feel more connected to people when you know a little bit about them.
saying?
You know. And I ain't trying to, and don't get it twisted. I want this to be known. I ain't trying to make nobody feel sorry for me. Please don't feel sorry for me.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, it's a miracle that I'm here. Just consider my life a blessing, period.
Right. Right.
Um, please do not feel sorry for me because I don't feel sorry for myself.
Right.
It's just, it is what it is. That's my answer to the shit. It is what it is. This is just my struggle. My struggle is different from somebody else's.
Mm-hmm.
My struggle is physical. Somebody else's might be financial. Somebody else's might be mental. Somebody else's
Mm-hmm.
might be emotional. But we all
Mm.
have our own shit that we
We
deal with
do.
on a
We
daily
do.
basis.
We do.
You know.
And I'm gonna say this too. If anybody else like at some point in their life they feel like comfortable coming up here and sharing stuff with us, hey, as far as like, man, feel free, dog. We ain't gonna laugh at you up here. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. You ain't gonna we ain't this is not a place where you're gonna be judged and laughed at upon what you got going on. And you know what I'm saying? If you ever feel like you want to share, if you never do, that's fine. But if you feel like it, just let us know. Marita ain't the person that's gonna shun you for that. You perfectly you gonna be welcomed in. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you need that. I'm telling you, I
Yeah.
know. I come across as I know a lot of shit, but trust me, I be lost like a bitch a lot of times in my real life, and it be other people that help me through. So
Absolutely.
I'm just telling
You
you.
know. And that's the truth.
Mhm.
When as you age, because we middle aged now. Shit, I'm 45, so I'm in the middle of my middle age in my 40s. Shit,
Mhm.
I can tell. Maybe when I hit 35, that my mental started to change.
Mhm.
You know, I started thinking with a much more mature mindset. You know, and thank God for that, because I've
Right.
always been mature. Because like I said, I grew up an only child, so I was the only child that was a latchkey kid that came home from school, and in third grade, I had dinner on the table by the time my mama got home from work at 5:30.
Mhm.
The house was clean and the laundry was going. You know, everything. I was that kid. Shit. I used to call, and how you used to call and make arrangements for your light bill and shit. I
Mhm.
used to call the damn light company and make arrangements for the light bill so much that when she finally did call, they ain't think it was her.
Yeah. Damn.
Because I was Mary Robinson so damn much, they ain't think it was her. They thought it was fraud. I'm like, damn, really? But I was that kid. It was funny.
Mhm.
My best friend used to say by the time I was 13, I could have ran the household by myself. As long as I had the money, I wouldn't need an adult there because I could drive. She said, you could drive, you would smoke a cigarette, you knew how to do everything from, balancing a checkbook to doing the laundry and iron clothes, everything. You know how to do everything that you needed to do. You could have ran your own household. I was like, yeah, but on the flip side of that is I felt like a portion of my childhood was taken early because I was made to mature so fast.
Yeah, that's kind of what
I,
happened. That happened with me
I
as well.
yeah, I didn't get to be carefree as long as a lot of other kids because I had to be more mature because it was just me and my mom. So I had to handle the shit when she wasn't at home. I had to be the adult when she wasn't at home.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I had that too. My mom, yeah, you know, cause my mom was on drugs, so um, my mama actually was, and then I was the oldest kid, and I was the boy, and I stayed with my mama. Like my sister and them, they younger than me, they had the same daddy, so they went and lived with their daddy. But me, I stayed with my mama through the whole thing. So my mama, you know, it was me and her. That was me and it was me and her. So she bestowed that upon me, that responsibility. Plus, as a boy, I took it upon myself anyway, because that's my mama. I'm the male. But she wanted me to help to protect her from herself. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
So she would give me the money when she would get the check every month, and she would tell me, okay, Michael, I took this much money, and don't give me no money when I come here. Now when I come back in here and I ask you for it, so she knew that when she get high, she was gonna come back and she was gonna ask me for money, and she would tell me, don't give me no money, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You know what I mean? She was like, that other person that come in here, don't give me no money. I don't care what I do, what I say, and just like clockwork, it would happen. She would come in there, she would ask me for money, and I would have to stand firm, and I'd be like, no, mama, this and that. She'd get mad, might give me a little yoke. She might yoke me up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I
hmm
just take it because I already knew. She already told me. Then when the next morning come, when she not high no more, she'd be happy that I didn't give her the money. And then it came to the point where the rent man would come and I would give the rent man the money or stuff like that. Or sometimes I tell my mom, I like, Mom, now I ain't got no more shoes. I'm gonna need some money for my shoes. So some shoes next time you get paid. I mean, next time you get the check. So is it okay? And she'll be like, Yeah, I'm gonna get you some shoes, Michael. So make sure you just hold some money for your shoes, and I would hold the money for my shoes. You know, stuff like that. So I agree. I've been through the same thing.
Well, my mother wasn't on drugs or anything. I always, anytime I speak on my mama, y'all know I always give her the highest of praises because she really did her thing. In particular with the amount of money she made to do everything that she did. My mama did amazing, with me growing up. So I'm never gonna down her for that or deny her that. But yeah,
Hmm.
I had to mature a lot faster than a lot of my peers because she didn't get married until I was 13. So from I moved to Texas with her when I was 6. So from 6 to 13, it was just me and her. My uncle did move down to Houston and stayed with us for a little while, but baby, that was a trip because my uncle was alcoholic. So me and him got into it all the time. But yep, it is what it is. It makes
Yeah.
me who I am. And I'm grateful for those experiences now as an adult. But I do look back and say I wish I could have, stayed that carefree kid a little bit longer than I did.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me
But
too.
it is what it
And,
is.
and
It
and
makes
I
me who
think
I am now.
and I think that's why I am the way I am about children. You know what I mean? Because
Mhm.
I realize small things traumatize children. So I'm
Mhm.
very cognizant of the environment and the way that we bring up our children, because it be very, I'm telling you, it be very little small things that you may not notice that affects them kids, and they carry that trauma up until adults, and then it manifests in them as an adult, and it causes them trouble through their whole life. Like case in point, I'm gonna tell you about my little brother. My little brother, my he had the same daddy as my sister. My mom got 3 kids: me, my sister, and my little brother. They got the same daddy. I got a different daddy. I'm the oldest. When my mom got on drugs, their dad came and got them. He came and got them because they felt like my mama wasn't able to take care of all of us, and because she was going through financial trouble and she was going through a drug addiction. I couldn't go with my daddy because my daddy was married and I was an outside kid when it comes to his situation. So I stayed with my mama. Nor did I want to go with my dad. I really kind of wanted to stay with my mama because I didn't want to leave her by herself. I'm the oldest. So my sister and my brother was taken to stay with they taken by their father. My mama was cool with that because she understood that she couldn't take care of all of us. Plus, they wanted to protect my sister because she was a very pretty little girl, and they didn't want her to have to live in that type of environment, things of that nature. But my little brother, unbeknownst to us, when his daddy he took him to Gainesville, and his mama had a house out in the country, property, everything. But my stepdaddy ended up having a relationship with another woman and starting another family, and he left my brother to be raised by his grandmama in the country, which was my stepdaddy father. I mean, it was. I mean, to be honest with you, it wasn't no drugs. It was just he was just out there in the country, living. You know what I'm saying? They had property, uh, farm animals and shit like that there. So one would think that he was in a good environment. Well, it affected him negatively. When he got grown, I realized because we him had conversations, and he felt like his daddy abandoned him. He felt like we all abandoned him, and I had to talk to him. I say, bro, how did I abandon you? I was a child that's just like you. He said, but you never came to got me. I say, how would I come to get you? How would I'm only like 4, 5 years older than you. How would I come to get you? I'm a kid myself. Also, how would I know to come to get you? It ain't like we had cell phones and shit like that where I talk to you or nothing. It wasn't like you get what I'm saying. And it wasn't like you was in an environment where you was getting abused or nothing. You just felt alienated. But how it wasn't what I was going through with my mama when she was doing drugs and I had to make sure she was protected and all of this like that. It wasn't what my sister was going through, or my sister didn't have her mama to tell her about her periods and about boys and things of that nature. You just off to the living in the country. But regardless of how much it didn't seem significant to me, it was significant to him to the point to where it bothers him to this day. He does not have a relationship with his father because he feels like his father abandoned him. But his father felt like he took him away from a situation that would have been a worse situation with my mama. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But but
Hmm.
just in his mind, he got abandoned, and it bothers him to this day. You know what I'm saying? To where him and my sister don't have a good relationship. Now he look up to me. You know what I'm saying? But it's still done manifested to the point to where it's done took a life of his own in his life, and it's just a trauma that he ain't learned to deal with. You know what I'm saying? And I
Hmm.
didn't even know this. I didn't even know none of this until I talked to him when he was grown, and he divulged this to me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like,
Yeah,
damn. And it just let me know how small things can affect children, and they could take that trauma going on as adults.
yeah. And I have a cousin that's dealing with, trauma from his childhood. That, well, he's not dealing with the trauma from his childhood, and it definitely affects him as an adult. To me, it has stunted his growth, and he's still functioning as a teenager, even though he's a grown man with a grandchild. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, and because of that, it's hard to have a relationship with him because I function, I think, as a 45-year-old woman. I ain't trying to act older. I ain't trying to act younger for sure.
Hmm.
So it's hard to relate to you when you're still in the mindset of sagging your pants and
Hmm.
listening to, don't get me wrong, I listen to new music sometime, but you act like you a YN with your old ass.
Hmm.
You a OYN. Like I said the other day, he's the OYN.
Hmm.
And it's like, how do I relate to you on that? I can't. I've matured way past that shit. And you still
Hmm.
functioning like a teenager. And
Hmm.
anytime we mention to him that he needs to get help for the trauma that he's gone through, he just gets mad. He wants to explode. I don't want to do that. Y'all don't listen to me. Well, we are listening to you and we're telling you what you need to do because it's beyond us to be able to help you. You explode at us and then you isolate yourself from us. So how can we, because his thing is, I miss my family. I miss my family. Well, how can we resolve that when you isolate yourself from us? If we don't put you over in the corner and ignore you, you go to the corner by yourself. And even when we do reach out, you don't reach back. I'm only gonna get my hand slapped so many times before I say okay, fuck it, and walk away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I think I deal with that a little bit too. I think I deal with the Peter Pan syndrome a little bit too. And I think because, of course, because I was forced to be a grown ahead of time. I think I do. I don't think I do it consciously, but I think subconsciously I don't want to. I don't want to grow old. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like I don't. I fight against it. Like I don't feel old. I don't feel old. I'm 44, but I don't feel old. I feel like
I don't
20.
I don't feel old. I don't feel old, but I don't feel like I'm still in my 20s either. Put it that way. You
I
know,
don't feel that way because
mentally,
of the kids, because of the young kids make me feel that way. But I'm still I'm still in tune with what's going. Like okay, the point. I know just as much about hip hop and the new rappers as my son them. You know what I'm saying? Like I know,
yeah,
I can hold a conversation with a 18-year-old. You see what I'm saying? But maybe that's because I'm in that. Maybe that's because I'm doing I'm paying attention to the shit that shit when I shouldn't be, or maybe I should be paying attention to other shit. You see what I'm saying? Maybe I'm focusing on the 18-year-old shit when I should be focusing on the 45 to 50-year-old shit. You see what I'm saying? I
hmm
don't know. I'm just saying. I think I do suffer from that as well. I do think I got the Peter Pan syndrome, and I think it is partly because of trauma as well.
yeah,
I think it's because I was I ain't gonna say robbed, but because I took the responsibility of being the man of the house willingly. You get
but
what
you
I'm saying?
shouldn't have had to do that. That's the
Right,
thing.
right,
Yeah,
right,
you might have willingly took it on, but you shouldn't have had to take it on from the first place. You know what I mean?
right, right. And
You know,
I just did it because I realized that that's the best. It was the best situation for our survival. You
right.
know, you know what I'm saying?
But that wasn't on you to have to figure that out. You were not the parent. You were not the parent. You should not have had to figure out the best way for y'all to survive. That was not how your childhood was supposed to go. Hold on one second.
Right. I see what you said, Renee. Renee said my sister just texted me and said, "I know you're online. Take your ass to sleep. That's how close we are. Silly and Natty for real. Me and you, us never part. For real. Listen and listen. That let me tell you something. That's a great thing too to be close to your siblings like that. Like I have no siblings that I'm close to like that. You know
Okay,
what
I'm
I'm saying?
sorry.
And I long for that as well. So so cherish that as well, Renee.
That's why I just had to say, hold on for a second. My sister was at the door. She was ready to go to work. So I had
Yeah.
to see what was up with her real quick. But, having, and, another thing with me is, having a sister that's 18 years younger than me, it made me feel like a parent when I was a teenager. That's for sure. Being a parent without having a child, especially before she started going to my aunt's daycare when she was 18 months old. My mama had to work, period. So when, those days when I wasn't working or at school, because I was in college full time and I had a full time job. So it was rare for me to be off all day. I had one day a week, which was Thursday, that I didn't have classes and I didn't have to go to work. So that was my day to study and sleep. But I had a little sister that needed to be taken care of. So it started to be that was the day that I took care of my sister. And it got to be a lot. I'm like, why am I taking care of a child that I didn't have? And I started to feel resentment towards my mom for that. We had to work that shit out. That was one of the reasons I moved back up to um, the Chicagoland area when I was 23. Because I was just tired of feeling like I was a parent when I didn't have a kid.
Mhm.
You know, I was also tired of my mom treating me like I was still a teenager when I'm in my, early 20s, getting ready to be in my mid 20s. I'm like, no, this is not getting ready to happen. So
Yeah, yeah.
I had to take a break.
My sister had to deal with that with her oldest daughter, the same sister that we had the same mama because my sister had her daughter when she was in high school, and so when her daughter was like 14, 15, her daughter big, my niece is bigger than my sister. So when people see her, they look like they sisters. My sister still look young and shit, so they still look like sisters. But she had two other boys after that, and my niece used to take care of my nephews and stuff while my sister worked. My sister worked a lot. She worked like three jobs. Like my sister fucking worked her ass off and shit. So my niece became the mama. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And when she became old enough to move out, she left. Like she gone. Like she moved out. She never came back. And it was because she was forced to take care of her brothers like she was their mama, and she didn't get a chance to have her teenage years. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So that's why I be saying like this. That's why I be so cognizant of the trauma that we can produce with these children. Like my sister told me that when she and her baby daddy used to get arguments, she would hit him first. And I said, "Why you hit him?" And she say, "Because I used to watch Mama get beat up, and I decided that I would never be a victim, so I'm gonna hit first." And she said a lot of times it wasn't even gonna be a violent situation, but she would make it a violent situation because she was so afraid of getting beat on first. So she would swing on the boyfriend first. The man might not even be finna hit her. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I was like, wow, sister, like, and I just all of these situations, I just listened to them from my siblings, and it just made me understand. And then I also realized what I go through for myself, and it just made me realize understand that it's so much trauma that kids can go through. That's why I do not like to see parents who just parent and don't give a damn about what the children feel. Like
Yeah.
I care about what the children feel. I want my children to tell me their feelings, even though I might still parent. I'm gonna still parent. I still want to hear where you coming from because sometimes the children be right, my nigga, and we
Yeah.
just don't fucking listen to them, dog.
Yeah. And I'm grateful that I had a mother even back in the 80s and the 90s who listened. Now, don't get me wrong, she might have listened to me, but it was gonna be her way or the highway, period.
Right,
But
right.
sometimes, every now and then, I was able to wiggle my way in there and make her see things my way. And I'm just grateful that I was allowed to have an opinion, because a lot of my, you know, ex friends, family members, whatever, they just were never given a voice growing up. So as adults, they still don't know how to have a voice in
Mhm.
their relationships with anybody. You know, I have one friend that, or ex friend now, runs from conflict. If there's any type of unrest in any situation, she running. She ain't dealing with it. She will cut you off in a heartbeat. And it's
Yeah.
just like I asked her one day, I'm like, why? And she said, because when I was growing up, we never had arguments in my house. If we were mad at each other, we stayed mad at each other until we wasn't mad at each other. And we swept it under the rug and act like everything was okay. We never talked things out. So I don't know how to argue. I'm like, I'm glad I ain't grow up in a house like that, because baby, we argued our asses off in my household, and we worked the shit out. We were the type of family that you did not go to sleep angry. Period. Whatever happened, we're gonna address it now, and we're gonna fix this shit because tomorrow is not promised. And
Right.
if something happened to you, I don't want the last interaction I have with you to be a negative one, because I would never be able to get over that. That was really how I grew up. So I don't understand people who don't know how to resolve conflict.
I agree. That I
Yeah, I might
oh
not be able to, or I might not want to address you today, but tomorrow, the next day, give me a little time to calm down where I can have a rational conversation about it. Because in the moment, that's not the time to address me about shit. It really isn't.
yeah,
Let me cool down for a couple days, and then we can address the shit. But we're
yeah,
gonna address it.
yeah,
So I don't understand people who don't know how to resolve conflict.
yeah.
That's something that I just don't get.
Yeah, I agree 100%, 1000% with you. I'm the same way. Like, I don't. If I care for you, I care for the relationship or whatever. I'm not finna not try to resolve this, even if I'm mad, even if I felt like I'm right. I'm going to reach out and try to resolve it because I realized that if something happened to you or something happened to me, then this is the last interaction that we had. It's the same as me hugging my children and me not understanding why they don't want to hug because this might be the last time I see y'all. And then you're gonna be sitting there crying over my casket, saying, "Oh, I should have hugged my daddy." Or, no,
Hmm.
no, no, no,
Hmm.
no. Hug me now. Tell me you love me now. It is the reason why I'm so vocal. It is the reason why I share my thoughts and my feelings on certain situations because if I walk out this door today and I lose my life, then you still know how I felt about certain situations. You see what I'm saying? I told you how I felt about you. I told you I care for you. I told you I loved you. You know what I mean? And I try to show that. You get what I'm saying? Because I understand that, man, life is short. We just saw what happened to young Scooter. We just saw
Yeah,
what happened to Get Money, Little Ronnie, and his little daughter.
yeah,
Like we keep being reminded every day of how quickly life could be taken away from us. So I just don't take that for granted no more. Know what I'm saying? I think ever since my
yeah.
brother died when I was like 14, I realized that nigga, you can die. Oh, it ain't just old people die, nigga. Like you know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that realization came to me when I was 19, and one of my good friends from high school was killed by her boyfriend or her ex-boyfriend. He was one of those obsessive types that just would not let her go, and he ended up killing her. Remember the other day when I said I have somebody on death row? I'm waiting for their asses to be put
Mhm.
down. That's
Mhm.
him. That's him. Um, I ain't saying no names or no shit, but yeah, I'm
Yeah.
waiting for his ass
Right.
to be put down like the fucking dog he is,
Right.
because he didn't have to do that girl like that. um, but I just don't, you know, I don't like to leave things unresolved. Put it
Yeah.
that
Me
way.
neither. Me
You know,
neither.
even if we're not going to talk anymore, to me, you owe me that last conversation.
Look how I keep asking about Dream Doll.
Yeah, yeah.
See what I'm
And
saying?
trust me, every time you ask about her, I tell her, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you this: she's softening up.
I know.
I'm buttering her up
Yeah. I'm
because
wearing her
every
down.
time you ask, I add my own shit on there too
Yeah.
to try
I'm
to
wearing.
butter her up.
I'm wearing her down like Steve Urkel did Laura. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Right.
But hey, because that shit that happened between that night, that night did not have to happen. That night did not have to happen. If we just would have communicated with each other better, that shit never would have happened. In particular, between me and you, that shit really didn't have to happen. But in a way, I'm kind of glad it did,
Yeah.
because it showed that even though we had an argument that tough, because I mean, like my sister ended up coming in the room at like 3 o'clock in the morning and telling me to be quiet because I was waking her up. I was screaming so
Yeah.
loud. Even though we had an argument that was that tough, we were able to get over it. And I think we're closer now than we even were then.
We are, and that's how I am, and that's the same thing Mickey Truth didn't understand. Like I never felt like I was wrong with me and her disagreement. I felt like I was right, but at the same time, you know, I saw that. I was like, okay, maybe she did show some contrition, and I was like, okay, well, it ain't that serious. Let's go on and try to move past it or whatever. So we did. That's when they invited me to come on Triple Threat and all of that type of shit. And that's why I fought so hard for the relationship, for the friendship from that point on. That's why I went toe to toe with Blicky Dicky Daddy Dad or whatever the nigga name was, and them
Mhm.
motherfuckers, because I was showing my loyalty. She just didn't take it as serious as I did. So once I seen that, it was over with. Like it's over with for me for her because but once I get through have a situation with a friend and then we make up, I'm never trying to ever get in that bad space again. I'm going to fight hard to never that ever happen again. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to show how loyal I am as a friend. I don't ever want to go there no more because that shit be hurtful. It hurt you hurt the other person's feelings, and I don't
Man,
like
when I
that.
tell you I got off that live that night, well, that morning, because it was like 7 o'clock in the morning when we finally did get off of it, because we was on that bitch all night long. When I tell you I didn't sleep that day because I was crying all goddamn day,
That's what I'm saying, and I
I
don't
was
like that.
toe up. I was toe up for days. It wasn't just that day, because that happened on a Friday night. So that Saturday morning I was really fucked up. But for days, like it was like a pit in my stomach
Yeah,
feeling.
like
Like
how did we
it,
get
it
here?
fucked me up. Yeah, yeah.
How did we get
It
here?
really fucked me up emotionally. It really did. Because as you like to say, I'm an empath, so I feel that shit
Yeah,
way
you're
harder
impact.
than a lot of people do.
Yeah,
Like I said, it felt like a pit in my stomach. Like
yeah,
it took me like a week to be able to get rid of that feeling and
yeah,
be able to get back to normal, my normal self. Like it really
yeah,
did. That
for sure.
fight with us, between me and you. I ain't talking about with Dream Doll and nobody
Yeah,
else, but just between me and you, that really fucked me up. I can't lie and say it did. It really, really did. I felt that shit. Um, Not just emotionally, I felt that shit physically. Like I didn't eat for a
yeah,
couple of days. Like you said, you ain't eat for a couple of days with your
yeah.
girl in jail. I didn't eat for a couple of days after me and you had that argument.
But look,
Yeah,
but look how long it's been since we had that situation, and I'm still trying to rectify that with Dream Doll.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? It's
yeah,
still trying. You know what I mean? And we gonna give her a time. You know what I mean? And if she never do, that's still fine. That's still fine because I made her feel that way. I can accept that. She don't have to be like, oh, just because Marita want me to be back cool with him, I got to. She don't have to do that. She doesn't have to.
right,
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
right.
saying? So I don't feel. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna motherfucking try, and I'm gonna
Like I
bug
said,
you. I'm gonna bug you and bug you and bug you and bug you.
like I said, it took a lot of prayer and a lot of conversations between me and Adrian for me to finally get to the point where it's like, okay, I'm willing to have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
Because in a way, I ain't even gonna lie, I felt betrayed.
I
I
can
did.
understand that. I can
I
understand
felt
that.
like you picked his side over mine. It
And
felt
then
like you picked a side.
and then check out how God worked. The next fucking day I had to kick him, block him too. You see how God worked? You see the bullshit? God said, all right,
And
Marita.
I laughed my ass off at that because I was in the bushes
Yeah,
watching. Trust and believe, I was in
yeah.
the bushes watching. So after that, when you did have to, kick his ass to the curb, I said, "See, look at that. You went
Mm-hmm.
all hard for him last night,
It had to get rid
cussed
of the
me
brother.
out and everything else,
It had
and
to get.
look at what he done did.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
very next day, look at what he done did. He's still acting a fool.
Trust me,
See, it wasn't me."
I learned my motherfucking lesson. I sure did. I sure called on it. I said, look at this shit here.
I said, "See, it wasn't me. I told your
Mm-hmm.
ass it wasn't me, but you ain't want to listen."
Mm-hmm. Come up here, start all that bullshit.
Because if you really looked at it, I mean, if the arguments that we've had are still up, if you look at it, he always started the shit.
Well, except that one that Dream Doll had wanted me to, get rid of. I got rid of that one.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm saying, if you go back and look at the other ones
Yeah,
where it's an argument, he started the shit.
always.
Always,
Hmm.
always. It's like, he pokes the bear and then get mad at the bear for actually coming and biting his ass. And it's
Hmm.
just like, Because like I said, I'm a reactive person. I was cool until he wasn't.
Right.
And once he wasn't, then I ain't either. And that was just, it was a lot. That was a
And
lot.
then I
That
used to wonder,
situation was fucked up.
I used to wonder, I used to be like, okay, so he has his own channel.
Why
Why
he
don't
ain't
we
over there doing
do
that
this with
shit?
that? Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Because
that shit used to throw
if
me.
you look at it, he has gone around to a lot of channels doing the same shit,
Hmm.
starting up shit with different people on the panels.
Hmm. So
He has.
that's when I caught on. I was like, is this just a thing that he like to do? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It absolutely is. He don't do that shit on his channel, but he damn sure come on yours and do it.
Hmm.
And fuck up your whole vibe.
Hmm. And he don't even
And
be
then,
mad. He don't even be mad. He just done pissed everybody else off.
mm-hmm. I can't deal with people like that. I really can't. Just people who just want to argue just because they can. Like,
Hmm.
uh-uh. Because don't get me wrong, I can argue. I will argue, but it's not something that I like to do.
Me neither.
Like,
Me neither.
who the fuck likes being upset?
Right.
Because I know my shit don't. I can't control it. Once
Hmm.
you take me there, I'm off to the races,
Hmm.
and it ain't no telling what the fuck gonna fly out my mouth.
Right.
And I don't like being that person. I don't. I have she has her own separate personality. That's Nikki. I don't let Nikki out too often
Right.
because Nikki hurt people's feelings, and I don't like doing that.
Hmm.
So it was a lot, but we were able to get over it, and I'm so glad we were able to get over it. Like I said, I look at you like my brother.
Yeah, you my sister too. And I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna say this too. I'll never be cool with Mickey Truth again. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, even though I'm just trying to show you, I do have my levels to this shit. Like,
Yeah,
I did it once. I went through the situation once where we had a disagreement and we made up for it. And you know what I'm saying? You betrayed me. I'm like you. You betrayed me the second time again. You know what I'm saying? Like, you was doing a bunch of shit to wearing the free move up shirt. Like, I just saw that y'all wasn't my type of people. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Y'all
yeah,
not my type of people. Y'all operate on a whole different vibrational level than me, and I'm not with that shit. I'm not with the rubbing in, like you not, that was wrong. You know what I'm saying? I can't be cool with that type of shit. Music the same. He the same as Mickey. I don't give a damn how much he try to hide it. I'm telling you, I know him. I've been in group chats with them. I was cool with them for a long time. They're the same type of motherfucker. They're the same type of person. I can't be. I'm not cool with that. I can't be. I can't be cool with that. So whereas with you or Dream Doll or with some other people that I will, try to salvage a friendship and go that extra mile to make everything right. I'm not doing that with them. I'm not doing that with them because I see that we're two different people. And you did that shit a couple times to me, and that means you're gonna do that shit again if I be
Hmm.
cool with you. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
I
saying?
feel you. I feel you. Yeah, everybody doesn't deserve a second chance,
Right.
or a third chance because that she was on her second chance.
Right.
You know, and you don't have to keep allowing somebody to abuse you in any kind of way, whether it be
Yeah.
physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You don't have to take that shit from nobody. So I feel you. Sometimes you just cannot come back from certain things.
Yeah.
Um, and like you said, the vibration that they own. Once they wore those free move op shirts, I was done with them.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that I was done with you because I didn't watch now another show that they was involved in. If they was even in the panel, I wasn't watching that shit no more. Um, because I just couldn't get with that, you know. Um, Not after the things that because it wasn't she on the panel with them before, or they were. I don't know. I don't know. But to me, it was just a betrayal to wear those shirts like that.
Yeah, because Mama
And
Mama Duck had done welcomed her in her home
yeah,
and took care of her
that's it.
in
That's it. That's it.
Chicago and
That's
all of
right.
that shit.
That's right. That's right. She had been up there with Mama Duck.
Yeah, Mama Duck
So
didn't even know what the
she was,
problem was. She was lost.
yeah, she was up there on Duck Day, matter of fact. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. That was the betrayal about it to me. So
yeah,
after you do some shit like that, I can't rock with you at all because that lets me know you would do the same shit to me.
yeah.
If you sat there and went to that woman's house, she welcomed you with open arms. On what is Duck Day, which was his birthday, his 30th birthday at that, so a milestone birthday. And she treated you like family, and then you turn around and come home and do some shit like that.
For
Nah,
clicks, likes, and views, and
yeah,
didn't and didn't even get 1,000 views on the video. So you
right.
betrayed this woman, and you did this while the trial was going on, where she had to relive the loss of her son.
Hmm. You know, so I
I
couldn't
remember
get,
Mama, not to cut you. I remember Mama Duck going live and saying, "Mickey, what did I do to you?" What's like? She was fucking lost. She didn't
yeah,
understand why she did that.
yeah, yeah. She was confused. She was hurt. She was hurt. And hey, although we might not be friends or whatever, but we from the same place, so that's my hometown homegirl. I'm gonna ride with Mama Duck on that shit.
Yeah,
That was wrong. That was wrong, and I cannot get with you doing no shit like that. You making or music, that was wrong for that shit.
yeah.
Flat out.
She
Period.
never apologized to that lady or nothing to this day. To this
And
day, she
even
never
though
said.
you didn't, I will say this to you that really made me level up the amount of respect for you I had already. When you apologized to her
Yeah,
personally, like
yeah,
not online, not making this shit a big deal or nothing, not trying
yeah,
to get no views off of it, just behind the scenes
yeah.
personally, and wasn't even wearing the shirt, just for
Right.
being in that atmosphere. When you apologize to her like that, that really made me respect you
Cause I
even more
should
than I already do.
thank you. Cause I should have said something. I should have. All that shit I talk, all that righteous shit I be preaching it. I should have. That was the time for me to stand up and say something, and I failed, and I realized that. So I had to go to her and I had to apologize to her. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even though you didn't say something then, you still said something eventually. Because a lot of
Right,
people would have just let it ride and not even said nothing to her afterwards.
right.
They might have felt bad about it, but they wouldn't have, went directly to her to apologize.
Yeah,
So, that really did, like I said, raise the level of respect I already have for you because a lot of people wouldn't do that.
yeah. And I didn't
You
ask
know,
her for no interview or nothing, nothing like that, or nothing like that. You know what I
right?
mean? Or
Exactly. That's the whole thing. Because you
yeah.
could have made content out of it,
I could
but you
have.
didn't.
Yeah, yeah.
But you didn't. You chose to, humanize her and that situation
That shit was
instead of
bothering me
being
though.
content. So I
Yeah.
appreciated that.
Yeah, thank you. Because man, let me tell you something, bro. When you got a good, decent moral compass, you know when you wrong, dog. And
Hmm.
you know what I mean, that shit sit right there, and if and bothers you. And I know it do me. So you know what I mean. That's when I don't mind apologizing. I don't mind, you know what I mean, having to, when I know I'm wrong or some shit like that. I don't mind. I don't mind. It make me feel better
Hmm.
to apologize. You know what I mean, or to say, man, I'm wrong, dog. Like I shouldn't have did that. You know what I mean? Like for real. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, we've had this discussion before. It's hard for me to apologize, but I will if I'm really wrong about some shit.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not that person that will apologize just to appease you and help the situation smooth. I'm not that person.
Yeah.
If I don't think I'm wrong, I'm not apologizing for shit. Now, I
Right.
might apologize for how I said it, but not what I said. That's why I
Right.
don't like having conversations
Disagreement.
when I'm heated,
Yeah.
in that situation, because I'm gonna say some shit that I'm probably right, but the way I said it was wrong. So
Right.
I don't want to have to come and apologize back for shit, because typically I say what I mean and I mean what I say.
Right.
So that being that type of person, you really don't have to apologize so much because
Right.
you meant that shit.
Right. Right.
So that's why I choose to take the time out and back away from the situation. I'm that person that has conversations to themselves in the shower about the argument that they don't have later on when they call a person. That's me.
Me too. Me too. Me too.
I already know what I'm gonna say.
I might be arguing with you. I might be saying what I'm gonna say to you out loud, but
Oh
you ain't
yeah.
even there. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying?
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm
I've had arguments to myself where I've not only played my part but yours too. What your
saying? Yeah.
response gonna be so I can have one?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I am that person. So that's why I say when I say something, typically I mean it. So I really don't have to apologize for much, but my delivery, which has gotten better as I've gotten older.
Yeah.
Because
My
when
delivery
I was
better.
younger, I didn't give a shit how I said it.
Yeah. My
I said what
delivery
I
better.
said and to deal with it.
That's what I
But
get. That's what I get critiqued. I get critiqued on the most. My delivery, because that's what my children be mad at me about. They be feeling like my delivery, it ain't the best delivery. So I be trying to tailor it a little bit because I realize that sometimes we don't see certain things about ourselves and other people do. So we have to like try to be cognizant of that. So
mhm.
that's what I be trying
and
to
and that's why I know I've had to change up my delivery over the years, because like I said, I'm very blunt about shit. I don't really sugarcoat
do. Yeah, I'm
things
blunt. I'm
because
blunt like a motherfucker too,
it was
though.
never sugarcoated for me. you
Right,
know that's not how my family works. We ain't sugarcoat shit. It
right.
is what it is. Accept it for what it is and move on. But everybody ain't like that,
No, no. And
and that's something that I had to learn as I got older. Everybody can't take that. They really
yeah.
can't.
Yeah, I'm that way too. Like and that's in the be honest with you, that's how I talk to myself. Like when I talk to myself in the mirror or things about myself, I talk to myself straight, no chaser, because I just feel like how you gonna become a better version of yourself, or how you gonna self correct if you lying to yourself. I don't lie to myself
Hmm.
about a motherfucking thing.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have this fantasy world of myself, and I notice a lot of people do that, and it helps them cope with wherever they are in life. I don't do that shit. I tell myself the exact 100% fact truth. That way, I can get myself to a better position. I can realize what I got going on. Like I'm not going to be the ignorance is bliss guy. But when I realize that I can't talk to other people like that, because other people are happy with living in their fantasy world of what they got going
Hmm.
on. You know what I'm saying? So I even have to realize that when I give some people advice, when they come to me for advice, I have to sometimes use the velvet glove, because
Hmm.
if I talk to them like I talk to myself, they're gonna feel like I'm trying to put them down or trying to belittle them. No, I'm just telling you, nigga, you ain't got no car. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I
Hmm.
mean, like a nigga be like, man, he said they ain't had no car. You don't. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that, but I'm
and I'm
not,
like that too.
I'm not saying it to belittle you. I'm just
Right.
telling
I'm just
you,
saying, I'm just stating the facts. And the fact
yeah,
is, you don't have a car, period.
yeah, and to make you feel better, I talk to myself like that, and I be like, hey, Marita, you need to do this better. Hey, Marita, you fucked up right here. I do that to myself. I'm not just doing it to you. You know,
Okay, my love.
oh, I finna say, you all right, baby?
That's my dog.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? But I just realized that a lot of people, it just not, they just it just need velvet glove. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely gonna be the old motherfucker that's real candid. You know, the old grandpa
Oh,
that.
absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna be just like my grandma, straight no chaser.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Either love it or leave it.
And to be honest with you, they're the grand people that I love. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, oh yeah.
Shit.
And that's where I get a lot of my personality from is my
Mhm.
grandma, um, because I spent a lot of time with her. I lived with her until I was six
Mhm.
and a half,
Mhm.
and I spent every summer with her. And
Mhm.
then when I was grown, I moved back in to take care of her before she passed away. That's why I was there when she died.
Right.
So I spent a lot of time with my grandma. And a lot of my personality is Willa Mae Robinson, I promise you. Hell, I even look more like my grandmother than any of her kids do.
Right.
I'm Willa Mae, a lot, a lot. Don't get me wrong, I got some Mary thrown in there too. And all my cousins say that was the worst combination that they could have ever came up with was my mama and my grandma in one person,
Damn.
which I am. Because my grandma, she didn't play that shit. She was very blunt. Like I said, she was a Gemini, so she definitely had those two fucking sides. Okay, she had the loving side, and she had the side that didn't give a fuck, and it just depended on the day which one you saw. Um, but my mom is very logical and methodical about things, and that's where I get that from. So yeah, it could be a bad combination if I use it in a bad way, but it's a good combination to me because I really think things through before I act on them.
Yeah.
And I'm blunt about shit. I tell you the truth. If you want the truth, come to me. Like I said, if you come to me with a problem, I'm going to tell you my opinion on it. Unless you tell me you don't want my opinion, you just vent.
I feel like they're the best kind of friends though. Like them, like none of my like okay, Tory Guns, he probably like my closest friend that I knew in real life. You know what I'm saying? I know in real life that you know what I'm saying. And none of like we tell each other the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like I don't need nobody telling me some shit that they think gonna make me feel good. I need if the truth make me feel good, then that's cool. But I need you to tell me the truth, nigga. You know what I'm saying? If I'm coming to you and I'm asking you something, tell me it however harsh it is. Because if you really care for me or care for my situation or just be trying to help me out of the situation or give me good advice, I feel like you should be able to be honest. And me, if I'm coming to you for the advice, I need to be able to be receptive to the advice no matter how harsh it is. Because a lot of times we have ourselves in situations and we put ourselves in situations. And a lot of times I notice that people surround themselves with people that's going to be yes man and tell them, no, yeah, yeah, he did this to you, or yeah, she did this to you. When really, we the motherfucking people that put ourselves in the fucked up spot. So we need somebody to say, hey man, look, you can blame this person and that person, all that, but you the reason why you here. So you need to change this to where you won't be in this position right here no more. Now it's up to you if you take the advice or not. But I'm your friend, and I think that's real love. I think that's
Yeah.
real. I think that's real love right there.
And that's the type of friend I've always been. But okay, let me go ahead and get personal again. My ex best friend was never that type of person to me.
Hmm.
She was the one that don't know how to argue. She's the one that is never direct about her feelings. Is always going, beating around the bush about shit. I am
Hmm.
the, straight A to B, straight line shit. Don't take no damn detours, get to the point. She ain't
Hmm.
like that. So we clashed on a lot of things. Um, but we learned how to deal with each other because we loved each other, right?
Hmm.
But the last thing that has it where we haven't spoken to each other in over a year now. Um, to me, it was just a not even necessarily a miscommunication. It was a lack of communication
Uh-huh.
because I said something that obviously hit a nerve within her for whatever reason. And
Hmm.
instead of asking me why I felt that way, she just told me, well, you're wrong, this and the other, and then went down a laundry list of things that she didn't like about me. And my whole thing was, well, if you felt this way all these fucking years, why haven't you said that shit before?
Hmm.
Because this ain't something that just happened in the last 2 weeks of us talking. This is some shit that's gone on for a while, you can tell.
Hmm.
Instead of letting it build up, when I ask you, what can I do to improve our friendship, to improve
Right.
me as a
Right.
person,
Which
period?
which
You
was a
never
good
said
question.
shit.
Which was a
You
great
never
question to
said
ask.
shit.
Right. Which was a great question to ask.
Yeah, what can I do to be a better friend to you? What do you need me to do? What do you need from me to be a better friend to you? Never, never would respond to the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Never would say nothing. Oh, ain't nothing. Everything fine. Da 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 da. So I keep operating in the way I've been operating because you tell me
Meanwhile,
everything is cool.
meanwhile, meanwhile, you still
Meanwhile,
picking up,
you building up a
getting
laundry
mad,
list of
mad
shit
and madder.
against
Right,
me
right,
that you don't like. You don't like how I say this. You don't like how I do this. I just shouldn't have said nothing about this situation because you was just venting. Da 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 da.
right,
You got all this shit that comes out when I say that one thing that hits that nerve. Because I
right,
was right about it. Let's just be honest. Let's keep it a book. I was right about the shit I said. It hit a fucking nerve. You ain't like
right,
it. So here you go with a whole laundry list of shit, and now we ain't talking. It
right.
didn't have to be like that. Just keep it a buck with me. Because that's what I've done with you. Our whole fucking friendship. Like I said, we've been friends since she was born, basically. Because I'm a year older than her.
Right.
We've gone through this shit before where we didn't talk for years over a fucking misunderstanding. That if she would have asked the question and gotten the answer to it, the shit would have been solved in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, you let the shit go on for 7 years. We didn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
7. I'm not doing this shit with you again.
Mm-hmm.
This time is the final fucking straw for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you come back with some shit that you have changed about you and how you handle situations, I'm fucking done.
Right.
Because I have been a way better friend to you than you've been to me. Let's be real about some shit. Anytime you have needed me, I have been right there. Whether it's literally catching flights to be there with you, driving miles and miles and miles to be there with you, or just support over the fucking phone. I've always been there for you. And we've always lived out of state from each other from the duration of our friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Only time we lived in the same state is when I moved up there to take care of my grandma. And even then, we was shit miles apart from each other because she lived in Indianapolis. I lived in East Chicago or Maryville, Indiana, which is right outside of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
But when she said she needed me, I'd get in that car and drive them damn 2.5 hours and cut it down to 2 because you need me quick. Okay, I'm bigger quick. So I've been a better friend to you than you've been to me. Since I've been sick, you ain't been down here to see me. I'm sorry if it's loud. I'm trying to
I'm finna
get some
say
another
what you.
cup of coffee.
I'm finna say what you doing? Cleaning out a dish.
No, fixing another cup of coffee.
I say, damn, boy, she cleaning the hell out that dish.
That was me.
She must see her friend
Then
face in the bottom of that goddamn dish.
no, I have a stainless steel coffee cup, so that's a spoon banging up against the side of the cup. My bad. But yeah. So
You got them. You
I've
got
been
one
a
of them
bit.
like them Stanley cups. Them Stanley cups.
What kind of cup is this? It's a what is this? A Wally cup. I love this cup.
It's like a.
Keep my
It's like
coffee hot all day.
yeah.
But it's
I know
like
what you're talking about.
similar to a Stanley
Yeah.
that keep the cup. Your coffee hot all day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been a better friend to you than you've been to me, and I
Fact.
never let that shit bother me because I'm doing it out of love. I ain't
You cut out T. Hello.
period.
Okay, I hear you now.
But when you treat me like I don't matter, like I'm a non-factor, like I'm not important, okay, cool. You have a problem with something that I said. And instead of addressing that problem, her solution is always to just withdraw, whether it be withdraw her love, withdraw her support, withdraw her presence, just withdraw.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I ain't
I
with
don't
that
like
shit.
that. I don't
I
like
ain't with
that.
that shit.
No, I don't like that shit. No, I don't like
Nuh-uh.
that shit. There.
No. And I dealt with this shit,
I
Marita,
ain't
for
with
like
that.
40 fucking years. Let's be real. I've dealt with this shit for like 40 fucking years.
Yeah, I don't like that
And
shit.
I can't do it no more. I can't.
I don't know
You
whether
know?
I got abandonment issues or something, but don't do me like that. Like, ooh, no. I'd rather we talk it out or argue through it or something or debate through it than you just to shut down. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And then I don't, you don't answer the phone or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah,
Because I knew it was a done deal last year when she didn't call or text, send a damn Pony Express or fucking smoke signal, nothing for my birthday. Because, like I said before, I wasn't expected to live to see 33. So every birthday for me is a big deal. I always say, ain't nothing more important than Tennille Bowens on February 12th unless Jesus chooses that day to come back.
Right.
Otherwise, that day is all about me. And everybody around me should
Damn,
know that.
you weren't supposed to live to 33?
Uh-uh.
Damn,
The infection that I had was supposed to kill me
damn.
because of how bad it was. The medicine wasn't working at that point in time.
Yeah,
And I was septic. My whole body was basically infected.
yeah,
So they were preparing me not to make it.
yeah.
And it was like 6 weeks before my birthday. So they basically telling me you got less than 6 weeks to live. But God,
I don't mean to like pry number. How was your mind like hearing that?
I was scared to go to sleep at night because I didn't know if I was going to wake up in the morning.
Damn.
Like real shit. But, I depended on God, like honestly.
Yeah,
And it wasn't just my prayers that got me through. It was my mama's prayers, my auntie's prayers, my church family's prayers, the friends that I did have, their prayers. I think they prayed for me more than I prayed for myself.
yeah,
And I know my mama did,
yeah,
because I ain't even gonna lie, I was mad at God. I
yeah.
was
Cause
mad at
like,
God.
why is this happening to me?
Exactly. It was, what did I do to deserve this?
Yeah,
Because I was on that happened after my third back surgery. So I had two more back surgeries after that. But that happened on my third back surgery. That was the one where they,
you the female version of Joe.
oh, yeah. Because I've had everything taken from me, for sure, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Um, but except for kids, well, I ain't even gonna say that because hell, like I got kids
Right.
that are like my kids. That's why I say I'm a grandmother. My goddaughter had a baby, and
Yeah,
she was the first one to say, "You are her grandmother." Period. It
yeah,
ain't no nothing before it or nothing after it because you my mama.
yeah.
So what does that make you? Her grandmother.
Right,
So yeah, God has blessed me with an abundance,
right,
that I don't deserve. I don't deserve it, but I thank God I have it.
right.
But yeah,
Well, evidently, he feel like you deserve it.
I don't deserve anything. I'm still a sinner.
Right.
I'm still a sinner. I don't deserve the grace that He gives me every morning to wake up, but I got it. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a mental trip. Can you
So,
imagine?
are
Huh.
you past that now? Like I'm saying, as
Oh
far as
yeah. Oh
so
yeah.
you ain't in danger or nothing like that no more.
No, 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 no. As far well with my health, as far as being sick like that, no. What I'm dealing now with is the chronic pain from all the surgeries and shit.
Yeah,
One of the surgeries that I had, remember I said I couldn't feel my left leg?
yeah,
They nicked the nerve that goes to my left leg. So it feels like it's asleep all the time.
yeah. I got a finger like that. My left pinky finger on my right hand, it bitch feel like it's numb all the time. It's been like that for some years. I don't know what it is.
hmm So I don't even notice it anymore because it feels like that all the time. But when
Yeah.
it first started happening, man, I couldn't even sleep because it was that tingly damn feeling that you get when your limb is asleep all the time.
Hmm.
But I take medicine for it and it calms it down to a dull roar. I don't even really feel it no more. But because of that, I cannot feel my left leg. So you can pinch it, you can hit it. Unless you hit it really, really hard, I really don't feel it.
Wow.
But like I said, that's a danger when I'm walking because I was just walking down the hallway last week and put my foot down the roadway and rolled my ankle and tore a tendon in my damn ankle. So it's a danger. But uh, it is what it is. But no, as far as my health, I'm not in danger of dying anymore. It's just dealing with the after effects of what
Right.
all of those infections left my body, which, they totally destroyed my
Excuse
spine.
me. Yeah.
Um, I've had 5 back surgeries and I have 4 different levels of fusions, spinal fusions in my spine. So my mobility is very limited as far as how far I can bend over and, I can't even lay on my stomach anymore to sleep, which that was the hardest thing to get used to because that's how I slept on my stomach.
Hmm.
Um, but my spine doesn't have the flexibility to be able to get comfortable like that anymore. I really can't lay flat on my back anymore. I have to have my legs elevated or my head elevated when I'm on my back because I can feel the metal like kind of rub up against each other.
Hmm.
Um, But yeah, it's dealing with the after effects of the surgery that have just wreaked havoc on my spinal cord and my spinal column. And I have now arthritis in my spine. They call it degenerative disc disease, so DDD, in my lower spine, which is basically the disc and the bone just disintegrating. So what they're looking at in the future is I probably have to have another back surgery to take all the fusions that I have out and make one big fusion instead of four small ones.
Yeah, my daughter had to have major back surgery. They actually added a piece of cadaver's spine to her back. She had scoliosis real bad. Um, right after she graduated, and I'm talking about they went down her whole back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fused a bunch of stuff together, and actually added a piece of cadaver spine to her back. So she actually uh is like maybe a half an inch taller than she was because her back had a little hump in it. And
Hmm.
they straightened it out or whatever. Yeah, so she went through that.
Yeah,
She had scoliosis real bad.
I've lost 2.5 inches in my height because I used to be 5'8", right? I
Hmm.
ain't 5'8" no more.
Hmm.
So I'm 5'5.5". I hate that shit too because I like being tall, but
Hmm.
I'm average now. But yeah, they had to remove in the second surgery. They removed part of well, not part. They removed one of my ribs. You know, the floating ribs that aren't really connected to anything in the front.
Yeah.
They took two of them from my left side in order to use them in the surgery on my upper back.
Wow.
So I had that surgery, I think, was the worst as far as how I felt after surgery. The first one wasn't too bad. That second one did a doozy on my ass. It did.
How many surgeries have you had, if you don't mind me?
Total?
Yeah.
Oh, about 20, maybe more.
Wow.
Hmm. Hmm. It started when I was 15. I had to have my appendix taken out. And it turned out it wasn't my appendix that was about to rupture. I had a cyst on my ovary that was about
Yeah.
to rupture.
Yeah.
So they couldn't tell the difference on the ultrasound and stuff. This was back in 1995. You know, shit wasn't as sophisticated as it is now.
Hmm. Hmm.
So they thought it was my appendix, but it was really a cyst on my ovary. So they went and removed the cyst from my ovary, and they took my appendix out anyway since they were right there.
Yeah,
But
Madeline. I remember that movie, the book Madeline. She had her appendix taken out. Yeah.
but that was the first surgery I had, and
Hmm.
then I had endometriosis when I started my cycle. So that's when the lining that's on the inside of your uterus basically gets out and starts implanting everywhere else, but it still acts like the lining does on your cycle. So it swells up, it bleeds, but the blood just kind of pools in the areas that it's in, and it causes pain, disability. I like it, it fucks you up. So I had endometriosis so bad that the first surgery I had for it to go in there and clean it up and stuff, the gynecologist came out after the surgery. He was like, you know, typically we grade endometriosis from 1 to 4, 1 being the mildest, 4 being the worst. He said I had to invent 5 for you
Mm.
because it's that bad. I
Mm.
was like, damn. So that's what caused me to not be able to carry my kids full term.
I was gonna ask you that. I was gonna ask you that.
Yeah, I can make it to like 6 months, and after that, it was a done deal. So that's why I lost my babies because I just wasn't able to carry kids
So
full time. My uterus just wasn't cooperating.
so you would have to have a surrogate.
If I wanted kids, yeah.
Yeah.
Right before all of this stuff started happening with my back, I was actually going to adopt one of my goddaughters, the one that's 15 now.
Hmm.
I was in the process of getting ready to adopt her, but I couldn't because all this stuff started happening with my back.
Hmm.
But that's a blessing in disguise, you know. Although I would have loved to have my own biological kids, I look at it like this. With all the shit that I've been through, because I haven't even scratched the surface of, we would be here until 5 o'clock tonight if I told you about everything that has happened to
Right.
me.
Right.
Um, with all of that, I wasn't even able to take care of myself at times.
Hmm.
So that would have been my mama taking care of my child and raising my child. And
Hmm.
I wouldn't want that
Right.
because I don't. Don't get me wrong, my mama did a good job with me, but there's certain things about the way she raised me that I would not do for my child. Like anybody else, I don't give a damn how good your parents were. There's just certain things that you would change about how you were raised, and you
Mhm.
don't want to do for your own child.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't want her to raise my child like she raised me.
Mhm.
I wouldn't want her to make my child lose out on, part of their childhood by making them be more mature than necessary because they have to come home and take care of me after school. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. Right.
So no, I never wanted that for any child. I never wanted to feel like I was a burden on my kids. So, I could have finished off the adoption. I could have. But because of what was going on with me, I chose not to. And I think that was the best decision that I could ever make. She's still my goddaughter. I still see her all the time. That's my baby. She knows that she should have been mine, but she's happy that she's not. She's
Mhm.
happy where she's at.
Mhm.
And she's happy that I'm still a part of her life, a very active part of her life. And it is what it is. I love the fact that hell, I got kids that I don't have to raise.
Just send
I
them
got
back home,
kids that
huh?
I take them, I spoil them, I fill them up full of sugar, and I send their ass home. I ain't got to be bothered. It was the best thing for me to not have children. The only thing I hate about that is my lineage dies with me. That's the only thing I hate about that scenario. Is that
Right.
after me, there's, that branch of the tree is gone after I'm gone. But, I have enough influence that I've influenced so many people that my legacy lives on. My lineage might not, but my legacy damn sure will.
Yeah.
Because, I've been involved with, I told you before, boys and girls, big brothers and big sisters. So I've mentored so many young women. Um, and not just through the program, just through church. Sometimes my goddaughter's friends just need somebody to talk to, and I'm that person. So,
Yeah.
my legacy lives on for sure, even if my lineage don't. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah, but I've been through some shit. Like I said, I've been through shit. Medically, I've been through some shit. My body looks like a fucking railroad track with all of the different surgeries I've had.
Damn.
But I'm still here. And mentally, I'm okay. Yeah, I've gone through depression. Hell, I've had to take medication for depression. Who wouldn't get depressed when they tell you you've been ready to die? Like
Right.
the
Fact.
fuck? You
Fact.
know, come on, let's be real with this
That's at
shit.
such an early age.
Yeah, yeah. I faced my mortality very early. That's why I'm not scared to die now. Like I said, if I die now, I know where I'm going to be. So I'm cool. It is what it is. Whenever the Lord is ready for me, I'm ready for Him.
See, and speaking of that, that's why I be wanting those of us who choose to on this channel to to follow each other on social media, but also have at least one person that connects all of us together, because if something happens to us, like how would we know? You know what I'm saying? Like how would we know? You get what I'm saying? Like how would we know if something happens to us? You get what I'm saying? Like right now, I don't know hood educated, but I know hood educated ain't been on the internet in a while. We don't know
Hmm.
what's going on with hood educated. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And I would
Yeah.
hate for something to happen to some of us here on this channel, and we don't know what happens to each other. You know what I'm saying? Even
Yeah.
me
Well,
included.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna send you my mama's phone number
Yeah,
so you can have that,
yeah, we
and I'm
just
gonna give her yours. So
yeah.
if anything happens,
It's
she
just
can
in
reach out
case.
to you.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
in case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, in case something happened, you know what I mean? So we have somebody to tell us what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. But I know I would be that point of contact if anything ever happened to Adrian because I have, her kids and her husband's
Yeah,
phone numbers and shit. We would find a way, baby. We'd find a way to
right,
figure out what's going. All we need is Eddie. Eddie can
right.
find anybody and
Man,
find
listen.
out what the fuck going on.
I promise you. Listen, while you talking, Eddie texting me now, DMing me now about the dude that killed Big Boogie's sister, and
Hmm.
Eddie is digging into his past
I'm
right
telling you,
fucking now.
that's what I'm saying. We got Eddie, so Eddie gonna find anybody on this motherfucker when they go missing. I promise you.
Yeah,
But
Eddie is
you
digging right
just glad
now.
that we are close enough that we would even care that somebody that something happened with
Yeah,
another one.
for
That
sure.
that just proves that just because you meet somebody over the internet doesn't mean that the connection ain't real.
That's
Like I
real.
said, I call you my brother because I mean that shit. I ain't
I
saying
mean,
it just because.
I know, and I mean the same. I'm the same, man. Listen, man, listen. Let me tell you something. I'm the same. Um, you ain't going nowhere, child. You ain't going nowhere. That's why I thought you already knew, but that's why I just went on and told you like you're not going anywhere anymore. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it don't matter what you do. You know what I'm saying? You're not going nowhere. Not
So if I cuss that person out, I'm still allowed to come back on the panel.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna have to say fuck them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Personally, you know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what it's gonna be. I'm gonna choose your side. You get what I'm
I
saying?
feel you. I feel you because I would do the same for you. I
Yeah,
promise.
I'm gonna choose your side.
But it's
Right or wrong. You get
right
what
or
I'm saying?
wrong. I'm riding with you, bro. You know
Right.
it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm gonna choose your side.
It's good to be able to, for one, just sit up here and have conversations like this. We ain't
Right.
talking about nothing that's going on in the world. We're talking about what's going on with each other.
Right.
And I don't really get too personal like this with too many people. So
Right.
it's cool that I feel comfortable enough to get this deep into who I really am and what I've been through. You
Right. But
know,
me and you been like this a long time though. Like I
yeah,
remember times when me and you just talk all night on this thing. We be on live, but we be like you talking on the phone with each other.
you're right.
Especially when I first got back to Florida and I was going through what I was going through with not seeing my baby and all that stuff. We this is what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. And I'm just not reading the comments. I'm sorry, y'all. I wasn't reading the comments. I've been busy talking.
What they were saying?
But no, I'm looking at what Renee said. She said she loves my spirit. Thank you for that, Renee. I appreciate that. And then the other comment I wanted to, uh, say something about was Q Badass says he loves when we just chop it up. I do too. I do too.
Yeah.
It. I hope somebody takes something from it. That it's
I
not just listening to be nosy. You know what I mean?
be honest with you, I have a feeling like it's some people that's been listening to this and I feel like they are taking stuff from these conversations that we had this morning. I really do. I feel like that in my inside in my heart. You know what I mean? I just get that feeling.
Yeah, I feel that way too because I think all these type of conversations that we have like this that are just totally off script as far as what the topics you had picked for the conversation.
Right.
I think these are meant to be.
Right.
I think God ordained these type of conversations because they needed to be had. You never know what somebody is going through on the other side of these computer and phone screens.
Right.
And sometimes just hearing that you're not alone. You know,
Right.
because that's all you need sometimes.
That's all you
Sometimes
need
you just
sometimes.
need to know that you are not alone.
Hmm.
I
And
know
it,
I need it sometimes. I ain't even gonna lie because
yeah,
I do
I
feel
do.
alone a lot of time.
Man, me too, man. Me too, man. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I do. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, it be situations like this that make me feel better about what I mean, just what I mean, the things that I be going through. But if you look at the comments, you can tell that a lot of us was receptive to the conversation that we was having today. A lot of people chimed in, even though they didn't come on the panel, they chimed in the comment section and let us
Yeah,
know some of the stuff that was going on in they lives and with their family dynamics. So you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's always good to know that you can connect with people outside of just what's going on in the world. That you can make a personal connection with somebody.
Hmm.
Because I know I'm not the only one who's had all these different health issues and is still standing strong. I know I'm not. There's somebody else out there. And matter of fact, it was we've had this conversation before, and it was another guy. I can't not remember his name, but he had chimed in the comments and said I gave him the inspiration to keep on pushing forward because he was going through something similar. You
Wow.
know, so I remember that night. It was me, you, and Dream Doll on here talking,
Hmm.
and just talking like we talking now. And he put it in the comments. And of course, I melted down into a puddle of tears because, hell, I know you hear me sniffing and shit. I've been crying the whole time I've been talking over here anyway.
Hmm.
But like I said, I'm a crybaby. That's what I do. Um, so I know it's somebody else that,
But what's
can,
better? What's better than that though? Like, what's better than that if you can inspire somebody else to keep on fighting or to feel better about themselves? Because a lot of times, man, when you depressed, you just really want to know somebody care. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like for
Yeah.
real. You know what I'm saying? Like you feel like nobody cares. So it's like why continue living? Sometimes you feel that way. So sometimes all you want to know is somebody cares. So it just be small things that people take for granted that could help people push on. And a lot of times if they push on, the next day be better. But
Yes.
they just gotta make it through that dark day. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
dark time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, I understand. I understand. Like I said, those dark times for me was the nights where I was scared to go to sleep because I didn't know if I was gonna wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
That type of thing, it really plays on your mental. And mind you, while all of this is going on, I'm losing my aunties and my uncles too.
Right.
Because they all died within a 20-month span of each other, all three
So
of
you
them,
so you dealing with death, but at the same time you feeling like death is coming around close
stalking
to
me.
you. Right.
They're
Right.
stalking me, and I'm
Right.
dealing with the death. And my family was close. So I talk to these people every day. I don't know if everybody else would talk to their aunties and uncles every day, but I talk to mine every day, like for hours every day. In particular, once I got sick, because all of them were on disability too, because they had their own health issues. So I talked to them for hours every day,
Mhm.
every day. I was close to my auntie and my uncles. So
Mhm.
losing them, on top of having already lost my grandparents, because like I said, those were my second parents.
Mhm.
My grandfather, I was his favorite, and he was my favorite when it came to my grandparents. Loved them both equally, but man, that was my heart. So sitting there and holding his hand as he passed away, that broke me.
Wow.
That broke me. It took me a long time to get back to myself after that.
I can
And it was
imagine.
just a couple years later that my uncle passed away, the first one, and he died on Thanksgiving Day. The
Damn.
next year, my second uncle died on Christmas Day.
All of these
And
days
then,
when families be together.
yes, and then the next year, my auntie died on my other auntie's birthday. So the shit was, it was a lot. It was a lot. Like, I don't even remember my second uncle's funeral because I was so sick. I should have been in the hospital. I shouldn't even been there. When I came back from the funeral, I went straight to the hospital. I didn't even come home. And I was in the hospital for like months after that. And when I got out of the hospital, I went on vacation with my auntie and she died the next fucking month. Not even a full month later. And I'm used to leaving family, okay? Because hell, I live in Houston, they live in Chicago. I'm used to leaving family. It was never any tears when we would leave each other because we know we're gonna see each other again soon. That last time I left my auntie, the last time I saw her in person, we cried like we never cried before. Like never. From the time I was a kid, when I would leave my family, I never shed a fucking tear. But when I left my auntie that time, we cried like we weren't gonna see each other again, and we didn't. I don't know what it was. I guess we felt in our spirits and just didn't know in our minds that we weren't going to see each other again. And all of us, because it was me, my mama, my auntie, and my little sister, we all cried like a dog leaving my auntie Brenda that time. Never cried before. Like I said, I'm used to leaving my family. Hell, I left them at least 3 times a year, coming and going to visit. So it was nothing that I'm not used to. I've been doing it since I was 7 years old. So never dropped a tear leaving before. Not once. That time, oh yeah, we cried like we knew we weren't going to see each other again. And that's exactly what happened.
Damn. I'm gonna tell you something that I battle with that I don't know if everybody know, but I have sleep apnea bad, and I stopped breathing in my sleep a lot. I went and did the sleep study, um, and they told me that I stopped breathing 7 times per minute. I supposed to went back and got the machine, but I lost the job at the time, so I lost the insurance, so I didn't get a chance to go back and get the machine. But I'm going to get the machine. But I battle with that shit bad. Like some nights, what I will do is I can feel it when it's coming on. It's mostly the nights when I'm really tired, like if I'm really really tired. So what I will do is I'll put my phone on alarm and I set it for 3 minutes and it'll ring, the vibration, and I lay the phone on my chest or my arm or something like that, so the vibration will wake me up. So when I doze off, my phone will vibrate, and when it vibrates, I'll wake up. And a lot of times it'll be happening, like I'll be like like not breathing, and then the alarm will go off and it'll wake me up. And this I do this all the time. Like the last night it was probably like 2 nights ago. It don't happen every night, but I do it. I do it often, and it's because I stop breathing in my sleep a lot. You know what I'm saying? So some nights I just go through the whole night with waking up every 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like it should be crazy. Well, for
Mm,
real. Yeah, for
you
sure.
just scared the shit out of me with that. And you know why?
Right.
My first uncle that died, Cornell, he had sleep apnea real bad. And he refused to wear the mask. He had the machine. He just refused to wear it. And it caused him to have heart problems. And that's what ultimately killed him. So I'm going to need you to go on and get that machine as soon as you possibly can.
For sure, it cause heart problems.
It caused him heart problems. Now, I don't know if that's something that it does or what, but for him, it caused him heart problems. It ended up, he had congestive heart failure in the end, and that's what ended up taking him
Shout out
out.
to 985 J. I appreciate you. Yeah, I didn't know that. And my mama died. She had a heart attack. That's how she ended up going in a coma and stuff like that, cardiac arrest. So yeah, I got to get that fixed. Cause I used to have this girl that I used to be in a relationship with, and I promise you, she would. I don't know how the fuck she knew, but when we used to be sleep at nighttime, every time I would stop breathing, she would shake me and wake me up, and I don't understand how she knew it, cause she be sleep herself, but she would catch it every time. Every time she would catch it. That girl saved my life probably 1,000 times, cause we was together for like
Oh,
6 years.
as a matter of fact, sleep apnea took out my cousin's mama too, and she was 32 years old. Me and her was the same age.
I think it took out Reggie White too. I think Reggie White died of sleep apnea, the football player. I think he died of sleep
Mm-hmm.
apnea too.
Yeah, that shit is serious. So I'm gonna need you to take care of that for real.
Yeah, and it's hereditary.
Mm-hmm.
Like my daddy has it. He got the machine though, and I talked to my children, and my son got it too.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh man, I hate to hear that
yeah.
shit.
It's that shit's scary too, boy. I'm talking about it's
It
scary.
is.
It's
It
like
is. I
it's like
used to watch my uncle sleep, and baby, that shit when he would stop breathing. Oh my god! Like we would shake him awake too. Like wake up, so you can start breathing again.
Man, that's the best feeling in the world when somebody actually shake you awake because it's like you feel like they saved your life because
Mm-hmm.
you be wanting somebody to wake you up, but you can't fucking wake up. And then as far as you sleep, you get tired, so you feel you have to sleep. It's like the modern day version of Freddy Krueger because you got to go to sleep. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? But when you go to sleep, it happens, dog. It's like,
And
oh,
he had narcolepsy too, so he would fall asleep anywhere doing anything. Like my uncle played bass guitar, right? So he played the bass for our church, our family's church. He would literally fall asleep while he playing the damn guitar while the choir singing. He's still playing the guitar, but he sleep like a motherfucker. Okay, like he fell asleep doing everything. He tore up every car he had because he would fall asleep driving. And the last one was such a major thing that we made him stop driving
damn.
because he ran into the back of an 18 wheeler. It's a blessing. I don't know how he survived that shit, but he did.
Well, when I went and did the sleep study, they said they measured my neck, and I forgot what the measurement. I think it's like 17 inches. If your neck is a certain circumference around, it's high. You got a high chance of getting it. They also say that truck drivers have it a lot. Truck drivers
Hmm.
get it a lot, and that's why I never did drugs that put you to sleep. Like people say
Hmm.
Xanaxes and heroin. I never did them type of drugs because I already knew that I have a problem with sleep apnea, so I don't go do a
Hmm.
fucking drug that's gonna put me to sleep. Like I never did a Percocet, I never did a Xanny bar, I never did heroin or nothing like that. You see what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
I just always knew that I already got a problem with fucking sleep apnea. So something that's gonna put me to sleep, nigga, I'm probably gonna be like Whitney Houston and that bitch just go off and not gonna wake up. But I battle with
Like
that
for
shit.
real,
I
for
battle
real.
with that shit. Like I'm talking about, like it happens regularly, like every other day. You know what I'm saying? If I get really tired, like I stay up, say I stay up for some reason or whatever. When I get if I get to that point, it's gonna happen. Like it's like I can't. I have to sleep before I'm tired because if I
Hmm.
sleep while if I get sleepy, really tired, it's coming. It's coming.
Hmm.
It's coming, and I can feel it, and I'll be like, oh man. So I just done. I just don't found a makeshift way. I just I just set my phone alarm to 3 minutes because most likely it happens right as soon as I'm falling asleep. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll set it to 3 minutes and then it'll vibrate. And then when it vibrates, it wakes me up. And then I'll hit the snooze and then I'll doze off again for 3 minutes. And that's how I go through those evenings when it's like on me, when that sleep got
Mm-hmm.
me on me. I just sleep every 3 minutes. That shit crazy. But I really need to get the machine because they say, now I'm gonna say this. They say that machine, they say when you get that machine, you have never felt more rested in your
Mm-hmm.
life. They say because it circulates oxygen, to you while you
Mm-hmm.
sleep. So it's I had because I had a couple coworkers that had the machine, older guys. They say that's the best fucking sleep. They say you do not realize how much rest you've been missing until you get that damn machine. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a similar situation going on while I was in the hospital sick one time where it wasn't necessarily sleep apnea, but I was it was like because I have an enlarged thyroid and it was kind of
My
blocking my
mama had
airway where
one.
I
My
couldn't
mama had one. Yeah.
I really need to get this damn thing removed, but I refuse to have to take another damn medication for life, so we gonna roll with it until I can't.
Right.
But it blocks my airway when I lay a certain way sometimes. So they had this negative air pressure kind of machine
Mhm.
that I was using, and they are right. That was some of the best sleep I ever got because it, supplied oxygen too. That was
Mhm.
some of the best sleep I've ever gotten in my life. They ain't lying about that for sure, for sure.
And I think that's what they wanted when I was supposed to go back. I supposed to went back and got fitted with the machine, but I lost my job within that amount of time. Like they had layoffs, so they laid everybody off or whatever. But so what they was when I went back, they was going to figure out which machine that I was most comfortable with, and also the airflow that they was going to adjust to which was going to be the proper airflow
Hmm.
to feed through the machine to me as I was sleeping at nighttime or whatever. But yeah, I got to get that for sure,
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
I didn't know it causes heart problems though, but I could see how because
Yeah, because you're
because
not
you're not
getting oxygen.
right, you're
You
not getting
know,
oxygen, right?
So you're cutting your oxygen supply off to your heart, and your heart is trying to beat harder
You
to
overworking
make
it,
up for. Yeah, so
you
I can
overworking it.
see how it caused it too. But yeah, it caused my uncle to have congestive heart failure. Now I will say that on my mama's side of the family, heart issues is basically damn near what took out everybody.
Mm,
So the heart issues are run bad on her side of the family. Period. That's known. So I don't know if it was just that or that
yeah,
combined with the sleep apnea that caused his heart issues. But he had
right,
congestive heart failure. And he
yeah.
was 47 when he passed away.
Damn.
Yeah. Now that's my uncle I'm closer in age with him than I am my sister. So he
Right.
was more like a
Because you and
brother.
your sister 15 years apart, right? Something like
No,
that.
me and my sister are 18 years apart. Damn, they're
18,
19 years
18.
apart.
Okay, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, her ass
Same,
was conceived my birthday weekend.
same mama, same daddy, but years
Yep,
apart. I remember you told me.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, her ass was conceived on my 18th birthday weekend. Cause
Hmm.
yeah, but that's when my daddy came to visit. But anyway, um,
You had to throw that in there. So my daddy came to visit.
he did. That's when he brought his little peanut head ass down here, got my mom pregnant, and went on back up there. But
Hmm.
yeah, we are 18 years and 9 months, damn near to the day apart.
Hmm.
And my uncle and I, we're only 14 years apart. So he was like my big brother growing up versus being an uncle. Like I didn't call him uncle; he was just Cornell.
That's just like my son that I showed y'all earlier, and my grandbaby. My son is only 1 year older than my grandbaby. Okay, so my son is two. He two finna be 3 in September. My grandbaby is two. No, my grandbaby is one. No, hold on.
Yeah, she won getting ready to be two.
One getting ready to be two. Yeah, she wasn't getting
Mm-hmm.
ready to be two. So her uncle is only gonna be
Only a
a,
year older than her.
a year older than her. Yeah,
If
for
they were
sure.
ever in the situation to go to school together, they might be in the same class,
In
depending
the
on when their
same
birthday is.
right, exactly. Because they will be because he's gonna have to start school late because his birthday
Yeah,
is
because
after.
his birthday is in. Yeah, it's after
Yeah,
September 1st. Yeah,
yeah. So they're gonna be in the same goddamn class, in the same
ain't that
class.
some shit? Ain't
Yeah.
that some shit?
Yeah,
Man, that's what I be telling y'all. Old people have these damn babies. Y'all don't want to listen. Shit. Because
man.
I
I
got a
don't.
bunch of cousins that are, in our age group that got little kids, and I just laugh at their ass. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so tired. I told your ass don't be having no babies, no damn 40s.
man. I'm
Shit,
gonna be
we ain't
honest.
built for this shit
I'm
no
gonna be
more.
honest with you. I don't know where this fucking little baby come from, dog. Listen. I had my last child. My child before this last boy is 20. My son is 20. I thought it was over. I don't know. Listen, I done had relationships with girls. I done lived with them 6 years, 3 years. None of them girls got pregnant. None of them.
Man,
I said so for you,
You
Meridio.
just got lucky, bro. You ain't hit that window. You know, she's only a little tiny window.
That's what I'm saying. And this one here just
but
bloop, bloop.
Marie, you sound like my mama. She said the same thing. She said, I don't know where the fuck this baby came from. She said, I'd have been married and ain't had no damn kids. So how the hell? I said, well, it was meant for you to have children by one man. That's all God intended for you. But yeah, she's had boyfriends. She done been married. Ain't never been pregnant after me. Here come my daddy for my damn 18th birthday weekend, and now I have a sister.
Mhm.
That's like my baby mama, the last one. She done did her thing. She had quite a few men, quite a few boyfriends. She ain't have nail child up until me
Hmm.
when she was 30, when she got 30.
What God has for you is for you. That was meant to be,
Yeah, that's a
and
fact.
that's
Cause
that. That's really what.
all the times I didn't raw, I ain't shit. I ain't did got no kids or a whole bunch of kids. To thank God.
I mean, that's really what convinced my mama to have my sister. Because I mean, this was in 1998. Planned Parenthood was right up the street. Ain't nobody worried about it. And that was my first question. I ain't even gonna lie. When she told me she's pregnant, I was like, okay, so when we going to Planned Parenthood? Because I just knew she wasn't getting ready to have another baby. I'm getting ready to graduate from high school and go to
Right,
college. You really getting ready to start over? I'm an only child. I had finally accepted the fact that I was the only child because I asked for a sibling up until I was like 15.
right.
And then after that, it was like, fuck it, I'm the only child and I'm gonna be the only child. I got siblings on my dad's side, I'm cool. Nah, it wasn't meant to be. But it was a song, I can't remember the artist, but the song goes, what God has for me is meant for me.
Yeah,
And she's listened to that song for days, just back to back to back. And that's what convinced her to have my sister.
You glad
man,
you glad she had your sister?
it's a
I
blessing.
am. I am. I ain't even gonna lie. Absolutely, I'm glad she had my sister. We go through our ups and downs. Don't get it twisted. We have
Are y'all
had a
similar?
rocky relationship.
Are you and your sister similar?
We are totally fucking opposite
Right.
in every
Crazy.
way.
That'd be crazy because you got the same mama, same daddy, but it's just different. You just different.
I've sent you a picture of my sister before, haven't I?
I think you did. Yeah. Yeah, you did.
If not, I'm gonna have to send you a recent
See,
one. Me and her together. We look totally opposite. We act totally opposite. Like
She
totally opposite.
taller than you, right?
Now she is because
Yeah.
I've lost height, but we were the same height.
Yeah.
That was
just
really the only thing we had similar was our height. We got that
he,
from our daddy because my mama is like barely 5 feet, so we got our height from our daddy. But everything else is opposite. I'm brown skin. She's light skin. I've always had a more curvy figure, like coat model figure. She is straight up and down. She's very athletic built. She's
That's crazy.
athletic. She played basketball, softball. Like she was the athletic one. I was the scholar. I was good with academics, where she was athletic. Like everything is the fucking opposite. I'm not a huggy, touchy, feely type of person. She is part of the reason why I have turned into one because she is that person that got to touch you all the fucking time. Like we are totally opposite.
But the same
Totally
mama,
opposite.
same daddy.
Same mama, same daddy. We don't
That's
even look alike.
hmm
People always say, "Oh, I see." I don't. I don't see where we look shit alike. The only thing we might have similar is our nose. Other than that,
hmm
mm-mm. We don't look shit like each other.
yeah.
But like I said, we've had a rocky relationship. Don't get it twisted. It has not been easy. And she was a teenager and a young adult. That shit was very rocky. But would I trade her for anybody else? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And she gave me the best gift that I've ever gotten, which is my nephew Logan. I love that little boy to death. So if I
Mhm.
didn't have her, I wouldn't have him. And my mother would have
Mhm.
never been a grandparent. So I'm
Mhm.
absolutely glad that she had my sister, because if she didn't, my mother wouldn't be experiencing being a grandma now. And that's like, being a Mimi is her greatest thing. She don't give a fuck about being a mama no more. She is so proud to be a grandma.
Mhm.
She loved that little boy to death. You know, she will run through a brick wall for him. So yeah, I'm glad my sister's here. Absolutely. But it's been a rocky road, whew, she's a tough one. She's a tough one. But she has ADHD, and
Mhm.
it makes it hard for her to concentrate on certain shit.
Mhm.
So nothing ever gets completed unless you on her ass about it. And
Mhm.
then it turns into an argument. So yeah. And she's the poke the bear type. Like I said, I'm a very responsive person. So I'll be chilling and here she comes. And then it turned into an argument. But
Mhm.
would I trade her for the world? Absolutely not. That's my
Yeah, cause
sister. I would
Right.
beat your ass about my sister.
right.
See, we got cheat codes these days now. If I want to know if a girl, okay, for the young players that's listening out here, I'm gonna put you up on some game. They got apps for all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, they
when
got
your
apps for
girl,
what? Give me some
when
game, Silk.
when a girl or any girl tell you my period on, pull up the app, find the app, put it in her period. It's gonna tell you when her period likely to be on. It's gonna
Oh
tell
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
when she likely to be ovulating. They gonna
yeah,
tell you
Mm-hmm.
the window.
yeah,
So if you want to be raw on it with perfection, oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
that'll help you out. If you don't want to be around on her period, you already know it's her period.
And I ain't
You
gonna
don't
lie.
even gotta
And,
ask.
and you know the crazy part about it? The first time I ever saw that was with my baby mama, the one I just had baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
She had that
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
that's definitely a cheat code that we did not have when I was growing up. That's for sure.
So what y'all
Nah,
I
saying?
for
Like,
sure.
so
wish.
what you saying? Like, if you trying to have a baby,
Or if you're trying to avoid having a baby,
right,
Or if
right.
you're
either
trying to
way.
avoid hanging with a girl on her, because you know how back in the day when you just trying to smash and she just want to hang out too, and you like, oh, I don't know, it's up here, and you get there and she be like, my period, and you be like, fuck, I done came
Mm-hmm.
out here, I could have been chilling, smoking, doing whatever
Mm-hmm.
else,
Yeah, see, so
and
I
I
know you were much more a player than me, dog. See, I chill with them when they period on. You know what I mean? Cause you know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm
you
trying to chill with
you a
the
player.
one
You more
who
of a
ain't
player than me,
period
dog.
on.
It's cool. It's cool. I mean, I'm comfortable with who God made me. You know what I'm
We back
saying?
around to the first topic. He only want to smash. You already know.
Yeah.
Are
Just a
you?
player.
No, I
Look
wanted
at his
love.
look at
I
his
wanted love, but
look
I
at his
just got
profile
stepped
pic.
on.
Just look at
I
his
got
profile
stepped
pic.
on too many times. I just couldn't trust nothing. So I was just like, you know what? I'm out here falling in love and getting heartbroken. Let me just have some fun.
808s and heartbreaks.
Mm.
Oh, straight up.
We done made a full circle. See, he didn't join the damn conversation again. Here we go.
Hmm.
We was having deep conversation. Now we back to this superficial fucking shit.
You know,
Oh Lord.
one thing about
I had to go parent for a while.
one thing about him,
Nah,
he ain't never hide
you
who he
good.
is. He love women now. We know that.
Yeah.
We knew that from the gate.
Yeah.
Not fly guy talking about that mouth still work. Ooh.
Oh,
Ah. Boy, I swear, y'all be killing me with these comments sometimes. Oh,
Mhm.
and 985J, thank you. I didn't say thank you earlier for the comment
Yeah.
that you said. Thank you, baby.
Man.
Damn,
That's a
I
good
sounded like
point.
an auntie saying that.
That's a good point, fly guy.
For sure.
Yeah,
Now my daddy say your throat ain't cut.
mm-mm.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though. Confession time. I like the only reason I like head only because my dick in their mouth. Like I don't enjoy it. Like I like smashing more than I like to get head. So that don't even really be my first go to. It only on some power type shit maybe, but not other than that.
Mm.
I don't even know
So
what
Okay.
that
you're
mouth
saying
still
right
work. It wouldn't work for me, nigga. I'm trying to smash something, nigga. If I'm about to have to take another shower, we about to go all the way, nigga. Fuck
Mm-mm.
now.
Oh,
You always been a player.
Um, I say no. I say I was kind of. I just kind of started. See, okay, so you know my company, Player Made Cartel. It really don't mean like about women. It really mean like playing everything in life to your advantage. So a
Right.
lot of
mm-hmm.
people don't know. Like I really a hopeless romantic nigga. I'm that nigga that like I like you, you cool. like I've always wanted somebody to call my own. I always wanted love
Hmm.
in an unconditional way when it comes to romance. But the thing was, it's like, okay, I'm seeing what my mama and them go through. My mama going through abuse. I'm seeing, so I'm like, I got a different type of love and respect in the way I want to treat women. Well, the thing was, is to women that look like a sucker. So I'm out here trying to do the right
Oh,
thing, and
yo,
everybody,
say that. Hold
and
on.
every,
Say that one more time, Phil. Say that one more time. Please say that one more time
man,
for the people
it
in the back.
looked like a sucker to a lady, and I ain't want my face to be wet. So I'm just out here. So I had to learn, like, bro, like you can be good to women, but you don't be good to every woman. And a woman worth, she gonna show you what she worth. So it's like a lot of times, like we ain't doing shit just for the spite of we doing. Like I do it, like okay, I would want to love this girl, but I know the likelihood of it going the way I want to ain't gonna go. So look, I'm gonna treat her right. Hey, she may get a lot of benefits other than just sex, but I'm not internalizing none of these emotions. I'm just like, we gonna have a good time. I'm gonna treat you good. You gonna treat me good. So I was kind of made that way to where I had to play it to my advantage because by the time you done been nice to the girl, you done compromise, you done spend money, you done emotion, you done let her meet your family, your friends, all this shit. Then one day the bitch wake up and don't love you no more. It's like you lost so much when you could have just did all of that with no expectations. So I don't expect you to be my girlfriend. I don't expect you to have sex, but if you do, cool. And if we there, then we there. But I don't seek to hurt nobody. I never was like a liar or a manipulator when it came to that thing. I just wanted love, and I know it's hard. I knew it was hard to find at that time. So I just, I just played the game accordingly. And if that within the confines of being a player, well, shit, I'm a motherfucking player. Shit.
Mm,
Hey man, I ain't gonna
okay.
lie. I like how you put that though. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
if I
I mean, I can see that. I can see
yeah,
that.
because
Even
if I
from a
would have
woman's
learned that,
perspective, I can
yeah,
I can respect that.
because if I would have learned that a lot earlier, maybe I wouldn't have had the 808s and heartbreaks that I had. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah. No, my
You know.
first baby mama, she took me down through there because that's who I thought I was gonna marry. I was like, I'm doing all the things man supposed to do, man. I'm doing everything, man. I'm supposed to be winning. And felt like I lost everything overnight. I was like, who? My cousin used to make fun of me till his heart got broken. Then he
Mhm.
different. He was like, nigga, I used to, boy, I'm sorry. He had to apologize, nigga. I sent him the weekend song "Wasted Times." Boy, he say, "Boy, this shit brought me to tears." I was like, "Nigga, that heartache, that heartache hurt."
I
But see,
promise
a
it
lot of
do.
people don't admit it, and that would be the problem. Like, you don't want to admit, like, hey, and my homie's like, "You gonna be mad if I smash her?" Hell yeah, I'm gonna be mad if you smash her,
Right.
nigga. I
Better
don't care if
luck.
I ain't touched her in 12 years and I'm married or none of that shit, nigga. You better not. But a lot of people be like, nah, do what you do, man. I don't care about no
Right.
shit. Okay.
You might well be honest about it. That's what I would do. I'd be honest. You know what I mean? Like for real.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I'm gonna get mad. Yes, I'm gonna feel away. I'm a bitch ass nigga. All that shit, nigga. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I ain't gonna do though. Still, even though I might be feel away inside, I ain't gonna fall out with you about it. I ain't gonna do it. I might be mad than a motherfucker, but I ain't gonna fall out with you about it. I'm telling you, Tory Guns, my partner. He be on the platform. He be on. He smashed one of my favorite girls. I was in love with this girl. The nigga smashed her. He smashed her. I'm talking about cold smashed her. She supposed to listen. She supposed to went out with me. She didn't go out with me. She listen. It was a whole setup. She supposed to listen. She supposed to went out with me. She didn't go out with me. She told me she was staying home. I said cool. So I end up going out that night. I'm coming back through the hood the wee hours in the morning, probably like 6 in the morning, where the sun just coming up. I see her car at his house. Oh, I pull up in the driveway. When I pull up in the driveway, she coming around. She coming out the back door, looking like Keisha off belly when she just got out of jail. She covered up, shivering like she just got dick down. Listen, she go to walking past me, and she go to walk past. I say, "Dang, you don't give me no hug, no nothing." She turn around and give me a little hug, say whatever, whatever, and get on in the car. She get on the car. I already know what went on. I continue to walk to his back door. When I get to the back door, the shit was something I like some move. My boy standing that bitch with his boxers on, with some cowboy boots on, smoking a cigarette. I say, I wish he was on the channel because he on this channel.
Oh,
He come on the channel. Was smoking a Newport in the door. I guess he want to smoke it in his house. Happy. I say, bro. He say, what's up, bro? I say, bro, tell me. You ain't hit him. You ain't hit him, bitch. He say, man, you already know I knocked off. I said, oh,
Yeah, yeah.
but I ain't fall out with my boy. That's still my best dog. You know what I'm saying?
No, no,
You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. I got homies that, but see, it wasn't no girl that. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm a lover boy type nigga, so I like you even if you like even the hoes. Like the hoes was nice people. They brought their own weed. They let you smash. They cool. They vibing. I really liked hoes. You just knew you couldn't make one a housewife type shit. So it's like I may not love this girl, but I'm like, man, this nigga done smashed my bitch. But that's my nigga though. At the same time, it had been times. But we went back for homecoming, bro. We in the house. It probably out of all of the girls, everybody to smash everybody in some type of way. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? So we don't take it personal type shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this though, Sil. You can't make an actor for a housewife. A lot of retired hoes make pretty good housewives. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. Let's be honest.
Now, I agree with. I could agree with that
You
one.
know what I'm
I
saying?
could
I
agree.
mean, the ones that done did that, been there, done that. They done got that out their system. They just really want to settle down and know how to
But vouch though,
appreciate men.
the hoes that people consider hoes, most of the time they was cool people. They was
Yeah,
down to earth.
I like
Don't
hoes.
girl.
Me
They
personally.
brought their own weed. They knew how to cook.
Yeah,
These new age hoes is different.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
man.
It don't even be that's why I be saying. I realize it don't be the girls. I realize it was me. I'm fooling myself about these females. These females, they not fooling. They not trying to fool me. It's just when I started looking at them a certain. I was looking at them a way that I wanted them to be instead of me just looking at them how they can't take them how they come. And that's when I learned. Like you know what I'm saying. Like a woman never
You
fooled
can't see
me.
the good in everybody and
Right.
just
A
lean
woman
on
never
it.
fooled me. A woman never fooled me. I fooled my motherfucking self.
Myself. Yeah.
Yeah. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So that way
Mhm.
I stop blaming them. It ain't no blaming them. It's not their fault, nigga. It's your fault, nigga. Cause I'm
And
gonna
see
be
the pet and see the petty me. The petty me just keep living life, and then I look and I be like, yeah, I kind of won. Like I like knowing that at the time it may have been a mistake, but overall I made the right decision.
yeah. See
Yeah, but
that be
then you have women like me who end up with the fuck boys that have been fucked over, and you trying to be a good woman. You are a good woman. Not even trying. You are a good woman. But
And
then
they
we end
got
up
trust
getting fucked
issues.
over because of the shit that been happening in your past. You know what I mean?
At. I'm gonna say this too. I don't know why it's like this. To go along with your point, I don't know why how it works like that, but I see this most often in most situations. Either it's gonna be a good man with an ain't shit woman, or it's gonna be an ain't shit man with a good woman. Like I
Mm-hmm.
don't know why the how the fuck nature or the universe do it like that.
But
But
that's why
Mm-hmm.
when you see
that's
the
how it goes.
relationships that last, when you see the relationship, it be them ones you be like, damn. You look at them, you be like, how they get together? You know what I'm saying? Because it
Mm-hmm.
be like, because at the end of the day, like I done seen women look at some men and be like, that's what he chose. I'd be like, first of all, y'all supposed to support all women. But second of all, some people just want peace.
Yeah, that's what I be wanting.
Some people see a bad B, a bad bitch or whatever they would consider that to be, or a bad female, and they see a headache. And they see
Mm-hmm.
expenses. And they see like, man,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't trying to be doing all of this extra shit for
Mm-hmm.
like that. For what? So I could say I'm smashing you. Like you say, I might as well go buy a high end prostitute that looks just
Okay.
as good as you, and I ain't gotta pay her rent.
So let me tell you something.
Exactly.
I promise you, no, I tell you, no lie, my nigga. I will jump over uh 10 dimes who gonna be full of bullshit or gonna give me headaches to get to one, 5 or 6 who gonna love me, who gonna be loyal, and who gonna be peaceful. I promise you. I don't it like you get it as the older I get, looks matter less and less. It ain't about that shit. Cause I done had the good looking ones, and that shit a lot of times, if she not the right one, it come with a bunch of headaches, a lot of bullshit.
As
I
bad as it seems, you need the beautiful ones that's not like what's the word I'm looking for? They not like self-centered. Like they understand that people say they cute, but they not over the top. What's the word I'm looking for? That the went narcissistic. The
Narcissistic.
beautiful ones is not narcissistic.
Yeah, I ain't with that shit.
Like you beautiful. Like you ever see some girls post pictures and you be like, they so damn classy. They never post a picture. Like they got a shape, but they never post a picture where you can see their ass or see you can see from the front. It's like as a man that just like to look at women, I want to see it. But as a man who respect women, I can respect it because I'm like, damn, I can't find one picture where you in a hurry to show the internet your ass and you shape good and look good.
That brings me to a topic. Do you see the internet right now is bashing or the females? A lot of females on the internet now is bashing Felicia Rashad because she was saying that men do not want half naked women. Now I'm gonna say this.
Yeah.
I want to say this. I want to say this, y'all. Let me tell you something. If it's any, if it's any image from my generation of the perfect wife, it's Felicia Rashad. It's
Hmm.
Felicia Rashad. Like real shit.
Oh, and they try to get her a hard time for
Yeah,
keeping it real.
I'm gonna put up there, like, bro, this Felicia Rashad we talking about, bro. This woman got no dirt on her name. She's beautiful. She been married to Ahmad Rashad forever, and she just giving her. She just telling it. She trying to get
Uh-uh.
a.
You're wrong on that. They've been divorced.
They been divorced.
They've been divorced for decades. They've been divorced. They got divorced in the early 2000s.
I should have been shot at her then. Bro, I'm fucked up by Felicia Rashad, boy. I'm telling you, like, how you spell her
But
name?
I
I'm
agree
gonna
with
look her
what
up.
she said, though.
How you
I
spell her
agree with
name?
what she said.
How you spell
I
Felicia?
always agree. I think women get the mixed signals because
Uh,
we
P.
like that it's fun or whatever, but that ain't what we want. Like
Hold
I
on a
don't know.
second. Still, let me spell this for him. PHYLI.
Oh, Phy. Oh, I got it right
Okay.
now. Yeah, like these people mad at Felicia, bro. Listen, I'm finna put Felicia up here, man. Y'all got Felicia fucked up. Like, man,
Okay.
like, bro, I would go to war about Felicia, bro. This lady has carried herself from the day we knew about her as a respectable woman.
Yep.
And,
Beautiful
and,
lady.
and and we know she legit because what's his name? Quincy Jones ain't had nothing to say about her.
Bro,
Mm-mm.
bro, listen, bro. This Felicia Rashad, we talking about him. You hear me? Like, I'm just saying, dog, this lady is naturally beautiful.
She
Always,
is the epitome of class,
yes.
in my opinion.
I mean, you hear me? Like, this is Felicia. Man, stop playing with her. For real. I don't give a damn what. If she getting a young woman some advice, you hoes better listen.
Hello.
For
Because she
It's
ain't
the
real.
same.
lying.
It's the same reason why a lot of people don't like the Bible. It don't coincide with the way that they want to live. So it's like, shit, you could be right, but if it ain't the way I want to live, I'm gonna find a way for it to be wrong.
That's how they do too, Self. That's exactly what it is, dog.
Hmm.
Like shit. That's why I started
But
using the Bible to my advantage. My mama say, nigga, you don't supposed to smoke weed. I say, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is on all of the face of the earth. That's on the first page, baby. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
hey, you ain't wrong there. But I agree with what she said.
Me
I
too.
agree with what she said. There's a difference between being a woman and being a hoe and being an Instagram model and all of this shit. But a real woman is going to project nothing but class.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, you want a
Even
classy
Pam
woman.
Grier, the most you ever seen was Pam Grier breasts, and it's
Yeah,
just because she was she was a different type of actress. But even with all that sex appeal, you can't go find no tape. You can't go find nothing with her pussy lips showing or nothing like
mm-mm,
that.
nah, a man does not want to make a hoe into a housewife, an active hoe into a housewife. Put it that way. Reformed hoe, maybe, but an active hoe, hell no.
No.
And no man wants to have his woman on his arm half dressed. This goes back to the Kiki
Yes.
Palmer dress. Remember
Yes.
we had that
Yeah.
discussion,
Yeah.
about the damn dress Kiki Palmer wore and
Yeah.
her what boyfriend at that time I think
Did
Yeah.
response
you
to
agree
her
or
wearing that
disagree?
dress.
Did you agree or disagree?
I was on the fence.
I
I'm
disagree.
But
I'm put it
as
like
far as
this.
for me, no, I disagree with what I disagree for me myself personally,
Yeah.
because you like you were saying, you would never find a picture of some women with their ass shown and all that, and they know they got a nice figure. Even
Mhm.
gaining the weight that I've gained, I still have a damn coat bottle shape. But you will never see a picture of my ass anywhere on the internet. You will
But they
never find
normalized it.
somebody with a picture of me nude anywhere, as far as even sending it to somebody person. Never. I'm not that woman. I
Like
have too much
Marita.
class and grace to do that type of shit.
That's respectable though. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Marita,
give.
yeah.
Marita, you remember growing up and you got a crush on certain girls. Just say you even 14, 15, 16, around that age type shit.
Mhm.
We couldn't see them with no thong bikini, with no cheeks or nothing like this showing. It was only a certain type of girl who didn't have their pants around and could do whatever.
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
girls our age, bruh. But just think about it. The normal 14-year-old could go to another 14-year-old page and see ass cheeks, bro. At 14. We couldn't, like,
Mm-hmm.
you had to
Yeah.
work, convince, whatever. It's like everything is laid out. It's like Felicia said, like it ain't nothing to the imagination. When I be seeing them pretty ass women who Muslim and cover their whole body, but they face be pretty, it make me wonder what's under that thing. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
It
gonna
don't
tell
make
Mm-hmm.
you.
me feel. It don't make me feel like I wouldn't smash. I'd be like that cute ass face. I wonder if she built for. I wonder how she looking under there. Make
Listen,
you
I'm
want to find
gonna
out.
say this too. I'm gonna just gonna give them the game, even though it's bro code, man code, whatever. We ain't supposed to do it. I'm gonna give y'all the game, ladies, since we on this subject. Don't believe us when we showing these type of Instagram models of women that's got all their ass out and shit. When we showing them this type of attention, don't believe that we showing them attention because we want to make them our ladies. We showing them this attention because we want to smash. We know these hoes, or we suspect, or we feel like these hoes. They're not gonna get respected as much as a woman like, let's say, Felicia Rashad, or a woman who carries herself, who got herself covered up. The woman who's respectable about herself, she's gonna win in the end, no matter what. She gonna win. The hoes gonna have a day, or the hoes gonna have a weekend, or they might have a little time. But the woman who carries herself respectable gonna win in the end. That's the one that's gonna get the wedding ring. That's the one that's gonna get married, and it ain't got nothing to do with how beautiful she is or nothing like that. I'm telling you, it's plenty of
I mean, most of
it's
the shit is an illusion anyway. You
right.
not seeing the person. You seeing the person they want to present themselves as. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like the ladies I date, even if they like makeup, I tell them to chill out. Let me fall in love with your regular face. That way, when you
Yeah.
do the makeup, it stand out. Now, if you
Mm-hmm.
But you
condition to seeing the girl on the internet a certain way with the makeup, and then you wake up and be like, "Damn, man, this bitch get on my nerves."
listen, I'm gonna tell you something. So if you pleasingly plump, or if you find you feel like you're not as attractive as some of these women that you see on TV, let me tell you some real shit, dog. Let me tell you some real shit from a real man here. A real man gonna motherfucking find you, as long as if you hold to your morals, if you hold to your morals and your standards, you gonna win. It might don't seem like it. It might be, you might be in your 30s and you might be sitting there talking about, oh, you see, oh, I ain't married and nothing like that. I promise you, if you
But see, a
continue,
lot of women just got their guards up because of what they used to, and that's
yeah,
why men got to be a little bit more patient when you see you dealing with a woman
yeah,
that's worth, what I'm
yeah,
saying, compromising a little bit to show them the bigger picture. Because a lot of people, they don't see it in the moment. Just just like parenting. Like, okay, you yelling, and then I had to grow up to realize, damn, you really
yeah,
wasn't just yelling. You was trying to preach and. Like, nigga, do this, please. It'll help your life. And we just like, whatever, nigga, I'm smart. I figure it out. But
yeah,
women be in situations where they done dealt with a lot of fuck shit, even at very young ages, a lot of crazy just so it's like you gotta have a person that know how to like properly communicate, listen to like receive and understand instead of just like to respond and shit.
yeah. I'm telling y'all, but I just want to bring y'all some hope, my nigga, because I know it feel like these sexy red type women winning and all of that shit. That they got the nice body, and y'all listen. I'm telling you some real shit. Y'all ain't got to do none of that shit. Just stay who you are and stay on your morals and your boundaries, and don't succumb to the fad and the trends. I promise you, a dude gonna come along that's gonna be the right dude for you, and he gonna marry you. And them hoes gonna have 5 or 6 children by 5 or 6 different dudes, and they gonna be in and out of relationships while you gonna be happily married. It might be a little later in your life, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you gotta wait till some of these men get
Hmm.
get past that stage. But I'm telling you, we look for them type of women, the type of women that just kept their nose down and went and got their degrees and been working on their little job or their career, and
Yeah.
them the one they winning. I'm telling you, I'm
And the,
44 years old. Them
and
the
the ladies
ones.
really, and not just the lady, but men too, man. Sometimes you gotta think out the box of your comfort zone with what you used to dating. I ain't find, my person of significance until I started thinking different. You
Yeah,
know, this type of person when I met, I was like, man, I ain't never going out with her ever again. And then you be like, damn, you done been here so long now. So it be situations like that. Like you can't be closed minded because it ain't what you because doing what you used to go get you the same results. Switching it
right,
up a little bit, may.
right. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something too. I don't give at the age I'm at. I done had fine body women and all of that shit. I don't give a damn about all that shit like that no more. Don't get it twisted. Like let me tell you something, bro. I'm gonna just say this here. If you got a good heart on the inside, you know what I'm talking about, and me and you vibe. I don't give a damn about that dime. You feel me? You could be a six, nigga. You get in the rain. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I done been there, done that. That other shit, that's just fool's gold. You feel what I'm saying? Give a damn
Yeah.
about all that shit.
No, it's just like it's sad to say, but men like we don't get the access that women get at an early age. Like women, y'all got y'all sexual value like very young. Us, like most men, we gotta work for it. So like when we get to that point, bro, we just be living and doing stuff. It take a minute to realize like we gotta go through a bunch of women like that and it's sad to say, but that's just I don't know. That's been my experience anyway. Like I had to get out here and taste it and know what's sweet and what's sour, what's good and what's bad.
Yeah,
So I could appreciate a different multitude of women, no matter what level they at, because I could respect it and see it from a different lens because I done dealt with different type of women.
I'm 44 years old. If you love me and you care for me and you got a good heart in the inside, you could be shaped like a little bowling ball, nigga. You could probably get a ring from Marita. I'm just telling you right now. I'm just telling you because I done been there, done that. Like I done had fine, beautiful women and all of that shit there. That shit, it don't matter. That shit don't looks do not matter when it's coming talk about somebody to spend your life with. I'm telling you this shit. That shit don't matter. You want somebody that's gonna love you unconditionally, that's gonna be there for
Man,
you.
somebody who go wipe
Yeah,
your ass if both
for
of your arms
real.
get cut off.
For
Nigga, like
real.
that's what
Fuck
you.
all that shit. Yeah. Know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna give you case in point. Like loose cannon. I can tell you right now, the lady he got, shit. I wouldn't trust her as far as I can see her. Know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
oh, absolutely
I'm
not.
just
Well,
being
look,
real.
let me tell you like this, sweetie pie.
You know what I'm saying? Like I
All
wouldn't
you
trust
gotta do is talk soft and have a little bit of game. You probably.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't trust her as far as I see her. You know what I'm saying? But if I had a but if I had an old lady that she ain't trying to live for the internet or none of that shit. She just doing what she got to do for herself and her family, and she love me, and she just want her a loyal man. Man, I give her the world, boy. I don't give a damn about these hoes out here. Listen, that shit hard to find. You can find a
Yeah.
hoe. You can find a promiscuous woman anywhere. You can find them on the corner. You can find them in the club. But a
And
bona
see,
fide one, man, shit.
but you gotta see, like Maria, like a lot of people, like a lot of men, because you can look at the statistics. They say statistically, and I don't know where they getting these statistics from, but they say like younger men they don't have as much sex as we used to have.
Right.
They not even like they on the game, nigga. They, like they kick it and hold out like the women can. I grew up, nigga. I'm managed, nigga. I'm trying to take it there. Like, but it's just a thing. But I didn't. A lot of them just don't have the life experience to know, like, this really ain't really what it's hitting for. Like my little homies, they be head over heels about certain girls, and I'd be like, she just don't like. It's not productive. But you
Right.
can't tell them, like, hey, man, don't. You can't just say that. So you just
Man,
watch it. You be like, hey, man, you try to
my
put little pieces here and there, but
yeah, my condolences. I was just reading Jason's comment. He said, "I lost my partner to cancer 10 years ago, and have
oh
never met
Lord,
anyone that could take their place. That's what I'm saying. My condolences, Jason. See, I
No,
understand how that.
Jason, I'm
Yeah, my
sorry to hear that.
condolences.
Yeah, I'm sorry
My
to hear that.
condolences, baby.
Yeah, man. So you know what we talking about, Jason. You understand. You appreciate a great partner, a great woman. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you something, dog. Like that's what I'm saying. If that's one thing I could tell my younger self, I can go back and tell my younger self, it'll be don't worry about what a woman look like. You know what I mean? Like you find somebody that's a great person that love you, that you know what I'm saying? Man, shit, that's worth more than anything. And don't take that for granted because it's hard to find, man. It's hard to find. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yeah, but I don't give a
Yeah.
damn. I don't give a damn about how a woman look like that no more for real. Cause I'm gonna tell you something. If you love me or we vibe and we what's the name, you gonna start looking good to me. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
You know what I'm
Hello.
saying? You gonna start looking good to me for real, like straight
Because
up.
looks have never been a thing for me. If you can
Yeah,
make me laugh, that's my
yeah,
thing. If you can
yeah,
make me laugh, if you can make me smile, if we enjoy being in each other's company,
yeah.
that's what I'm looking for.
Me too.
And then my thing is with me, you're gonna have to be a special man in order to have a
Live up.
relationship with me now anyway,
Right,
because there's a lot of shit that comes with being in a relationship with me. We
right,
not going out every weekend.
right,
It's just physically impossible for me to do.
right.
I'm not cooking
I
every
don't, I
night.
don't,
It's
wa- I
physically
don't,
impossible for me to do. So you
yeah, I
have
don't
to
want to
work
do
with
none of that.
me in the boundaries that
What
I
you say?
have. You
What
know
you
what I
say,
mean?
Silk? You don't want to do that no way.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I cook because I cook anyway. I do personal
Yeah,
catering, chef, all that on the side.
right.
Um, so I love cooking, but I ain't trying to be going out all the
Yeah, I'm
time.
with you
Like
on that too. I'm with Silk. I'm with you on that too. T. I
going
ain't
out
with
is
all that shit.
only fun when it's like some people you ain't seen around, some family members or some friends. But
Well,
just
even
being at
that.
the club, it's like what
Well,
I'm at
I
the
know I ain't
club
talking
for.
about the club because I ain't did the club since I was in my
Oh, you
early
mean
20s, baby.
like going out to eat
Like
and stuff?
even going out to eat, going to the comedy club. Now I used to love going to the comedy club, going to the improv here in Houston. Oh, I used to love that
Yeah.
shit.
No, I
But
just be trying to be at home where it's safe, man. Like
Me
yeah,
too, Silk. I'm the same as
and
you, bro.
it not just that,
oh,
but because physically it's hard for me to do that type of shit. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
it comes with dating me. It comes with being able to adapt to physically, basically being in the house all the time.
but
If you a
I
homebody,
don't see I
bring
don't
your
see that.
ass on. I'm the one for you because I ain't going nowhere too often.
Right,
But
right.
see that I don't see that being a problem long as you willing to compromise too. Now, if you meet a gentleman that be like, well, like me and my homies, we play poker this night, we go out every couple weeks. Long as you
Please
okay
take your
with it,
ass on. Please
Right,
carry your ass on because
right.
I like to have my alone time
Space
too. So
too.
please take
Right,
your ass
okay,
on.
right.
yeah. But see, a lot of women like they don't want to do what you want to do, but they want you to just sit under them. Like some women be like,
No, because I'm not that person that wants to sit up under nobody all the time.
It ain't gonna
Anyway, I
work
it's
if
like
like
to
that
the
have
happens.
homie,
my
it's
alone
like the
time.
It ain't gonna work if that happens. You can't. Everybody need their own
Yeah,
time.
everybody needs their time. I like
Yeah.
to like even now, I'm alone most of the time and I love it. I've always been a loner. Like my mama used to have to beg me to come in the room and watch TV with her. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm in here reading my book or I'm watching what I want to watch because I don't want to watch what you want to watch or whatever the fuck it is. I've always been a loner. I'm an introvert and extroverted person. When I'm with people, yeah, I'm extroverted. I talk and laugh and shit, but I like my alone time too. And I would prefer to be alone over being with a whole bunch of people anyway, because too much energy in the room, it just it's overwhelming for me.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just too generous and too much of a natural host too. That's why I had to, cause I'm the type of person. You come to my crib, whatever you want to drink was there, whatever you want to smoke is there. I'm making good food. I got good vibes. It smell good. It was just too.
And
I'm just
don't
too.
get me
I'm too much of a natural host, and it
and
just
don't get
wasn't
me wrong.
benefiting
If
me.
you want to have somebody come over and shit, if you can get up and cook and clean and shit, because I can't do all that physically by myself.
Right.
If
Right.
you want to host,
Right.
make sure the house is looking good
Nah,
Right.
see,
and we can host and I will absolutely get up, get dressed and come out there and play the good what
Yeah.
you call it, play the
Go on
good
and,
partner and
go on and host,
when
Chef
I'm done,
Boyardee.
I'm gone back in the room and y'all do what y'all do. You want to host poker night? Cool. I'll come out there, give me a
hey,
glass of wine
Go
and chat
ahead.
for a minute
Go ahead,
and
Chef
I'm back in the
Boyardee.
room. You
but
know,
guess what? I wouldn't even be tripping because if I were with you, I'd be like, look, I need you to save your energy for some other shit.
Uh oh.
You
and
keep
Uh
it
that
oh.
at
and that's the thing. That's
Ow.
yeah,
the thing.
yeah, you,
Because if I'm doing too much during the
yeah.
day, I promise you, when I get to bed, ain't
I'm
shit moving.
I'm that nigga. I would have been like, hey man, go sit your down find somewhere. I keep telling you. Shit, cause I don't want to hear. I'm out of breath. I'm tired. I'm nothing. Like I need that motherfucking. You know how Goku got to gather the energy for the spirit
Yeah, the
bomb.
Uh-huh.
Kame
Yeah,
Ka, the
yeah.
Kame Ka, the Kame Ka.
And that's exactly what it would have to be. Shit.
Yeah,
Because after too
no,
much activity, I promise you, I
right.
can't move.
Yeah, but
So
see, go ahead, T.
And that go to that go to a
it's a
long
lot.
time right there. That go to a long
It,
time right there.
Can you
it's a
imagine
lot.
these hoes did this saying this shit to Felicia though? Like these bitches is
Mm,
out of pocket though,
yeah,
dog.
they are. Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's going
It
You
ain't
know,
the
on?
because
six.
I agree with them.
They be trying to say it ain't the 60s no more. Women got rights. Shut up. Like it ain't even about that. It's about
It's,
knowing how much you worth as a person. Like I tell women all the time, if that's what you want to do, because I got homegirls that got OnlyFans and all that, but I say like one day somebody go want to value more than you just showing everybody something that you should value that should be private. It's like what's the
mm-hmm.
significance? They get to look at it and jerk out to it, but they still get to look at it and enjoy. And me, like it's just like I'm supposed to feel like I'm special because I'm the only one that get to have sex with you allegedly. Like, nah.
Mm-mm.
Like
You
Stevie
know,
J
to
old
me, it's
lady, my bad, but like Stevie J old lady, Mimi when they was on Love and Hip Hop, and then she ended up doing the corn tape or whatever. Y'all ever say to the
mm-hmm.
C word? And I was just thinking about their daughter. Like, what happened when she get big and she know because you known for this now. Like, this is out there now.
Well, she had an interview where she said her daughter ended up finding out because some of her friends at school told her about it. So her daughter asked her about it. She said she had to have that hard conversation and she told her what was going on and, they had a conversation. But she never said how her daughter felt about it,
Hmm.
you know, because that was my first thing when I found out she did that. I'm like, you got a kid, baby.
Well, you
You
better
know,
act distressed every time you talk to your daughter about it. Because if you act normal, it's normalizing it.
hmm
It's like,
you
well, it
know,
really wasn't no big deal when you did your sex tape.
Yeah, and then
right.
how you
So
gonna
that
how you
means I
gonna
can do one too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, bro, listen, I don't mean to cut y'all out, but bro, you just how you just talked about Eddie, bro. Eddie just sent me all the man goddamn charges and everything, dog. The man who
I told you,
the
all
man
we need is an Eddie.
I'm telling you, the guy who was driving and had a car wreck and unalived Big Boogie's sister, her boyfriend. She just sent me all of his charges and stuff. Like this some crazy charges.
Mm.
Got like incest and all, dog. Like this shit is
Oh
crazy.
wow.
Yeah, he got incest.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. Like some people, I respect the culture, but some of these niggas that just be having a bunch of face tattoos, you gotta question their sanity. Like, these niggas, like, cause I got a homie that just like face tattoo. He ain't street or none. But I got some homie with some face tattoos. I'm like, bro, you better watch them niggas. Bro. Like they be the real deal. He just look like a nigga that'll do some shit. I know it's that. I know you don't supposed to profile people, but I profile people. Shit.
I know I do. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I don't judge people by how they look. I do.
For
I do.
No,
sure. For sure. For sure we do. Know what I'm saying? Like if
You
I see
know.
you with some skimpy shit on and all, and that's why I get that's why we get pissed off because women be selling water but getting mad when we act like we thirsty. You feel what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? Like, come on
Uh-huh.
now, baby. You just don't want the attention from me, but you want it from somebody. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like,
but this is the craziest point. They don't want the attention from you, but just say you hop in a G wagon. Ah,
oh,
they
they
gonna run
want
up.
it.
They gonna want the
Right.
attention.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh, it was funny. Last time I flew into Chicago, I like to travel and be comfortable when I'm dressed. Okay, so I had on like one of the unitard, the one piece bodysuits, and I had a cardigan on over it, and the cardigan, solid, so you ain't really seeing nothing, but I'm comfortable. I was cute too, shit. But you saw a little figure or whatever. And my mom was like, I think that's the skimpiest outfit I've ever seen you in. And you still got a goddamn sweater on. I was like, yeah, pretty much. Because I don't be showing all of that. I've always been one to cover up. I don't know if it was, being the little church girl and being taught that, I'm worth more than just my body
Hey, y'all do
or
me a favor.
what.
Y'all hold it down for me. I gotta step outside for a second.
Okay.
All right.
But I've always, chosen to just carry myself with class. I've never
Yeah.
been one to just show everybody and anybody everything. Like, no, some things are meant to be covered. Some things are meant only for one
Yeah.
set of eyes, and that's my partner's eyes. Period. You
And see,
know,
that's why I respect the girls. Why I used to ask, like, send a nude, and they wouldn't. It be like, man, but I gotta respect it because I'd be like, yeah, you can't trust nobody. It's everything is so tricky these days.
and like I
Mhm.
said, I have never sent nobody a nude ever. Not never, not never in my damn life. If I'm lying, Lord, strike me down right now. I ain't never did that shit because it to me it's just like no. It,
But did you
it's
have
a it,
did you have nudes in your phone? Because sometimes
no.
girls just take them just to see if they got that shit.
I
You know.
Anybody can grab my phone at any point in time and go through my whole fucking camera roll, and I would not be embarrassed about what you see.
I'm
Period.
saying, yeah,
No,
if you look nice, you wouldn't have to. But I'm just saying, like what I'm saying is like you never took a nude ever, not even just your own. Like I want to see how I look. Like let me check
no,
myself out. Like
no. I check myself out in the mirror when I get out the shower. I don't need to
it,
take a damn nude photo to do that. No,
and if you want to
I
see the
am
red, you just grab the other mirror and angle it so you can see the other spots. Cause I don't know,
exactly,
like, cause I know girls
exactly.
who don't send nudes, but they got them because they just be trying to,
Mm-mm.
I don't know what
Well,
they
you
be
have to
doing.
remember, Silk, I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and I was a young adult in the early 2000s. So
Yeah.
we didn't have that shit. We weren't doing that. We didn't have cell phones with cameras back then where we was taking pictures and all of that type of
Nah,
shit.
them
So by
Polaroids
the
though.
time,
I remember some of them Polaroids. Now I done seen
yeah,
some
and
dirty.
I was never that bitch
I
either.
done seen
So
some
by the
dirty
time
Polaroids. I remember
Yeah,
them
true.
days.
But I was never that bitch either. So by the time the camera phone and taking nudes and all of that shit became popular, I was beyond doing any type of that shit anyway, in my opinion. So no, I ain't never did that. I ain't never felt the need. I ain't never had to. No, that ain't never been me.
I never exposed a woman, but none of that. Even if I don't like her, they did some fake stuff. For one, I think that's some sucker shit. But then two, I'm like, bruh, you trusted me enough to let me do that. I'm just gonna keep that in the personal archive. And I only keep my personal archives just in case a motherfucker want to lie on me when I'm successful and shit.
And see, no, you ain't never got to worry about me coming up in nobody's phone with nobody's personal archives and shit either. Nope, that ain't never been me. But I have come to realize I am the oddball when it comes to stuff like that. Like I
I
always
don't
say,
think
I
that's an
am
oddball. I think it's just. I think when they started normalizing, just like I think on my one of my podcasts, I was talking to them, and I was like, I don't think it's healthy for any girl to have a whole phase. People trying to normalize a whole phase, and it's like a girl should never have a whole phase. Like what the fuck?
yeah. Like I
You
really
know,
can't say that I truly had a whole. No, I didn't. I
they
didn't.
say they say that's some misogynistic stuff to say. I'm like, but okay, you telling the girl go have a whole face. What if she get AIDS in her whole face? What if she get
Right.
pregnant? You know like you telling somebody to just do something and just get a body away so easy, and then one day be like, you know what? I want you to value my body. Like
Right. It don't work like that.
it
It
don't
really
work
don't.
like that. Okay, of course, yeah, you got the odd situations where like yeah, like she got it, she moved and she might have had a different situation, but most times you condition yourself to be how you want to be. So if you
Yeah.
move in a certain way, you can't say I'm gonna up and change one day. What are you doing to condition yourself to get to that point where you can change and do some other shit? Like
This is true.
it's just wishful thinking at that point. It's
Yeah.
like one day I really woke up and was like, you know what? I don't want to be no cheating ass nigga. And this is like years ago. It's like I don't want to be that guy. Like I don't want to be the one who made my mama and my grandmama cry. And like I actively had to work it on, and it's something I work on to this day. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like it's always a work in progress, but it's like I actually want to change. So you gotta like implement the things to change. You can't just say, "Oh man, I want to start doing." You gotta like actually do that shit. So it's like
Yeah.
I may go kick it with one of my homies where I know I could go over here and do this and do that. But it's like, nigga, like how strong are you really? Then it's like how I'm gonna tell my daughter to value herself and be selective if I'm not.
Yeah. This is
So,
true.
so
Um. uh,
I feel
uh,
guilty. Like even if don't nobody know, it's like I feel guilty on the inside. So I try my best to do the right thing. I am a
yeah.
work in progress, but I try my best to like actually change and not
Uh,
just say like.
Yeah, I mean, we're all a work in progress. Shit, I know I am. I'm not the person that I was 20 years ago. Thank God. I think I'm getting better and better. My goal is to be a better person tomorrow than I am today. And like you said, you have to actively work on that. And I am actively, working on being a better person. And I can see the difference even if nobody else does. I don't give a damn what other people see. I know what I know about me, and I know that I'm different from what I used to be.
Mhm.
And I thank God for that. I know I'm a better person. And
Like at one point in time, like I ain't care if you was somebody's girlfriend. I ain't care if you was somebody's wife. I ain't give a fuck who you was. If I wanted you, I was go try you. I was go be that temptation. And then
mm-hmm,
one and then I got my heart broke a few times. And
mm-hmm,
then I started looking at shit like, you know what? I you know, you used to be like it used to be a flex to be like, nigga, I fuck your wife, but now it's like you just sound like the worst kind of person when you say that now.
mm-hmm,
And it's like,
mm-hmm.
but to some people, you don't sound like that. But I'm just at that point of growth in my life to where like a lot of stuff that used to be deemed cool or normalized, it don't feel good in your soul because you know it ain't right for real.
Yep. Yep. And that's I think that's why I'm the person I am and always have been. As far as when it comes to what I present to the world, as far as my body, how I have handled my sex life, even as far as I've never cheated on nobody in any relationship that I've been in. I've been cheated on, but I've never cheated on anyone, and I just have not been ran through because I believe in soul ties. And I'm not trying to be connected to all these different damn people that I don't truly have a connection with. Like, I was taught to value my body. And, it was something special and that you just don't give it away to everybody that comes along. And I think I did a good job at that. Um,
Yeah, and that's what,
and I'm
and that, and
proud of
that's what,
myself for that.
and that's respectable. But like I say, the way society have it now, I should hold the way society is trying to push the agenda is that I should say you on the same level as a girl who got 50 bodies.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They trying to say, oh, the 50 bodies don't matter.
Yeah.
It matters. You know what I'm saying? But
Like
but
I
they
said,
but
I would
but
be considered the oddball because I value myself and I haven't given myself to 100 million or I don't have 50 bodies. I'm considered the oddball because I actually value myself. Ain't that crazy?
yeah, no, I got friends that still virgins. This women. Well, one I know one for sure. She's still a virgin, like to this day, and she just started working more so in the church or whatever. And I know she freaky, and you know what I'm saying. She used to write her little novels and shit back in high school and stuff like that. But to this day, like we about to be 34, like she had not had sex with nobody ever. And like so
I
I know,
commend that.
you know
I
what I'm
commend
saying?
that. That takes a lot of
I
damn
told her I would
willpower.
have I told her I would have been got my swear on some type of way, man. But you know me, I'm different though. I was that guy in high school, like she knew because this is my friend, so she know like, dang, bro, you really be bouncing around. I was like, yeah, I'm quiet, man. I stay to myself. They don't be thinking I could get. Nobody was thinking I'm doing these things, so I always moved under the radar.
Hmm.
Oh, but
But
yeah,
I commend her for that because that takes a lot of willpower to be that old and still maintain your virginity. I know someone who's supposedly in their 40s and still a virgin, but I don't believe her. But if that's what she say, that's what I'm gonna go on. But I don't believe her. Um,
look, some people get baptized and they be like, you know what, I'm a virgin.
yeah, and that don't work that way, my guy. My girl, it don't work that way. But it
Yeah,
is what it
all
is.
my sins were forgiven, so you start from
Yeah,
scratch here. You
yeah, but you don't get to start from scratch with your virginity. That's something that only comes around once. I'm sorry.
know.
I'm sorry. I don't believe in that born again virgin shit. Now you can go celibate and that's cool. But born again virgin, nah, I don't subscribe to that shit.
Yeah,
Let me
that's the
address.
problem.
Go ahead.
That's the problem. I would say, but yeah, that's the problem though. That's why people mad about what Felicia Rashad said because it's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
If it didn't apply to you, it wouldn't bother you. Like when women be like, y'all light skinned niggas do this. Like that's more funny than would make me angry that you said I did something because it's light skin. So it's like if it ain't the truth, it shouldn't hurt. But it's like
Yeah.
people get bothered by the stuff that they know is the truth deep down. You know, like
Yeah.
this is what it is. Like at the end of the day, and it's like I tell my daughter all the time, I don't care what nobody else do. Like this ain't cool. I don't condone it. I don't. You know. I try to address the shit right out the bat, like type shit. Like, nah, we ain't about to be moving like this, like this. Cause you gotta condition your kids to how you want them to be. You gotta let them understand, and they gotta see how you move. My daughter
Yeah.
don't see me creeping around doing this, this, and that, being sneaky, and this. Like she don't see that.
Yeah.
She should see
And
me being a provider. In any interaction I got with women, most of the time, it's gonna be a positive interaction.
yeah. And that's one thing I'm proud of. I've always been a positive role model for my the girls I've mentored as well as my goddaughter. So in that respect, as far as, showing them how to carry yourself like a lady. Um, I've always been that for them. So I'm very proud of myself for that. I always pat myself on the back for that, and I know Marita was saying earlier, you're not supposed to do that, but God damn it, I pat myself on the back for that because I I know I did that. And I've been told that from them. So I pat
Man,
myself on the back for that.
sometimes you gotta remind yourself,
That
you
you the
know, a
shit.
lot,
You right.
so sometimes you just gotta remind yourself because you will forget. Like, you'll be like, damn, how am I make it through this situation? Like real shit. When I got on the phone with y'all, I was trying to figure out a major situation. I ain't know how the fuck I was gonna figure it out. But I stayed positive and I kept the faith in God, knowing that I had did the work for it to work out, and it worked out. it,
Amen.
it
Amen.
worked. It worked out. I went from I need to figure something out to it's figured out. And
Mm-hmm.
what it went back to?
Hmm.
Me not having to do it by myself. And the main
Mm-hmm.
reason men need women and women need
Amen.
straight up.
Amen.
Straight up.
Amen. I wanted
I
to
be trying
address
to tell
these
people
two comments.
I talk about the past, because I'm allowed to. I talk about, who I used to be. I sit there and talk about that stuff all day. But at the end of the day, man, I'm a hardworking, God fearing lover, father, parent. You know what I mean? I see
Amen.
that. I'm with the fuckery a little bit, but I never take nothing too far. And
Yeah.
I never let nobody feel like they more important than what I'm striving for. But I do it with love and I show love,
Yeah.
So,
Like I always say, I don't think I'm better than anyone else, but I have made better decisions than some people. That has put me in a better position. That's all. But do I think I'm better than people? No, not at all.
I
Um,
feel like only the next man can say that I'm better than him. I put it like this. We may not have all the same opportunities or by default, but we got the same opportunity to create opportunities.
mhm,
Or even if you ain't, like people get mad when I be like, I don't like to play the black victim. Like, I don't like that the Democrats treat us like we got to be obligated to be black or we got to support this or we ain't black. It's like, I'm black, my nigga, and I live that shit. And it have been stuff systematically that done not worked in my favor. But being black ain't never stopped me from making it or doing nothing ultimately that I wanted to do. So I be
mhm.
like, man, like I understand that it's a plight, it's a struggle, but at the
I'm
end
not a
of the day,
victim of it.
I'm not no motherfucking victim.
Yep.
I'm a man. I'm about to make you a victim. Like that's like I live the American dream with a vengeance. Not like the world owe me something, but I'm a work like they owe me something. I'm a work like
Mm,
I got something to prove. And at the end of the day, let the people think what they think and just stay focused. So I just like I would advise anybody to do. Ask yourself how you want to be remembered. My daughter got in trouble, and I made her write a paper on that. How she want to be remembered, you know.
mhm.
And it was interesting, but that's what you got to ask yourself at the end of the day. What kind of
Mm,
energy did you put out in the world?
yeah.
Mostly,
Hey, I'm back, y'all. I appreciate y'all. That's a good
No
man.
topic.
What
problem.
man? Whatever, bro.
Oh no, somebody. Who
Nah,
was
you just be
that?
taking advantage of us, man.
No, man.
Big shot.
I appreciate it. Hey, look,
But I did.
What was you saying? I like that. I caught the last little bit of that. What was you saying, Sick, about how would you like to remember? I like that.
Yeah, now I saying my daughter got in trouble. I made her write a paper and ask like how you want to be remembered, like because that's what it all come down to. How
Yep.
you act, what you do, how you interact, the way you respond to situations, the decisions you make. It all comes down to how you want to be remembered. If you don't care how you want to be remembered, you just want an excuse to be slimy, whatever, then do that. Say that. But when it's
Right.
all said and done, like I remember when my dad got killed, it was way more where mostly like 90% people had good things to say. He helped them. He did it. He helped a lot of people. What I come to realize, you know. So it's like shit. I want to be remembered as somebody who gave more than I took from people,
Mm-hmm.
society, relationships, friendships. I want to say that I gave more than I took away from any situation.
Hmm. Right. Me too.
Mm-hmm.
Me too, for sure. For sure.
I just wanted to say thank you, Fly Guy, real quick for
Who is
the
that?
comment that you said.
Oh
He said he was sorry for my
yeah.
losses.
All
It
right
sounded
here.
like a
Yeah.
Final Destination movie. It showed in it, and it felt like I was living a Final Destination movie. I promise you, it did. But
Then they got a new
I,
Final
I've
Destination
come
movie
through.
coming out.
Oh,
That's
really?
crazy.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to check it out because that's one of my favorite franchises.
yeah, it looked fire the trailer. But my bad, it made me think about it like that's a coincidence. I was just looking at that trailer.
Mm, but I've never heard anybody describe it like that. Everything that I've been through, like a Final Destination movie. But shit, that's true. I can see it. I can see it because I was damn sure running from death now.
The truth is
I'm damn
stranger
sure
than
running.
fiction. The truth, I'm telling you, the truth is stranger than fiction. People will tell you stories, you'll be like, damn, like my baby mama, when she always said the day I die, this house go cave in, right? And I'm telling you, the day she died, like we in her living room, like the whole dining room roof just caved in. That was the
Damn.
freakiest shit ever. And I was like, nigga, I witnessed it. I remember this lady saying this. And I was like, bro, it's no way that shit happened. And you know, it's just like when some paranormal shit happen, you don't
Mm-hmm.
acknowledge it because you don't want
Mm-hmm.
it to happen no more. You be like, man, fuck
Mm-hmm.
that. You even if your friend around, you be like, shut the fuck up. Ain't nothing
Mm-hmm.
happen. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Yeah, man. The truth is a lot of times stranger than fiction,
It is. It is
and
for
we be
sure.
living. You should write. You know, you probably could sell a script or some shit though. We're on the cool.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
I ain't gonna lie though, for sure, T, for sure.
write
Well,
a
you know
book
what?
or something.
I was about to say now, truthfully, I got two books written already, but they're stuck on a laptop that I cannot get to power on anymore. I'm gonna
Mm.
have to take the damn laptop and get it fixed so I can
Yeah.
get the power, get it to power
Mm.
on again. Because that laptop I got shit back in like 2010,
Mm.
2011 for Christmas, so it's old. But I got two novels written already, complete on there
Mm.
that I need to
Mm.
get off of it. And on my current laptop, I got another two or three because I just love to write. That's been something that I've done
Mm.
since I could write. Like I
Mm.
love writing stories, and I got a vivid imagination, so it should be good.
Mm.
And I think I want to self-publish, or I don't know. I might send it to a publishing house and see what I can do. But
Mm.
if not, I definitely would like to self-publish and go ahead and get them out there because I think they're really good books. Um, the ones that I have on my current laptop is the series, and the other two that's on the laptop I can't get to power on. They're standalone books. But you know, writing is something that I've always loved to do. And
But that's cool. You should do it. And honestly, if I self publish, what or even if go with a distributor, what I would do is I'd probably save my money up, get with a local film crew, do a short film based on some of the memoirs and scenes from it. That way you will have a visual thing, and you can always put based on the novel by, and then everybody like, okay, well, what's the novel? Because this short good as hell. So let me go read the book.
I never thought of that. Still, thank you for that idea. For real, I never thought of that. Hmm. I'm have well, I'm writing it down now, but I'm gonna have to see because I've let a couple people read them and
Mhm.
everybody loved them. Like everybody loved them. I've gotten nothing but positive feedback on it. And yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. And I've been thinking of writing a memoir of the trials and tribulations that I went through as far as, getting sick when I was 30 and
Mhm.
how I became disabled.
Mhm.
Um, because it's
Yeah.
nothing but a story of survival, I promise you.
For
One of the
sure.
And
best one of the best memoirs I read was Coming of Age in Mississippi by Ann Moody. And I'm telling you,
I've
man,
read
like
that. That was good.
yeah,
That was
yeah,
good. That was real good. I've read it
yeah. But the
because I'm an avid
visual,
reader
but
too.
yeah, yeah. What's your favorite book?
My favorite book, hmm, it would have
Everybody in the chat put their favorite book so I could go back and read something I hadn't read.
um God, what's
That's
the name
hard.
of that book? Is it Mama Ruby? Yeah, Mama Ruby.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
think of the name of the author. Oh shit, what's that woman's name? And I read her books all the time, but I can't think of her name. Or God Don't Like Ugly. She same author, very good book. God Don't Like Ugly. Um, yeah, that's sort of a coming of age book too. But
Yeah.
yeah, and it's a series too. It's got like 8 books in the series. But it's really good.
Marita, what's your
And
favorite book, Marita?
Where the red fern grows.
Oh, is that when he
I
was
remember,
saving up the? Is that when he was saving up the money for the hounds?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
uh-huh,
Okay,
uh-huh.
yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
I've
Red,
read that too. I've read that
yeah.
too.
Where the red
I,
fern
I
grows.
I be telling people that shit to confuse them. They don't be knowing. I be like, man, yeah, whatever, nigga. I know where the red fern grow, nigga.
Yeah, man. That was my favorite book. And that was the first book that when I got home from school, I didn't turn on no cartoons or nothing. I just laid on the couch and opened that goddamn book and just
Yeah,
lost myself in the story. You know what I'm saying?
because we
Mm-hmm.
because we were
Mm-hmm.
we respected the hustle and the grind, like from
Yeah,
very early
man.
on. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the Count of Monte Cristo. That's like the most. That's the best get back ever. How he got
Yeah.
back.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
I
I
go ahead,
go
T.
ahead. No,
No,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
I feel like
I
every
was
I feel like every man should read the 48 Laws of Power though.
Oh yeah,
mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
rock.
not take it overly serious because some
Right,
people go
right,
to extreme.
right. Because it is
They
kind
be
of
like, I
evil.
gotta
It's kind of
create an
evil.
enemy now, and they ain't even selling nothing.
Right. It's kind of right, right. And it is kind of evil when you really, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, for sure, for sure,
But yeah,
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to read every now and then.
for sure.
Cut these goddamn screens off and get a book. And not a book on what you call it, Kindle or no shit like that. Get a physical book and read it,
Hmm.
you know, because there's nothing like turning the pages of an actual book.
Man, they better than movies and shit. I swear they are.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
make the move in your head as you go along.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. And I've always been that visual person that whatever story you telling me or whatever book I read or whatever, I'm seeing it play out in my mind as I read it. So that's what makes it so great for me
Right.
to read a book. It's like you said, it's like a movie in your head.
Right.
And
But when them Harry Potter books first got famous, I used to be on this boy ass in my class, and then I started reading one. I was like, damn. But then
hmm
when they came out with the movie, I hadn't read all of the books. So now anytime I read the book after that, it wasn't the movie in my head, it was the movie that they had already created, the characters
right.
I was seeing.
Well,
But
I read
before
the
that,
whole
yeah.
series before I saw any of the movies. So for me, it was pointing out the differences between the book and the damn movie.
Hell yeah. Even Holes. I ain't gonna lie, Holes is a good book too.
I
And
read
a great movie.
I read the goddamn the Lord of the Rings before it came out on movie. I was reading that
I ain't
shit.
I
I,
could never get into that.
yeah,
Lord of
Me
the Rings.
either.
yeah, I read in juvenile.
Dead Star Trek. I would know no Star Trek, nigga. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not into science fiction. I'm more into black fiction, black
Hmm.
authors.
Hmm.
So, and I kind of like suspense books too. So,
Yeah.
a good suspense book, I can do that. But
Right.
black authors, coming of age, anything church related, I can read that.
I'm
Hmm.
trying to get that 100,000 from Tyler Perry. I'm probably about to go to some open auditions. All this shit he be dropping.
Hmm.
Yeah,
What's
he
going
just
on with Tyler Perry right now?
He just be dropping like he just dropped. What's the movie everybody was telling me to go watch? I don't know. He dropped something on Amazon Prime. It was a decent movie though. But then
Okay.
sometimes, but it was so funny because I was watching it with my baby. I said, "Okay, son, this a Tyler Perry movie, so he go paint us to be the victim, but just know we better than you.
Right.
I mean, to be the aggressor." I say, for somehow it's our fault for everything, but we better than you.
Man, in Tyler Perry movies, it's always a dark skinned black man who's the aggressor and the problem in the movie. He's problematic. And then it's always a light skinned man to come in to save the goddamn day. Have you noticed that?
Nah,
Mm-mm.
this one, the light skin man, I can't say it out loud, but anyway. Just
Oh, wait a minute. The one with the wait. I know which movie you're talking about. The one with Megan Good
No,
and
it
Tia
ain't.
Mowry X.
No, it ain't Megan Good. It's another one. It just came out like not
Because
long
that
ago.
okay, because that didn't come out not too long ago. It's on Amazon
It's the
where
nigga who played
she's
Tia
like the
boyfriend and sister. He in it. Dang, who else in it? It's another notable
nah, it's a
person.
different movie then. Because the one I'm talking about is where what you call it, it starts out with the funeral scene and it's Tia's ex-husband. What's that boy name? Shit. Um
I know you're
I
talking
can't
about though. I know you're
yeah,
talking about.
Tia's
Yeah.
ex-husband. It's his brother that passes away. And
Man, we
they're
can't
at
think of
his
nobody
funeral
now.
and they're like trailer trash. And her family is like matter of fact, her family is what you call it? Her father is the minister at the church. So her mother's the first lady, you know, and she's the sweet little church girl, and they end up getting married. So their families are clashing and shit. They
Oh
end
yeah,
up picking
I
up the
seen
brother
that
and
one.
taking him out the goddamn casket and carrying him out.
Yeah, he was mean for yeah. I remember that. That was see,
Yeah,
that's the over the top Tyler Perry.
yeah,
It wasn't that
yeah.
over the top. It was over the top, but not that over the top. It
Okay,
was,
but that movie was good. I ain't even gonna lie, that movie
but
was good.
I like that he keep faces that wouldn't be getting these reoccurring roles. Like you be like, oh, that's old boy who played. You don't even know his name. You just like it's him.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's still getting money. That's why I be like, look. Long as the black actors are still getting money is all I really care about. So whether it's
Yeah.
Tubi, whatever grind, am I gonna make fun of the movie? Yes. Am I gonna say it was poor screenplay, sloppy writing, and too many tropes? Maybe. But it don't matter what I say, as long as you made some money.
Right.
Yeah, as long as people still making money. If Tyler Perry a billionaire and he wanna give what's her name? What's her face? Taraji $1 million for something? God bless that man. Shit, keep making some
Mm-hmm.
movies. But I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell my son he tripping though. We ain't the aggressor though.
But
You know, let
yeah,
this nigga Shamar Moore glue on some braids and just come save the day.
man, that
And
that was horrible.
and
That was horrible.
he a truck driver. You know he used to his women fucking around.
You stupid. You stupid. But back to what I was saying. Yes, I'm a writer. I'm actually published. I was published when I
Really?
was 11 years old. Was the first time I was published. Yeah, I had a poem published in a anthology of poetry when I
Damn,
was
you
in
ain't gonna tell me that?
sixth grade. I mean, that was so long ago. Shit,
Mm,
that was damn near 40 years ago. I'm 30 plus now.
mm,
But yeah, I was 11. I had my first poem, or I had a poem
mm.
published in an anthology of poetry. That was the first time I was published.
So
And I've had,
do you hate when people text you ebonics?
yes, please do not text me in fucking Ebonics.
Like
We
they put
speak
a U
standard.
Yup.
instead of
Yeah,
YOU.
I can't stand that shit. I mean, Marita can testify. Do I not write out full sentences when I
Yeah.
text?
Yeah. For
Okay.
sure.
Do I write out the full word?
100%.
And, and when I make a mistake, I will go back and edit that shit and
Yeah.
resend it.
Hmm. I don't like when I make a mistake when I be writing people shit too. I be putting, I be trying to put typo and shit like that. I hate that shit too.
No, please don't text me in fucking Ebonics because I'm gonna text you back with a question mark. No, but English is my like that was my favorite subject throughout like school. Um, I was gonna be an English major in college, and then I changed my mind and decided to be a nursing major. But because I wanted to be an English teacher when I graduated from high school, that's what I was going to college for.
Yeah,
I was
that's
going to
what
be
I
an
was
English
gonna go
teacher.
for. I was going for nursing too, and then I just decided I didn't want to watch people die the rest of my life.
Mm.
That was
But I was
that
going to
was
be
oh no,
a
man.
pediatric nurse.
I ain't
That
know
was
what kind. I had started seeing people die in real time and just see how like insensitive like a lot of nurses had become, and I'd be like, dang, like I ain't want to lose that. I ain't, you know.
Yeah.
I was like, I
yeah.
don't want to do this forever, but I commend people who do, and y'all strong as hell. Anybody
Stronger
who's
than a
nursing
motherfucker, boy. Cause I can't
in
do it.
in the medical field, ER nurses, whether you pediatric, whatever you do, like I commend you dedicating your life to that because it's like, man, you the person people going to for help, and sometimes you can't help everybody, and that would affect the fuck out of me.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I've always been a natural caretaker. Like I always, would joke and say with my family, I've had a kid on my hip since I had a hip to put a kid on. Like I
Hmm.
was always that natural, just caregiver. Always.
Mm.
I always took care of everybody. Um, and still do in a way as much as I can. That's just me. Like I'm getting over a cold, but my mama had the cold before I got it. And it was just innate that I take care of her, even though, shit, this like past weekend it was raining, and when it rains, oh my God, my back and my hip give me hell. But I still struggled and did what I needed to do for my mom until I got sick.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Because I'm just
see,
not starting to feel better.
yeah, a lot of people don't know. Like my knee mess up. See, I got subluxing patella in my knee, so my kneecap will just slide out of place. I be
Mm.
having to be careful with how I stand. Uh, and I got like fibromyalgia, so my muscle spasms be like crazy. Like I
Hmm.
never experienced this shit. My grandma used to talk about this shit. I used to be like, man, like it. I know you can hurt, but is it hurting like that? Man, that shit humbled the fuck out of me, bro. So it's like a
Uh,
lot of. You, I would advise
Now,
people, man, just start taking care of yourself better, like the best way you can. It's hard to change your diet, but man, I'm telling you, it be taking a toll on you.
let me ask you this, because I have fibromyalgia too. Mine is widespread, so it hurts from literally my scalp down to the bottom of my feet. How does yours affect you?
Mine is more so my back, neck region, all the way down to like maybe right above my knee. And it's
Mm,
always that specific. Now, sometimes, like if I got a cold or something and I'm coughing too much and I'm having flares, it's like my whole body pulse at that point. Like
mm-hmm,
you can feel like, dang, I'm really hurting everywhere. But most of
mm-hmm.
the time, it's that general region. It's like it's like, man, I ain't know what the hell was going on. I was scared because you know what I'm saying. I ain't know what I'm thinking because I don't take no pills, no muscle relaxer, no shit like that. So I'm thinking like I should be fine. What the hell is this?
Mm-hmm.
I went to the doctor. I was looking stuff up, and then it hit me. I was like, my mama and my grandmama got this shit. I could probably got, but see, I wasn't thinking about it because when I had looked it up, they was like, mostly women get that shit.
True. That's
But
why when you
depending
said it, I
on
was like, oh, okay, because you're the
yeah,
first
yeah.
man I've ever experienced that has fibromyalgia.
Yeah, no, for real. It could happen to you. But most men, we don't know. We just be like, whatever. But it's a genetic thing. It ain't like, you know, I don't know. But it ain't nothing to play with. And it's random as hell.
Yeah, yeah.
So then
I
you
never
be
know
at
when I'm
work.
gonna have a flare up, and it just starts, and
Yeah.
you just, you know,
You
it's
know,
not anything
you
that
at work,
necessarily trigger it.
trying not to look like a robot. Cause you just
Mm,
like you can't really do nothing else. Like other than
mm-hmm.
just show how you actually looking. Like how you feeling or whatever. But yeah, man, ain't nothing to play with. And but the more I take better care of myself, the less flare ups I have. Even when it comes down to like anxiety, just not holding stuff in. I don't be having anxiety attacks like talking about. Because I'm one of them people. I'm not taking none of that medicine that they trying to give me on some psychological shit by any means. Because I seen what it do to people, and I don't want to feel like no zombie. So me, I just smoke my weed. I pray. I meditate, and that's it.
Well, when it came down to, or when it comes down to, because I do have depression, so
Me
when it
too.
comes down to me really in a bad depressive state, then I will take the medicine until I can get out of it. Once I'm better, I will stop. I don't stay on it as, longer than necessary, put it that way. But sometimes I just have to. It's not that I want to, I have to. Otherwise, I won't be able to function. Um, and that's for real. The depression it hits every now and then that it's
Mm.
bad. But I have always had anxiety. Even as a kid, I just didn't have a word for it.
Hmm.
You know, um, I don't take anything for the anxiety unless it gets real, 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 real bad. Um, and I mean like anxiety attacks where you feel like you're dying. Uh, I hate them, and they come out of nowhere. I could be riding in the car, and then all of a sudden, here comes this damn anxiety attack. Feel like I'm about to die.
Yeah,
And
and I
that's
hate, and I always hate like when you communicating that to people. People be like, "Wow, where is it coming from?" I be like, "Man,
mm,
sometimes you don't know where this shit come from.
yeah,
It could
yeah.
be something as
Sometimes,
simple as I was supposed to take out the trash, and in my head the whole time, I'm like, I'm worrying because I don't know what I forgot to do.
Yeah,
What the hell did I
hmm
forget?"
my homie Tory does have anxiety. I think I do too, but I don't know. I don't know it when I don't know that's what it is. You get what I'm saying? I don't know that's what it is. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I get. I feel funny like that sometimes, but I don't know if that's anxiety or is it just me being paranoid or what. You get what I'm saying?
it's probably anxiety, particularly if you're feeling paranoid about some shit.
Yeah.
Because I know mine. That's what it'll do. It'll have me paranoid. It'll have me um, like you said, worrying, worried about something as mundane, like you said, is taking out the trash and the
But
shit,
you don't remember that that's how little it was. So
right,
in your
right.
head, you like
It's something major,
forgetting something.
I
Like,
forgot to
dang.
lock the house up, and Lord have mercy, something I even broke in and stole all the shit and did my dog and
And then,
got
and
killed
then
because he tried to attack him. I mean, it like literally goes on and on and on in your mind like that.
and then you come home and see the trash and you relieve like, oh, that's what it
Oh,
was.
that's what. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. But I've had anxiety to the point where I literally be sitting there shaking, and my heart is beating, up to 180 sometimes a minute, and my blood pressure go up and spike. Like
No,
I literally have to go to the hospital when I have anxiety attacks that bad.
I
Mm.
be sweating profusely. Like
That
I'm
too.
talking about just wherever I'm at, it's like somebody poured water on me. Like it be so bad. But I'm glad I got less now. But yeah, it ain't nothing to play with. So like when people think people be playing and lying about stuff for attention, I'm gonna tell you that ain't the kind of attention I want.
Mm-mm.
No, no, not at all. I've had anxiety attacks so bad that I've hyperventilated and end up passing out because I'm hyperventilating so much.
Damn.
And woke up literally strapped to the damn bed because I was freaking out that bad. Like, yeah, I've had bad anxiety attacks like that. Um, Fortunately, I was in the hospital when I passed out, but it was to the point where I passed out with anxiety attack that bad.
And that's
And this shit
dangerous
did not start.
because you could pass out and really hurt yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I was in the bed, thank God. That I was in the bed laying flat already when I passed out. So I didn't fall and pass out, even though I have done that before too. Um, but I didn't hurt anything major. I did, well, yes, I did, because shit, I cracked my clavicle,
Damn.
my
Yeah. Yeah,
uh, you know,
it's right by the scapula. I know what you
yeah,
mean. But
yeah, yeah.
see, I went to school and tried to remember this shit.
Your collarbone. I cracked my collarbone, put it that way. That's your clavicle. But I cracked it because I fell and hit my bathroom floor hard as hell from the anxiety, the hyperventilating. If I didn't hyperventilate when I had anxiety, I would be okay. I probably wouldn't have to go to the hospital. But the hyperventilating makes my heart rate go up, which makes my blood pressure go through the roof. And like, I literally have to have medication to break all of that shit down.
Damn.
Um,
Yeah,
so yeah, my anxiety attacks would get really, really bad. But I didn't
I,
have none of this shit going on until after all of my medical issues that I had that started when I turned 30. Like before I turned 30, I didn't have anxiety, I didn't have depression, none of that shit. I was cool. But after that, um, I think because I compartmentalized so much shit when I was going through it, because like he said, it was like a Final Destination movie that I was going through. So I'm dealing
no,
with all of these
that
things
is what it is.
mentally.
It
You know,
is
I'm
what it is. And then
I'm
you just
dealing with
have a crash.
yeah, I was dealing with all of these things mentally where I'm losing all of my family members. I'm facing my own mortality at 32 years old. And I'm sick as hell. I'm losing my ability to take care of myself. I have to move back in with my
But you
mama
just
because
gotta
I
keep
can't take
living.
care of myself. So it was so much shit going on at that one point in time, and I
You don't have
compartmentalized
time to
it. I didn't
process.
deal with it. I didn't deal with it. I didn't deal with the deaths of
Yeah.
my family. I didn't deal with my own, disability and not being able to or having to adjust to not being able to do the shit that I was normally doing. I didn't deal with none of it because I was just too focused on surviving. So after I was okay medically, all of that shit hit me mentally all at once. And that's when the anxiety attack started. That's when the
Yeah.
depression started. That's when all of that shit, I just crashed. Like you said, I just mentally crashed. I literally had a fucking mental breakdown.
Yeah, see with me, see, I used to compartmentalize stuff and then it'll just explode the wrong way. So when I really started changing my life, that's when I ended up losing my grandmother and granddaddy like within the same week, basically.
Damn.
Like he died the morning after we buried her. He died that very next morning, like literally. Like he was at
Mm,
the funeral, then we was planning his funeral the next day. And at that
mm,
time, like I was homeless and my job, they said they was gonna hold my job for the first funeral. They said they were gonna hold it for the second one, but they didn't. So like I literally came back to Texas and all I had was like my car, no job.
Mhm.
So I had to just keep living. And that's what, to speak to your point, T, like you a lot of times we just living and we can't stop living because it's just not realistic. So we
mm-hmm,
compartmentalize these feelings and really, I didn't grieve about their death until I made a mistake and ate like 6 grams of mushrooms
Mhm.
and got like stupid high. But I really got in touch with my feelings and like that was the first time like I just really broke down in a different type of way.
Mhm.
And
mm-hmm.
because other than that, it's just like you living, but you never get time to like really think and just
Right.
how
Yeah.
people ask you how you feel and you really don't even know how you feel yet.
Mm-hmm,
Mhm.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You
so
had you ain't even really had time to process it.
Yeah.
yeah,
I know I didn't have time to process shit. Like I said, everything was happening so fast. Like I said, all of my well, both of my uncles and my aunt, all of them died within the 20 months of each other. So I did not have time to process the death of one before the death of another. And then I'm in and out the hospital this whole time, sick
yeah.
and not knowing if I'm gonna survive my damn self. So it was a
And
lot.
that's a lot mentally.
It was a
The
lot.
fact, but the
It
fact
was a
that you
lot.
did, the fact that you, even if you crack, you didn't break. You know what I'm saying?
No, no,
You
and
know, then
that's my motto. I'm not built to break.
yeah, no, it could
That's my motto.
because you just resilient. If you're a resilient person, like you just, it ain't no way like you about to take the ultimate loss. Like it's like I may take a small loss, but that's only to learn and to sometimes it just happens, but just what you've been through, just your testimony, like it speak volumes.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna say this one thing. If I it's the one thing that I would give some people in life or whatever, is just don't give up, dog. And you talking to somebody who done been close to giving up more times than I could count. But I promise you, if you can find something that could get you through that situation, I promise you. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what my homeboy Tory Guns told me. That's why I keep saying the name because we we done been friends for so long, 30 years. He told me when I found I was down, he say, bro, he say, think about it like this. I say, what? He say, you down, right? I say, yeah. He said, you can't go nowhere but up. He said,
Hmm.
he said,
That's the truth, though.
you can't
That's
go nowhere
crazy.
but up. There's
That
no
crazy
way.
because when I was down Marita, one of my best friends told me, he say, "You remember how you feel right?" He say, "You know how you feel right now." He say, "Remember that," and he
Yeah,
say, "Now do your best to never feel like that ever again."
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, very
And
much.
I
Hmm.
will say this. I will say this. Whenever I find or whenever people or whatever God brings stuff in my life to get me through those times, it always gets better. It always get better.
Yeah.
It always get better. So for somebody
But
out
you
there,
acknowledge God too. A lot of people like God bless everybody, but a lot of people really cut their blessings short because, bro, like, don't think you ever bigger than the program
what
ever.
I'm telling you this, boy. You're
And I know everybody ain't religious like that, but bro, you gotta believe in something. They say matter can't be created nor destroyed. So in the midst of nothing, something blew up, and we don't. None of this shit makes sense. And I only point to it's a God. You
Hello.
know, he may not even care that you Hindu or whatever. He like at least you believe in something, nigga. So you
Right.
still gonna go to heaven.
Hmm.
I just been brought through so too many things for me to just
Yeah.
be naive and dumb and disrespectful, not to believe that it was God that brought me through them situations. I'm not finna be that disrespectful. I'm sorry. I'm not finna do
I mean, like I said, my doctors think it's a medical miracle that I am still here and able to do the things that I am able to do. They don't understand how I survived the things that I survived. I know that there is only one reason, and that is God.
that.
It was not
Mhm.
my time, and He brought me through so I can have a testimony to tell to others. That's it. I don't. I figured out a long time ago. I'm not going through all of this stuff for me.
That-
I'm going through to help somebody else. My
Yeah.
testimony helps others. So that's why any chance I get to say what I've been through and what God has brought me through and continues to bring me through, because trust and believe, it ain't over. I'm still going through different things, just in a different way. Am I at risk of dying right now? No, I'm healthy in that way. But physically, I got a lot of shit going on, and it's still, things that I need to do. Like I said, I'm facing another major surgery. It's just a matter of when I want to do it. And I just don't want to do it because I don't want to go through that damn recovery. I know that recovery process is going to be killer. And I just mentally am not in the place to be able to handle that right
And I hate surgical needles. They so fucking big. They so big. Like it was like for real. Like and they call you for surgery early in the morning. Can't ain't none of your veins showing. They done had to stick you 3-4 times this big ass needle.
And it
And
ain't
you
no
wake
now.
up
guarantee.
from
And it ain't no guarantee you gonna come about that motherfucker. I had surgery on my neck when I was a baby. I was born with a cyst on my neck, but then when I was in first grade, it came back. So I got scars on my neck from when I had I'm talking about a softball size cyst on my neck when they had to cut it off. And you don't never know who you gonna come about that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you wake up,
Yeah.
throat dry as hell and hurting. Yeah, I done had way more surgeries than I would like to. So I feel you. Like I don't be like I just
Who does? I know I don't. But like I don't. Were you listening when we were talking when me and Rita were talking earlier, and I was explaining, that part of everything I've been through? He asked me how many surgeries I had, and I said about 20.
20,
I
yeah.
know it's at least
damn.
20, maybe more than that.
Well, I think I 1, 2, 3. I had 3 regular surgeries and then a surgery like radioactive needles. They was experimenting to try to help what was going on, but that was just painful. So yeah, I probably had like 4 or 5 surgeries, but 20 is crazy.
At least 20, maybe more than that. 20 that I can count off the top of my
You
head.
know, I think I had like 3 surgeries. I had two. One when I was a baby. One when I was first grade. And then I had stitches when I got in a fight at school one time when I was living down there with Melly them from. So that's it, 3. Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it's not meant
They
for
packed you
me.
out. They packed you out, or it was like a one on one.
It was a one
Hmm?
on one. It was a one on one with this white boy named Curtis Kimbrough, and
Man, them white boy be rough. You
he was
don't
on
let
hip.
them grab you in a
Yeah,
fight.
he was on hip with the white boy. But what happened was I got pushed into the locker, and the
Um,
edge of the locker cut my side, and Spoon rolled me for a whole year about the shit. And then that was 6th grade, so 7th grade year we was in the lunchroom, and here goes Spoon again with his instigating ass, talking about yeah, hey, come over here. He called the white boy over there. The white boy, he asked, he said, didn't you beat up Michael when you was in 6th grade? He told me some, yeah. Why he said that? I waited till lunch. I said, you beat me up. He like, yeah, I beat you up in 6th grade. I said, okay, bet. I waited till lunch got out. I waited till lunch got out. When lunch got out, I came through the crowd like goddamn buddy on Minister what is it, New Jack City when he shot goddamn
Yeah.
Nino. I punched
Yeah.
his ass right in the motherfucking nose. Bop! When I punched him in the nose, I blooded that bitch. And we went to wrestling. I beat the shit out of him out there. And just cause Spoon instigated the shit up, I ended up getting suspended for like 10 days. And I broke the white boy nose. Yeah, man, fucking with Spoon. But it was all because of the 6th grade fight where I got the stitches. Yeah.
Mm.
He never bothered me again.
Oh
Oh
man.
hell, I said my first surgery was at 15. I'm lying. My first surgery was at 5. I
Yeah.
forgot about that incident. What you call it? I sat on a jagged ashtray. It was broken. See, what had happened was I was getting in the tub. You know how when you little everybody get in the bathtub at the same time, right? Or at least back in the day, you and your cousins all in the same section. Y'all all took a bath together because ain't nobody wasting all this money filling
Right.
up the tub
You
20
hear me?
times. Okay.
Right. My mama was the
So
same shit.
me and my cousin were getting in the tub. Now, when she got in, my grandmother was a smoker, so she had ashtrays everywhere, and my grand had an ashtray on the edge of the sink. When she got in, she knocked the ashtray from the sink into the bathtub. Now we had one of them old claw-footed cast iron bathtubs. So the glass ashtray broke when it hit the bottom of the tub. But we kids, we got bubbles and shit. I don't see the ashtray in the tub. So when I got in, I sat down and the ashtray was standing straight up on its side and I sat straight on the fucking ashtray. So it cut deep into one of my butt cheeks. And they had to take me to surgery in
Mm,
order to sew it back up because it was that deep. So I had like 2 layers of internal stitches plus the ones on the outside.
that been was deep then to now.
Yeah, it almost hit the bone. That's how deep it went. Because I sat straight down on it because I didn't know it was there.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get, you know how you just get in and plop in the tub. That's what I
Yeah.
did.
Mm-hmm.
And it went that whole piece of that ashtray that was broken. It They had to surgically remove it.
Mm,
We couldn't even take it out at the house because it was that deep.
mm.
So that was my first surgery. I forgot
Well,
about that.
you had some war wounds.
Yeah. And that same cousin stabbed me in the damn neck, not the neck, in the ankle with a fucking pencil, and I still got the lead in my damn leg.
Damn.
Me and her did not get along.
What's up?
We
You want to put the drop on her?
no, not at all, not at all. But
Hey,
we
Okay.
didn't get along.
It's
hey, I
about
want,
to be summertime. You know that's the best time.
hey,
No.
I want to hit y'all with a question. I want to hit you with something. It just hit me with y'all.
Hmm.
So I saw this last night when I was watching Sharice Mills and Loose Cannon. I was watching the live she had where she had Sadie Nash up there, she had Poetic Flacco, she had Lush from No Jumper on there, and I can't remember who she had up there. But she slipped and said something that I want to ask y'all, do y'all agree with? She said that Sadie Nash was Young Thug's manager. Eddie just DM'd me and said the same thing. And I said that I saw her say that. But I just asked y'all, do y'all believe that shit? Because she said that last night. I saw it live when she said it. Well, I ain't see. I mean,
You say it said it Nash, the blogger?
yeah, was Young Thug's manager.
I ain't
When?
never, I ain't never heard that.
I ain't never heard that either.
He don't even look
When
like
was he young? When was he young thug? Excuse me, manager.
That's what I want to know. I thought the lady was lying.
sometimes people.
I thought she was lying. That's why I ain't. I heard it, but I just know her and Loose Cannon be telling the field. So I was just
Yeah,
like,
because I heard. Remember, I'm the one who sent you the live. I
you
heard
heard
it
it.
when she said it.
You heard it too, T. Yeah,
Yeah, but I ignored it,
me
and you know
too.
that
Me
that
too.
that slipped my mind about all the shit that was said on there. So
Me
I
too.
wasn't even thinking about
I
that
think
being true. I thought she was lying.
me too.
Man,
But where did Eddie get that
that
from?
would have been a,
She
that
got
would
it
have
from
been a,
she got it from the video too. The same
Oh,
the
okay,
same shit we saw.
they
okay.
would have
So it's not
you
a
would have
second
knew that.
source saying that. If it
Nah.
was a second source saying that and confirming what she said, I might be able to believe it.
She just
But
lying, ain't her? That bitch
she
just
lying.
lying, ain't a man.
Why? How in the hell would Seti Nash
Be
even come in contact with Young Thug to be his manager at
to be
any
his
point in his
manager.
career?
Right, right.
You know, that's my thing.
Some people just hear the internet stuff and just go crazy. Some people just, they just
Espe-
wrong with it.
Especially at that time when before Young Thug went to trial.
Right.
Let's just remember, like said he transitioned into this figure that he is now. Like he wasn't as popular back then. So we talking about back then him being Young Thug's manager. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Nah,
And I'm sure
nah.
AK would have been brought that up.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He
Hell, Seti
probably he
himself
probably
would have been
blocked
brought that up.
AK probably then already blocked somebody for saying it. Block his ass.
Block his ass.
Hmm.
Nigga
But
ain't no
what you
goddamn.
call it? Seti would have said that shit himself.
You think so?
That hell yeah. If he was Young Thug's manager, he would have said some shit about that himself by now.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you another thing I noticed on that, which I don't like the whole shit what loose cannon and this old lady got going on. But I'm gonna tell you one thing that did entertain me was the back and forth between Seti and Poetic Flacco, because
Yeah.
Flacco was so trying to, like, he was like snitching. He was like, "Yeah, Seti, ain't you a rolling 60? And I'm gonna tell on this person and I'm gonna tell on that person." And Seti like, what?" And I felt like it's just y'all motherfucking fault for getting up there knowing that the feds is watching that lady platform, and y'all gonna get y'all ass up there want to just bathe in the clout, bathe in the, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Y'all wanna go up so bad to y'all wanna jump on that bandwagon because that's where all the attention at. Okay, here go Flacco. Shetty, ain't you a rolling 60 Crip on the hood, on the neighborhood? I'm like, oh man, like, the feds watching. This 100% they watching this lady's live. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I enjoyed that. Y'all want to get y'all ass up there? Go ahead, goddamn it.
Clowning and shit, and end up
Mm-hmm.
getting a damn indictment. Your damn self. Go
Getting a
ahead, be
goddamn
my
indictment.
guest.
Right. Getting a goddamn indictment, your goddamn self. That's why I thought about it. I said to myself, you know what? I'm not even finna be fucking with that lady and blogging on them. I'm gonna leave them alone. I'm gonna let that shit play out how it's gonna play out, because we know the police watching them. Like,
Yeah,
ain't no, you know what I mean? Just, you know
we
what I
can
mean?
talk about it after it's done.
After it's done, right? I'm gonna leave that shit alone over there. You feel me? Shit.
The police and said they didn't watch interview, podcasts, and various other. You know what I'm
Uh
saying?
huh. Uh huh.
Did you see that fucking video she got? Tanel?
Which video?
The video that played like on her page. Let me play. I wonder, can I play this shit without getting flagged? I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I can't. Let me see. Man, I'm like, this is a 304. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh Lord.
you ain't see it, T?
Not if it's not if you calling them that after seeing it. Nope.
Man, shit. Let me see. Yeah, man, I said, what is going on here? I'm talking about she is like wide open with it. I'm like, I'm talking about,
Really?
she's raunchy. She's raunchy.
Oh.
For real. She raunchy with that thing, boy. I say, boy, loose cannon, you better hope you get out of jail soon, my nigga. Cause it's going down. For real, look, I'm for sure, y'all. I hope she don't flag me. She might. I don't know. Fuck it. It's all good. I'm demonetized anyway. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm telling you, look, this shit is like,
Oh, no, I ain't
yeah,
seen that one.
yeah, look right here.
And don't forget to hit the cash up, y'all. We done gave y'all hours and hours of entertainment
Yeah,
today.
yeah, please donate to the
We
channel,
are
man.
we are just spilling souls today. Hit the cash up.
Right. Look at, look at, hold on. Hold on, let me put the speed down. Okay, I'm gonna put the speed down. There she go, y'all. This what loose cannon married.
Oh, oh, not with the pasties.
Ooh, the money on the biddies. Patting on the cat.
Yeah. Oh, I need to cover my eyes. I ain't old enough to watch shit like this.
All right, loose cannon. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait. That's all I can say. Is oh, wait.
Mhm. She loving that attention.
Wow. Yeah, she doing the most.
Got Michael blasting with the bullshit.
Yeah, everybody who is a C-list celeb music video. Shit, he was in what's it called, Yellow Bees music video too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
I'm sorry if y'all hear my fan. I'm standing right under it. That's part
Yeah, all
of
right.
middle age shit. I'm hot.
Silk, what you say? You the player of the bunch?
He just dropped off.
Oh, he just dropped off. You better told,
Mm-hmm.
God damn, I needed you on this one here for this one here, son.
Fly Guy said she was on Real Chance of Love. For real?
Huh?
Fly Guy said she was on Real Chance of Love. What was her name on there? Because I watched
Really?
that series.
With the stallionaires, with the boys, the two
Uh-huh.
brothers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Real and
really?
Chance.
Really?
Remember, Real just died recently.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
not recently, but
yeah.
not
The one with
recently,
the
but he
yeah,
died. He passed
the
away.
one
The
with
one
the
with the long hair.
long hair. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. The short one with the long hair. The one I actually like.
yeah. I ain't gonna lie, he was cool. He was the more like
Yeah.
cool when the other one was a little over
Yeah.
the top. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. He was a
I
more
like
laid
I
back.
like that both of them what they had going on though, you know what I mean? But I agree. The one who passed away was the more one I liked it the most. Yeah. But
You
damn,
forgot her name. Damn. I wish you knew because I can't place her on that show.
me
But
neither.
I watched it. I watched it. I
So
watched both seasons of it. And I
so
can't remember who she was on there.
so
But
I
if you
will
say she was on there, I believe you. I
so
believe you because she that type to be running
right.
after, fame and shit like this.
That's what it looked like it's going on here. That's what it looked like.
Because your old ass should not be on here doing this type of shit at your age. I'm
In
sorry.
bed, in bougie. She's in bed, in bougie. This is like crazy.
You
Like
you just too old for this shit, boo.
talking about
You
she's
are
30 years old. That lady is in her 40s. You can
40.
look at her tail. I looked at it
She's in
last
her
night.
40s.
I was looking at it last night when she was on live. I was like, you could tell she in her 40s. She was drinking that liquor like a 40-year-old goddamn cougar. She got
Hello,
I
she's in her 40s.
I
Just
see
like Loose Cannon is 42, he'll be 43 this year.
right
Them
for
bitches
sure.
running around here talking about they in their early 30s. Quit lying.
Yeah, right. Trying to still make it in the music industry because they over the hill. Like, no, man, listen, man. You know
And
what
he
I'm saying?
lying about all his musical accolades anyway. How the
Fact.
fuck you make a song with who did he say? 50 Cent. If
Right.
he's supposedly 14 when the song was made, but you produced a song for 50 Cent when he was 14. Nigga, come on.
He said the same thing about Nas too. Talking about he made a song with Nas. Man,
Yeah, but he
oh,
can't even remember what song it is. I made so
yeah,
many songs. I can't remember.
man.
Quit lying, bitch.
Bro, like this shit. I don't even understand what. See, and I'm gonna tell you something. If a woman to deal with you and you doing all of that right there, it's something shady about her too. Because a
Hmm.
real woman gonna be like, what? That's gonna be like a turn off right there. So
Absolutely.
that's why I say like, Loose, he better hope that he get out of jail sometime soon. Because I'm telling you,
Um, when she was acting on that live yesterday, she gone already.
she gone already. That's what I'm saying. Like, and you gotta understand, more so than her loving you, she wants to be famous. So
Hmm.
she already got an interview with with Whack 100 talk about the people that she slept with in order to get where she at now. You see what I'm saying? So she
Hmm.
already done let y'all know she that type. You know what I'm saying? She will use what she got to get what she want to get. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So with that being said, she done fell in the perfect spot right now. She got all the attention on her. She got the most attention she probably ever had growing coming through this entertainment industry. And it's to Luke's detriment because he done played himself to where he's in jail now, and now she left with the keys to the kingdom. What you
Yep.
think she finna do? She finna milk this shit. That's why she doing all these lives with Sadie Nash and all of these people and all of this shit right here. She is enjoying it. She was sit back sipping it. She was sipping that goddamn wine and that liquor and enjoying the whole shit because now she can do what she want to do. She ain't got to worry about Luce. He's in jail. She can feed him whatever she want, feed him whatever she want to feed him, and she could benefit all. Listen, I'm telling you, just say he get 10 years. Just say he get 10 years, cause he keep talking that shit, bro. All of that shit, what they say, Big U is guilty of on the Rico, you guilty of it too, player.
Hmm.
So the murder and the extortion, even though you didn't do it, you're still guilty of that if he get found guilty because it's a RICO case. You see what I'm saying? So she gonna be she gonna be she just waiting on the shit. She just playing how she playing it right now. But as this shit as these years grow on, she gonna end up moving on. She gonna end up justifying moving on because you in jail. And she gonna be left with the fruits of the labor, and you gonna be in jail looking like a goddamn fool. Tell
Yep.
you, I'm telling you, I see it
I'm
coming.
just waiting. I'm just
Yeah.
waiting.
And to be
You know,
honest,
they
and to be honest with you, that's fitting for him for the way for all this bullshit that he was doing any goddamn way.
yeah, I mean he talked himself into the fucking Rico.
Right,
Is he wouldn't have came out saying shit, he would be fine right now. He did
right,
this shit to himself. With
right,
lies. That's the thing.
right,
With lies.
right,
So how, you know, you can end up going to prison off some fucking lies. Federal
right,
prison on
right.
some lies.
Also,
You know,
fucking lies.
but you did it to yourself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You did it to yourself. So I don't know how to feel about it. I don't feel sorry for him, that's for sure.
No, I don't feel sorry for him either. I don't feel sorry for him either because nobody asked you for these fucking lies.
Mm-mm.
And then you run around here talking about you acting like a bully and all of this type of shit. Like all of this shit for what? For fame? For clout? Bro, you 40 years old, bro. What? That's
42.
42. Yeah, that's crazy. Lying about your age, lying about who you are, lying about your children, lying about
Yeah.
your wife. Like you
And you
ready
a
to
deadbeat dad at that too.
right.
Okay, Milo.
That dog, the
Even
dog concurred with that shit. You see that? The dog said, "You motherfucking right." You see what I'm saying? You know we ain't lied then. Damn right. Milo heard that bullshit. Milo been watching.
he said he a lying motherfucker.
Right. For sure. Man, motherfucker. For real. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this shit, dog. Like that. See, that's just what we were just talking about earlier, fella.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
yeah.
look good. And yeah, nigga will probably jump on top of her. But this ain't nothing you want to make your old lady. Cause you know
Hell
what I'm
no.
saying?
Hell
No,
no.
no, no, no.
You know, that's so distasteful, in my
Yeah.
opinion. You
Yeah.
know.
Because other men are seeing this and getting ideas. Like I was watching Carlton Rick Rock, and he already talking about yeah, man.
You
I,
shooting his shot.
he right. You see what I'm saying? Oh, he
Yep.
already talking about it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you this too. You think Adam 22 ain't gonna try to shoot his shot at her with that other girl he
Oh,
got?
absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
She know Adam 22 is a multi-millionaire with a bigger platform with more motion than Loose Cannon.
Yep.
These the type of women that when they meet somebody with more motion than you, they jump ship.
Yep.
Cause
I'm
you
just
see,
waiting.
yeah, me too. Cause you see what she really wants. You see what she really wants, and then when she talk to Loose Cannon, she don't even sound really loving.
Uh-uh.
She sound like it's an act. Like, okay, baby, I love you, baby, and all that. Man, don't talk to me like that. Talk to me like a real person, my nigga. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Don't be talking to
Yep.
me like you're trying to seduce me. That shit sounds
That's
fake.
but that's exactly what she's doing. That's
Yeah,
exactly what she's doing. You know, she's got that whole seduction, siren shit going on.
right.
And really that's all she got going for her.
That's all she got going.
You know, that's truthfully all she has going for her is, being the siren, being the vixen, you know,
She
that
felt.
sex symbol shit.
She
Other than
felt
that, what does
right.
she truly have going for her?
I don't know because it looked like she been trying to make it in the music industry and that ain't worked for
Hmm.
her. Mm-mm.
She ain't really got nothing going
Mm-mm.
in her favor right now.
Mm-mm.
So she's gonna be the video vixen, the sex pot, that type character. And that type character gets no respect from me. Period.
Loose Canada left her with the keys to the city. She got all whatever little businesses they got. She got control over all that, and you stuck in
Yeah.
jail, which means you at the mercy of her. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like
Yep.
she gonna
You
tell you
know.
just like my girlfriend told me that time. I'm tired of this shit. You gonna be that, you gonna be that bitch can't eat today. I'm tired of this shit. You gonna be that
you damn
bitch.
straight.
Hey, I'm
You
telling
damn
you.
right.
I'm
That's gonna be
telling you.
him.
That's gonna
That's
be
gonna be
him.
him. He gonna
Mm-hmm.
be in jail. Can't eat shit. Can't
Mm-hmm.
eat. Can't sleep. Damn stomach
Mm-hmm.
hurt. He gonna be fucked up
Fucked up.
because she just said, "I'm tired of this shit,"
I'm tired of this
and
shit.
leave his ass high and dry. Watch and see. Watch
Man,
and see.
man, Adam 22. Listen, I already done seen Adam 22 play. He's sick his girlfriend on him. He's sick his girlfriend on him, try to bait him up to see how if they susceptible to doing the corn videos with him, and then that's how he get them. I'm telling you, that's how he get them.
Hmm.
Shoot him a couple dollars, and next thing you know, he done got your old lady, and then he a white boy, so he gonna be able to hide behind, hey man, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing to him, right? What I'm saying is they gonna call
Yeah,
the police on you and shit like that. So
for
yeah,
real.
I'm telling you, and she definitely is the type of person that she wants connections. So she's not even if let's say Adam do make a pass at her, she's going to laugh it off. She's not the type that's gonna go tell loose cannon, oh, Adam tried to talk to me. No, she ain't gonna say that because she know Adam
Mm-mm.
got more going on than loose cannon, and loose cannon in jail. She gonna laugh it off.
Absolutely.
Adam just stop. You know what I'm saying? Or she just gonna get the lady to do it. Adam, old lady to do it. I'm telling you, man. This man, hey, I don't know.
It's a trip, but
I'm
she needs
telling
to quit. She needs to quit. She too
you,
old
right?
for that shit.
So, ladies,
That,
don't be envying this type of woman or this type of look, because I tell you, they lose in the end as far as like when we talk about having a meaningful relationship with a man, because this you ain't gonna never get away from this. This is what people gonna remember you as, classify you as.
hmm.
You a 304.
Yep. And I'm so glad that nobody can ever put me in that damn category. Thank you,
Right,
Lord.
for sure,
You know, I'm telling you, your self respect is one of the things that once you lose it, you can really never get it back.
for sure.
So it's not worth it.
No, it ain't.
That little fame that she getting from this little shit is not worth it. If she's getting any fame
If she
from this
getting
shit,
in it right, cause I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't really studying that ass like that. You know what I'm saying?
if she get any motion off of this shit, it ain't
Right,
worth it. I promise you, it's not.
right,
So I rather have my dignity and my self respect any day.
right. I'm finna go and end the live today. I'm kind of hungry. I gotta get me something to eat.
Yeah, me too.
All right, I appreciate you, sister. I love you, man. It was a.
I love you too.
I feel like we had a great live today. I think this one the one for the record books right here. This one to
Oh
remember.
yeah, oh yeah. It was good today. It was good.
Hmm.
Can't even lie. It was good.
All right, thank you to my sister Tanel for holding us down today and sharing a lot of um personal information, personal stuff that hopefully that some of you guys listened and heard and will help you guys with your lives. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy Silk Foster Jr. for coming back again and again because it seems like he been up here 2 or 3 times today and holding us down as well, man. Appreciate you, Silk. You already know it's all love, player, 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 player. Salute to Jason Morrison. Also, salute to Mark Morrison as well, man. Salute to the Morrison family for holding us down all the way from the UK. I appreciate you guys. Salute the Fly Guy. Appreciate your Fly Guy. Salute to I'm going down the chat and giving everybody shots out today because I ain't gonna lie, I enjoyed this live. It was shout out to 985J, shout out to Q Badass, shout out to Renee Thomas. Um, Shout out to 1400 OG. Shout out to Kentucky Shannon TV. Who else? Who else? Shout out to Anonymous One. Shout out to Flyboy Michael Foe. Shout out to Nephew for Real. Shout out to Kenny Max. Shout out to Deputy Eula. Shout out to Nate Said It. Shout out to Audio Crack 22. Shout out to OK Sante. Um, um, Shout out to is it Shantae? I think it's Shantae. Okay, Shantae. I keep saying Shantae. I'm so slow. I think it's Shantae. I'm gonna ask her next time. Shantae, I think it's okay, Shantae. I'm all right. So I think I'm gonna know what I'm gonna say. I just didn't want to say it like that. But okay, I think I got it right this time. Um, Shout out to Angie Baby. Shout out to SLK, something like Cloud TV. Yo, Inglewood. Um, we gotta find out what nephew for real at. Shout out to my girl Invisible Woman. Shout out to my girl um Dream Doll. Shout out to Tony Bands. Shout out to Kenny Presto. That's home team right there. That's from the city. That's my dude right there. For real, for real. Shout out to Tory Guns. I said my boy name a bunch of times today in the live. Shout out to Marathon Kev. go subscribe to his YouTube channel, even though he say he down right now. But make sure that you still go subscribe to him because he probably be back up. I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate y'all tuning in. Shout out to Denise. Shout out to Slime Life Max. Shout out to Tamara Jackson, aka Peanut. Um, who else? Who else? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody their shots out, man. Um, Shout out to my guy Raw Nature from Estonia. I ain't seen him in a little bit, but I know he's still in the bushes. He gonna come back. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make sure I get everybody shots out, let everybody know they appreciate it right here on this channel, man. Fly guy, you held us down real good today, man. I appreciate you for doing that, man. Jason as well. Shout out to you for holding us down as well. Appreciate y'all. I hope y'all have a great day. I hope y'all could take some out of this live and it helps you guys in y'all day-to-day life for real, because at the end of the day, that is what's really important. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's really if I can help anybody in their day to day life from doing these lives or from us talking, I mean that's the best. That's the best thing possible out of these lives. It ain't about the views. It ain't about the likes. It ain't about the cash apps. It's about if somebody could take something that they heard on these lives and it helps them in their day to day life. It helps them make the right decision. It helps them continue to push forward and not to give up in life or something like that, man, I feel like that's the best. That's like better than anything. That's better than money. That's better than anything. So hopefully we was able to help somebody by us shedding light or talking about certain issues that we see or go on in our life today. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate y'all for coming back. I appreciate y'all for subscribing to the channel. Make sure you follow me on Instagram, Maritaboy1, Meritaboy with the number one on the end. If y'all DM me, I will respond. Just let me know who y'all are from the channel. I'll follow y'all back, and that way we can create a dialogue. That way, if you be a part of the family, be a part of the community, man, for real. Because I'm telling you, we talking to DMs, dog. You know what I mean? Like we all converse. The ones who done took me upon that offer, we converse, bro. So if you ever want to connect with your boy, make sure you do that, dog. You know what I'm saying? And hey, you welcome to as long as you're a part of the family and you respectful, man, for real. Like, share, comment to this video, chill. Oh, and also thank everybody for the cash out that we got today. For real. Listen, Angie baby sent me a cash out, and I wasn't even on live, man. I appreciate that, man. I got the cash out like yesterday or last night or something, and I appreciate that. So shout out to Angie for doing that. I appreciate y'all. If you ever feel like donate to the channel. You know the cash app is always the same. I don't have to be on live. You can be catching this on the replay game, and I appreciate it. I'm still gonna give a shout out, and I'm telling you, it don't matter if it's $1, it don't matter if it's $2, it don't matter if 50 cents. I'm appreciative of everything. You know what I'm saying? Because it's something that you did out the kindness of your heart. So thank you guys. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for taking your time out to comment in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Chill.